Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will say second part, what if Harry Potter and Hermione went back in time to stop the war. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. After the war ends in tragedy, Harry and Hermione take a desperate risk, traveling back in time to change the past. But altering destiny is never simple, and even the smallest change could reshape the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. On Saturday, February 29th, Harry and Hermione were sitting at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall eating breakfast. Neville was sleeping in a bit late, so they were alone. Harry was just spearing a sausage with his fork when a familiar white snowy owl came swooping into the room with the others. Hedwig greeted Harry with a grin. "I see you've got my new comic." He carefully removed the latest issue of The Amazing Spider-Man from her while another owl approached Hermione. While he was looking at the cover of his parcel, Hermione took the Daily Prophet from the other bird and gave it some money. While it was flying off, Harry gave Hedwig a piece of sausage. "Anything interesting in the paper?" he asked. "Some dodgy book shop in Knockturn Alley has been robbed and the owner was killed. Many books on dark magic were stolen." "Really?" asked Harry. "Does it say what kind of spells are in those books?" She ran her eyes down the article before finally shaking her head. "No, and according to this, the Aurors have no leads as to who did it." Harry leaned in closer to her before whispering, "Do you remember anything about it?" "No," she quietly replied. "But I wasn't getting the Prophet at this time anyway." In his normal voice, Harry announced, "I'd best get to the Quidditch pitch for practice before Oliver comes and kidnaps me. I'll see you later." He winked. "I'll walk you to the pitch," she replied. "Okay." They both got up and left the Great Hall. Just before they got outside, they made their way into an empty room where no one could see them. They walked out of sight, but left the door open. Checking her watch, Hermione said, "It's exactly 8:45. Harry pulled the time turner out from under his shirt and put it around both their necks before spinning it twice. After putting on their invisibility cloaks, they left the room and made their way off the grounds, finally apparating to their destination. "So," commented Harry, staring at the fortress on the island that he could barely see, "this is Azkaban." "Quiet," his companion admonished. "Remember the plan. We'll slowly work our way there and put a small hole in their wards that your form will be able to fit through." "Should I change into Tox now?" he asked. Rolling her eyes, Hermione asked, "Didn't you even glance at the plan? You'll need to stay a wizard and help until the hole is made. Then I'll maintain it." She sighed. "I hope you at least learned the spells." "I did," he assured her. "And I did read the plan. I was just a bit excited." "All right, let's begin." While Harry and Hermione were slowly working their way through one of the most complex warding systems in the wizarding world, following the plan made by the brightest witch of her ages, no one inside had any idea anything was going on. That included the filthy, sickly-looking black dog that was lying on the floor of the grimy, dark cell. "Grim," thought Sirius, "is a very appropriate form for me. My whole life, just about, has been very grim indeed." The dog snorted slightly as he thought about the irony that even the name of the street he grew up on was Grimold Place, which sounded like the grim old place that it was. The only bright spot of his life was the time he spent with James, Remus, Lily and Harry. However, that was taken away far too quickly in one horrid night, all because he'd trusted Peter and convinced James and Lily to make him their secret keeper. They were dead. Harry was taken to those horrid relatives Lily had spoken about. "Why did I let Hagrid take Harry from me that night?" he asked himself for the millionth time. Although he had no clue something strange was going on outside Azkaban, he did know something weird had happened inside it. He'd been happy to see Peter brought into the prison months ago and thought he'd finally have a trial, but that hadn't happened. Apparently, he must have been sentenced without a trial as well. Probably the Ministry doesn't want to admit its mistake, he thought, but that didn't explain how they'd gotten him to begin with. That just did not make sense to him. He'd just changed back into a man when the Dementors came with his daily meal, and was sitting in his cell, still wondering why he wasn't given a trial when a poisonous S slithered into his cell. What the? He managed to exclaim in his weak voice that was hardly ever used. He was about to try stomping it when it changed form into a short black cloaked figure whose face was hidden. He didn't know who it was. It pointed a wand at him and silently stunned him. Harry knew he didn't have time for a conversation. As AS, he'd watched the Dementors who completely ignored him leave the area, but didn't know when they'd be back. He took off his watch, expanded it and opened a compartment. He carefully levitated Sirius into the trunk after taking a hair sample, and then put his watch back on. He changed form again and slithered to another cell. As hard as it was to believe, this so-called wizard looked worse after a few months in this hell than Sirius had looked after years. But then, Sirius knew he was innocent, but Peter Pettigrew knew he was guilty. The traitor spotted the reptile and began trembling uncontrollably. No. Stop. You don't want to bite me. Harry changed forms and pointed his wand at the coward. His green eyes were glaring into Pettigrew's very soul. You're right, Wormtail. I don't want to bite you. Peter blinked in surprise. Harry, how'd you? I'm the one who captured you and turned you in. I'd hoped that alive, you would free Sirius. I guess I was wrong. The Ministry is too corrupt to even care about justice, so I've come to deliver justice to you myself, since your life is of no use, anyway. Your father wouldn't have. You killed my father. Don't you dare speak of him. Please. Have mercy, he begged. Mercy. Like you had on my parents, on those muggles, on Sirius. He shook his head. You don't deserve any mercy. He pointed his wand at Wormtail's neck. In desperation, Pettigrew jumped toward Harry, who sent a cutting charm at him. It slit his throat, sending him to the ground, bleeding to death. Harry closed his eyes, turned and vomited. No matter how justified he was in these executions, he still wasn't used to it. He quickly scourgified the mess, transformed, and slithered to the next cell on his list, Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry had considered killing all the captured Death Eaters in Azkaban, but decided that he really couldn't justify doing so. However, there were a few that were just too dangerous to let live. Bella was one of those. She and the other Lestranges actually crucioed Neville's parents until they completely lost their minds. To Harry's way of thinking, that should have gotten them the Dementors K.S. They showed they were capable of more cruelty than most of Voldemort's followers. That's not even getting into the crimes they committed after escaping in the previous timeline. Harry had decided to kill Bella's husband and brother-in-law before leaving the prison, and had another spell to perform on the rest of the Death Eaters, but first, he had a special use for her. He crawled into her cell and transformed before she even noticed him. He pointed his wand at her as she started cackling. What's an itty-bitty boy doing in my cell? Maybe the guards are giving him to me as a present for good behavior. Come here. She began walking in what she obviously thought was a seductive way. Stupefy, he shouted, too disgusted to concentrate enough to cast the spell wordlessly. She dropped to the ground. Harry put her unconscious form in his watch trunk with the still stunned Sirius. He opened her door, transformed and slithered back to Sirius' cell. He then levitated Bellatrix out of his trunk. Harry pulled a Ziploc bag and a pair of scissors out of his pocket and cut out a bunch of Bellatrix's hair, sealing it in the bag, putting it in his trunk. He never knew when he'd need it. He then pulled a vial out of his belt and opened it, revealing Polyjuice Potion. He took one of Sirius' hairs and placed it in the vial, then forced it down the unconscious woman's throat, transforming her into his godfather. He then killed her, knowing that Polyjuice wouldn't wear off in a dead person. That's why they didn't discover that Mrs. Crouch had been the one who died in the cell instead of her son. Once that was done, Harry killed the Lestrange brothers as planned, and performed a spell on every other Death Eater that made sure they would die if they weren't near a Dementor for 48 hours. That would make sure they'd never survive an escape. It was an obscure spell he'd found in a book he'd purchased in Knockturn Alley. The Ministry used to perform the spell on life-term prisoners, but the public didn't like it because there was no cure, so if someone like Sirius were proved to be not guilty later, they still couldn't leave the prison. Therefore, it hadn't been performed in over 200 years. Another aspect of the spell was that it gave no signs that it had been performed, so that the victim might not even know it had been performed. He slithered out just before the Dementors returned. Across from the island of Azkaban, under both a disillusionment spell and an invisibility cloak for extra protection, a 12-year-old girl was pointing her wand at what appeared to be a large bubble of air in front of her, flicking it a bit every 30 seconds. She was maintaining something that could be described as a magical portal from this side of the island to the island itself. This particular method of travel required tremendous effort just to make one that small size for that short distance, so wasn't considered practical at all. However, it did make it through the wards of Azkaban. Hermione was sweating from the effort, although it was much easier to maintain the portal than to create it. She knew that after this mission she should try to go the rest of the weekend without casting spells to let her core recharge. She was bored, yet terribly worried at the same time, wondering what Harry was doing, if he'd been caught, if the Dementors said him. Finally, a venomous S stuck its head out of the bubble of air and slid the rest of the way out, landing on the ground with a small thump. As she ended her spell, the S crawled under her invisibility cloak and transformed into her boyfriend. "How'd it go? Are you all right? Did you free Sirius?" She asked those questions too rapidly to allow him to answer. "Hold on. I'm fine. The mission was a success. I'm holding Sirius Black in my wristwatch. Can we go back to Hogwarts? I'd feel more comfortable talking in the come-and-go room." They disappeared with 2 small pops. The young couple easily made their way back into the castle and to the room of requirement, keeping invisible the entire time. Once they were inside the room, Harry explained everything that had happened, and she was gratified that her plan worked perfectly, and he'd had no trouble navigating to the different cells because he actually had memorized the layout of the prison. They decided to introduce themselves to Harry's godfather. Enervate. Sirius slowly opened his eyes to see the cloaked stranger that had stunned him, along with another one. He really wasn't positive which one it was that stunned him. He could immediately tell he wasn't in Azkaban anymore, not only from the light in the room, but because he did not sense any Dementors. He also saw a plate of food on a table. He faced the 2 people, and in a raspy voice asked, "Who are you? Why did you break me out of prison?" He knew he was at their mercy for now, since they both had wands and he didn't. That's not even accounting for how weak his time in prison had made him. However, that didn't mean he couldn't ask questions. "I broke you out of prison because you don't belong there," answered one of the cloaked figures in a voice that sounded like a boy. "I think you'll be able to recognize your own godson." The stranger took off his cloak, revealing himself to be a kid who looked almost exactly like James had at age 11. "Harry." The boy nodded with a grin, but that brought even more questions to Padfoot's mind. How could an 11-year-old, Harry nodded, glad that Sirius had been able to keep track of time while in prison, break someone out of Azkaban? "I had help. This is Hermione Granger." The other figure removed its cloak, revealing a bushy-haired girl about Harry's age. Harry laughed at the bewildered expression on his godfather's face. "You want to know how 2 first years could break you out of Azkaban?" He nodded, so Harry continued. "It's a long story, Padfoot." "Padfoot," repeated Sirius with a slight grin. "I haven't gone by that name in years." "Where did you hear that?" "You and Moony told me." With a surprised expression on his face, Sirius asked, "Moony? What did you?" "Remus is teaching at Hogwarts now," interrupted Harry. Sirius looked pleased. "Defense against the dark arts," added Hermione. "But that's not what this conversation is about. You want to know how we know about you and how we broke you out of Azkaban." Harry sighed. "It's complicated. You see, I'm not really 11. Harry and Hermione then explained about the future, his escape, Voldemort's return, Sirius' death, Horcruxes, the many other deaths and their time meddling, not leaving anything out. All the while, Sirius was greedily emptying the plate they'd prepared him, only for Winky to appear with another one. At first, he seemed skeptical, but seemed to get more and more convinced as the story went on. He was speechless when they told him the story of how his brother had actually died. To lighten the mood after that, they admitted something Sirius had already guessed before they told him. A steady girlfriend at 11, he replied with a grin. James would be so proud. I was actually 17 when we started dating, corrected Harry. I was 15 when I had my first date. 14, interrupted Hermione. No, argued Harry. Cho and I'm talking about the Yule Ball during 4th year. You were Parvati's date, although you weren't a very good one. I suppose not, admitted Harry. I should have asked you. You were the most beautiful girl there. She blushed. I wasn't. Yes, you were, insisted Harry sincerely. I'm sure you were quite fetching at this ball that hasn't happened yet, interrupted Sirius with a smirk, but I want to know where those Horcruxes are located. Hermione shot him a look of surprise, like she'd forgotten that he was in the room. Oh, no, you need to recover first. But Hermione's right, said Harry. Words to use daily in order to keep your girlfriend happy, commented Sirius, winking at his godson. Harry chuckled while Hermione glared. Seriously, Sirius, explained a still grinning Harry, I just got you back and I don't want you to lose you again. You've spent over a decade in hell and you need to recover before continuing the fight against Voldemort. I guess so, conceded Padfoot before changing the topic. Harry, how much did I tell you about your parents before I died? The three of them talked some more, and Hermione came up with a cover story for Sirius, just in case her parents actually did use their vanishing cabinet and meet him. She was glad that Padfoot wouldn't be the escaped prisoner on the news. That would have complicated things. As it was, they hoped her parents wouldn't meet him until he didn't look like death warmed over. They also told him that there were new clothes for him in his room and they'd get him a black market wand once he was recovered. The last thing Harry said to Sirius before leaving was, take a shower. Under cloak, Harry and Hermione exited the room of requirement. He was glad that Sirius couldn't try getting out of the trunk while it was in wristwatch mode, although he could apparate out if he weren't inside Hogwarts, because it would be really weird for a man to climb out of Harry's watch in the middle of a potions lesson. The young couple got to the empty room they'd left from and used the time turner to be there at precisely 8:45 a.m. Harry gave her a quick K.S. before they visibly left the room and separated, Harry going to Quidditch practice and Hermione going to the library. The next day, Harry, Hermione and Neville were at breakfast when an owl delivered Hermione's Daily Prophet. After she'd paid for it and the bird flew off, she said, look at this article. She held it up for Harry and Neville to see. The front page of the Daily Prophet had a huge picture of Bellatrix Lestrange on it. When Neville paled, both Harry and Hermione realized why and immediately regretted it. They tried to comfort him as other people started staring at the clearly shaken-up boy. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes Azkaban, kills all her family members there. By Rita Skeeter. Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange, who was in Azkaban prison for torturing Aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity by means of the unforgivable Cruciatus Curse, has somehow escaped jail. However, on the way out, she stopped by her family. Did she free them? You may ask, but the answer is no. She brutally murdered her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, her brother-in-law, Rabaston Lestrange and her cousin, Sirius Black and another Death Eater before leaving. Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange had aided her torturing of the Longbottoms while Black had murdered 12 muggles and 1 wizard with 1 curse. It went on to say that Bella's face was also all over the Muggle news as well, warning them that she is extremely dangerous. At the same time, in an old abandoned warehouse in London, someone else was reading that same article in the Daily Prophet. Speaking to no one in particular, this person commented, "It sounds like Azkaban has gotten even worse. I'm glad I wasn't there. Pity about the Lestrange brothers, though. They could have been useful servants. I wonder if I can find Bellatrix." The newspaper was set down on a table next to a stack of dusty books. The one on top was a large, obviously old, black tome with the title printed in faded gold, Dark Rituals to Make You Invincible. The room was pitch black and quiet as Harry and Hermione crouched down in the shadows. They'd been hiding for over 10 minutes and could hear someone breathing near them as they silently waited for the right moment. It was the same day that the newspaper article about Bellatrix's breakout had come out, and the young couple was on another mission. Just when they thought they couldn't keep out of sight any longer, they heard footsteps, as well as voices, coming from the doorway. They were about to get more company. After straining to hear the voices, Harry determined that their primary target was among the approaching group, so he tapped Hermione on the shoulder and whispered, "Get ready." Both of them pulled their wands out and pointed them toward the doorway. Someone walked into the room and announced, "Lights." As soon as the room lit up, Harry and Hermione performed their spells while everyone else shouted, "Surprise!" Ron Weasley was standing in the doorway in shock as he watched the decorative sparks flying from their wands like fireworks. Seamus and Dean, who were on either side of him, said, "Happy birthday, Ron." Soon, the rest of the people in the room, mostly first-year Gryffindors, wished Ron a happy birthday as well. Finally, the youngest male Weasley asked, "Is there a cake here?" Harry, Hermione, and most of the others, laughed at that question while Dean pointed out the quaffle-shaped cake that was on a table in the corner. One couldn't help but notice that right next to it was a stack of presents. About a half hour into the party, Harry was sitting down at a table between Neville and Hermione. It was easy to see how happy Ron was as he opened the presents everyone had gotten him. They weren't much. Harry, for example, had bought him a package of chocolate frogs, but that was all it took to make the redhead happy. Harry turned to his unofficial girlfriend and whispered, "We should have done this the first time around." She replied, just as quietly, "I know." She sighed before continuing, "I think, though, that you gave Seamus and Dean the idea. Haven't you noticed that there have been a lot more birthday parties here since you threw that one for me?" Harry grinned. "I believe that was the only time I ever surprised you." He then turned to Neville and asked, "Are you all right?" "I mean with the article this morning." Neville looked surprised. "What? I mean, why wouldn't I be?" With a very serious expression on his face, Harry whispered, "I know about your parents. They're heroes." Neville looked down. "Oh, I mean, I know they're heroes. It's just, I understand, Nev. If I could keep my story secret, I would, too." Harry sighed. "I'm sure Bellatrix won't be coming after you or your grandmother. After all those years in Azkaban, she probably doesn't remember your family." "I hope you're right," replied Neville softly, "but part of me wants to get revenge when I've learned enough." Harry shrugged his shoulders as he tried to comfort his friend who was troubled over the lie he'd perpetrated on Wizarding Britain. "Well, hopefully the Aurors will have taken care of her before then." Hopefully. The next day, Harry and Hermione were at breakfast when an elf flew to Harry. He fed the bird a piece of bacon after removing its package. He was surprised to see Kingsley Shacklebolt's familiar writing, "Talks. As I'm sure you're aware, Sirius Black was murdered in Azkaban during Bellatrix Lestrange's escape. I can't tell you how sorry I am that he was killed before he could be freed." What the Daily Prophet didn't report was that Peter Pettigrew was the one wizard Bellatrix killed who wasn't part of her family. Now, although it hasn't been made public, Pettigrew's presence and death in Azkaban is part of the Ministry's records. I think that the powers that be may not be as adamant about keeping Sirius' record dirty now. If you'd like, I can work toward clearing Sirius Black's name posthumously, so that he at least won't always be remembered as a criminal. This will take a lot of time and effort, but if this is important to you, I'll do my best to make it happen. Let me know. Sincerely, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Later that day, Harry, Hermione and Sirius were sitting in the trunk apartment, and Harry had read the note to the others. Hermione looked at Sirius and asked, "What do you think?" Sirius scratched his chin for a few moments and said, "If my name gets cleared, then I should be able to resurface as a free man." "Or you could be blamed for those other deaths," added Harry. "Or else you'd have to turn us in," added Hermione thoughtfully. "So, I can't resurface either way, then?" Padfoot asked, looking each of them in the eye. The boy who lived frowned. "Probably not." "Damn, I shouldn't have killed those others. I should have just. I'd have killed Wormtail without a second thought," interrupted Sirius. "He betrayed your parents." He sighed. "I know what the others did as well. I was friends with Frank and Alice Longbottom. The Lestranges deserved worse than you gave them. Killing someone in Azkaban can be considered an act of mercy, believe me." Black's eyes still had a very haunted expression in them, from the hell he'd been forced to endure for over 10 years. He shrugged his shoulders. Even if I can't reclaim my identity either way, I'd rather not be remembered as a murderer and traitor, so try to get my name cleared." He then grinned. "I'm glad I named you my heir before I went to Azkaban then. Otherwise, the Malfoy family would have gotten everything." "All right," agreed Harry. "All right, Kingsley back now." The month of March seemed to fly by. Kingsley wrote them back and said he'd do his best to clear Sirius' name. Harry did get a letter from Gringotts about Sirius while reading, and Harry arranged to sneak there using the time turner so he wouldn't be missed. He was in disguise until he was alone with the goblins, who confirmed that he had indeed inherited the Black family's entire estate. Of course, Harry had no intention of using any of it. He did take out a few hundred galleons to give Sirius for spending money. Padfoot was recovering nicely from his stay in Azkaban with the medicinal potions Hermione brewed for him. He already looked much better than he had the first time Harry saw him in the original timeline, almost a year after he'd escaped prison. He didn't look like a pale skeleton anymore. Fortunately, the Grangers didn't enter the Trunk apartment through their vanishing cabinet during that month, because Harry didn't really want to have to explain why there was a man living there, even though they did have a cover story. By the end of the month, Sirius wanted to go after the Horcruxes. "No," replied Harry. "Come on, Harry. Tell me where they're located and I can get them. I promise I'll be careful. I've just got to get out of here and do something." "But I don't want you getting killed, Sirius," argued Harry while Hermione silently watched. It was painful enough watching it happen once. He swallowed and blinked back tears he hadn't shed when his godfather died. At the time, he convinced himself that mourning was useless anyway, and Sirius would have wanted him happy. He ended up wasting an entire year doing nothing but playing Quidditch. Following Draco and dreaming about Ginny instead of preparing for war. Dumbledore stretching his 3-hour lecture on Horcruxes to almost an entire year didn't help either. The point was that Harry hadn't properly mourned and now those suppressed emotions were close to coming to the surface. Padfoot walked up to Harry and put his hand on his shoulder. "I know this has been difficult for you, cub, and I sympathize, but I have got to get out of here before I lose my mind." "There is one Horcrux you could acquire in relative safety," Hermione chimed in. "In the house you grew up in." Sirius stiffened. "I don't want to go there. That's much worse than this place." "But it could be renovated," suggested Hermione. Harry added, "with Kreacher's help." "That crazy elf. No matter what you said. Kreacher's last order from your brother was to destroy that locket," stated Hermione firmly. "If you help him do that, it'll help him a lot." "Fine," agreed Sirius, giving in. "At least I'll be doing something." Sirius, Harry and Hermione stood outside of number 12 Grimmauld Place at 2 a.m. Of course, all three of them were invisible. Harry and Hermione were under their cloaks while Sirius was disillusioned. Padfoot walked up to the door and grabbed the handle. Harry was looking around to make sure no one heard the lock click, recognizing the true owner, and that no one saw the door open and then close as the trio entered. The first thing Harry noticed in the pitch-black house was the stench. It smelled like something had died there years before. Sirius said, "Lights," causing the old lamps to light, and then pointed his wand at his head and performed the bubble head charm. 30 seconds later, the three companions, now visible, and all with bubble heads so they didn't have to breathe the filthy air, were scourgifying the floor in front of them when there was a loud pop. An old, ugly and mean-looking elf appeared in front of them and screamed, "Who dares disturb the ancient and noble House of Black? Kreacher is killing the intruders to his mistress' house." He pointed his hand menacingly at him. "Stop, Kreacher," shouted Padfoot. "I'm your master, and the master of this house, Sirius Black." The elf's eyes bulged out as he realized to whom he was speaking. "The blood traitor has returned. Kreacher has heard he was dead. Such a shame he isn't. Oh, the shame that Kreacher has to endure, obeying such an unfit master." "Shut up," shouted Sirius at the same moment Hermione said kindly, "Hello, Kreacher. How are you?" The elf glared at Hermione, but was unable to speak because of his master's orders. Padfoot asked, "Just before Regulus died, he gave you a job to do, didn't he?" The elf looked astonished as he muttered, "How does master know?" "He told you to destroy a certain locket, didn't he?" The elf was silent and appeared frightened. Sirius glanced at Hermione, and in a much kinder voice said, "We're here to help you finish the job, so that Regulus won't have died in vain." He gave the surprised elf a small smile. "You do want to carry out his last order, don't you?" "Yes," Kreacher replied in a soft voice. Master Regulus was kind to Kreacher. "Then bring us the locket and we'll help you destroy it." With a loud crack, the elf disappeared. 30 seconds later, he was back with the locket in his hands. "What is going on in the house of my fathers?" shouted a painting far too familiar to Harry and Hermione. Sirius charged up the stairs and gaped at it. "Mother," he finally said. "Blood traitor," she shouted at her son. Shut up," he shouted louder than the painting. She surprisingly quieted down. "Good," stated Sirius. Turning to the house elf, Sirius ordered, "Set the locket in the oven." "Kreacher is trying to burn this locket to destroy it, but it isn't working," protested the now sobbing house elf, still holding the locket. "Not with Fiendfire," replied Padfoot. "Fiendfire," repeated Hermione, her eyes wide. "That is one way to destroy them, but it's hard to control," asked Sirius with a grin as he pulled out the custom wand Harry had bought for him at Wendellin's Wands the day before. "It is very difficult to control. Although all blacks are taught to be able to do that, we don't have to rely on our ability to keep it under our control. This oven can. It was often used to dispose of evidence by previous family members. Put the locket in there." The elf obeyed, and then Harry placed Ravenclaw's tiara, which he'd brought along, inside the oven, too. Sirius, with his left hand on the oven door, pointed his wand in the oven and performed the spell, slamming the door shut immediately. Harry could feel the room itself getting hotter, but nothing else to indicate what was happening as the 5 occupants of the room watched and waited. After about 30 seconds, a loud scream of agony came from inside the stove, followed immediately by another. "That should be it," declared Harry. "Let's just give it another minute," replied Padfoot. "To be sure." After another minute, Sirius pointed his wand at the stove and cast Freegus. It was obviously a command to the stove to put out Fiendfire, because 5 seconds later, Padfoot opened it to reveal that it was perfectly cool inside it and all that was left behind were ashes. He turned to Kreacher. "You've done a good job." "Thank you. Now Master Regulus' last order is being finished," announced the elf happily. "You're not to tell anyone that you've seen me or that I'm alive. If someone says I'm dead and you belong to Harry Potter, pretend to believe them. Is that understood?" "Yes, Master. Clean up this place, too. This is a pigsty instead of a noble house." "Yes, Master. Maybe Winky can help," suggested Harry. "It is a big job." Sirius sighed. "All right." Harry called Winky, who happily agreed to help clean up Black Manor with Kreacher. Sirius then gave Kreacher the choice of destroying Mrs. Black's portrait or moving it to another room that would get a silencing charm placed on it. Kreacher took the painting down. "We need to put up the Fidelius charm on the house," interjected Hermione. After some discussion, it was decided that Hermione Granger would be the least likely person there to be the secret keeper, so she was elected for that role. Harry was sitting in the room of requirement when he looked up from his latest comic book at his unofficial girlfriend in surprise. It was the end of March and they had just returned from Hagrid's hut, where they'd confirmed, through discreet inquiry, that none of the unicorns had been attacked this year. Therefore, they assumed that Voldemort had indeed returned to Albania when his servant, Quirrell, had died at the hands of the goblins. Hermione had just told Harry that they needed to begin revising for the end-of-year exams. "Why should we start studying for the end-of-year exams? Both of us could easily." "It would look bad if we weren't studying," Hermione interrupted him. He grinned. "You, maybe, but me. You were one of the top students in our year," she admonished. "You'll have to study to convince people that you're not cheating. But your only other option is to start acting stupid and purposely failing your exams." Harry did his best not to show advanced knowledge in his classes, but he didn't want to pretend he was an idiot and nearly fail every class. If he took that too far, he could wind up failing out of Hogwarts. He actually enjoyed being admired for his schoolwork and knew the love of his life was correct. He sighed as he shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, but I'll be really bored." She got up from her chair and gave him a heart-stopping kiss that lasted longer than a minute and sat back down. While he still had a goofy grin on his face, Hermione stated, "Now I need to come up with our study schedule." Gemino. The wizard was pointing his wand and a small bag of a white powder. It was spring break at the school he was headmaster of, so he had time to work on his other job. He grinned as a duplicate bag of cocaine appeared next to the first one and tossed it into the box with the others. Igor Karkaroff had learned long ago that it was quite easy to duplicate the drugs that Muggle scum loved to buy for so much money. So what if it ruined their lives or even killed them? They were worthless animals, anyway. He pointed his wand at the original bag of drugs and duplicated it again. "Well, well, well," came a muffled male voice from behind him. "I see you're keeping busy, Igor." He quickly turned to see 3 cloaked figures, one taller than the other 2, with wands pointed at him. "Are you making those drugs for Muggles or your own students?" asked another muffled voice from one of the shorter figures, but this one sounded female. "Mostly the Muggle filth," he answered, while carefully moving his left hand behind his back. "Although I have occasionally made sure that the mudbloods that sometimes slip through the cracks and get into my school get an exceptionally high dose." "You kill your own students?" yelled the other short cloaked figure. His muffled voice sounded male. With a calm grin, he answered, "Yes, but only mudbloods," before his left hand came from behind his back holding a wand. He made a quick slashing movement and a yellow beam cut across all 3. "Protega!" shouted the cloaked Harry Potter while his companions raised their shields silently. The curse slammed into his barrier, shattering it and continued. It appeared weaker when it hit him, but it did hit him. It felt as if a knife had sliced across his stomach and could feel the blood flowing from his wound. Concentrating as hard as he could, he sent out a silent stupefy before the former Death Eater could cast another spell. They had wanted his death to look like a drug overdose, so he couldn't use a spell that would cause Karkaroff unexplained injuries. The red beam hit him and he fell unconscious to the floor. Harry put his arm and hand on his wound, finally allowing himself to react to the pain he was in. He looked to his companions, who were doing the same thing. "What was that spell?" "Some sort of modified cutting charm," said Sirius, who was now pointing his wand at his wound, healing it. "Good thing it wasn't Sectum Sempra," commented Harry. "That would have been much harder to do silently," commented Hermione, who was also healing herself. Harry pointed his wand at his wound and did a healing spell of his own. He breathed a sigh of relief when the pain ended. "We'd better clean up this blood," he stated before pointing his wand at the crimson liquid on the floor. Within minutes, they'd left the cabin looking as it had when they'd entered, with 2 exceptions. Igor Karkaroff was now lying on the floor dead, apparently from drug overdose, and nothing magical was in the room. They made an anonymous call to the Muggle police to make sure they found him and the drugs. Margaret Tuttle was a hard-working Muggle-born woman who had graduated Hogwarts 5 years before and had opened a small bookstore specializing in Muggle literature. It was her goal to help the wizarding world to better understand the Muggles and to realize they were more than an amusing animal to study. She truly was disgusted the way some wizards loved to talk about how Muggles did some things as though they were a beloved pet instead of human beings who happened to not have magic. She magically locked up the shop and activated the security wards, looking forward to a nice, quiet evening with her husband and baby. She noticed that the street was unusually empty, but shrugged it off. She took a step forward, intent on apparating home when a red beam of light hit her in the back. She fell onto the street, face first, unconscious. A cloaked figure, wand in hand, walked up from behind the woman. "Filthy mudblood. Oh well, at least you'll finally have a worthy purpose, so your pathetic life will have meaning. Your death will be the perfect sacrifice for the Fortitudo Increbresco ritual." With a chuckle, the cloaked figure bent down, grabbed Margaret Tuttle's arm and disappeared just after removing the wards around the area that had prevented any witnesses. The news of a Muggle-born storekeeper disappearing never made the Daily Prophet, but the unfortunate accident Theodore Nott, Sr. suffered in May did. It would seem that he had accidentally apparated onto a railroad track just before a train hit him. "How unlucky," Hermione commented as she browsed the newspaper. In truth, she, Harry and Sirius had found him with the Imperious curse on a little Muggle boy, leading him to an abandoned shack near that railroad track. All three were disgusted by the crimes against Muggles that every free Death Eater had apparently been doing regularly since the Ministry released them because of their imperious pleas. Yes, agreed Harry. People must concentrate harder on their destination when they apparate. They did feel a twinge of guilt when they saw Theodore Nott, Jr. crying as he was led out of the castle to attend the funeral. The next month, when Crabbe Sr. suffered his own accident, Dumbledore decided that things had gone far enough. He called a meeting with his most trusted staff, Minerva McGonagall and Remus Lupin. At first, I wasn't so concerned about all of these happenings, but at least one former Death Eater has died every month for over 6 months. In fact, I believe that Lucius Malfoy is the last surviving Death Eater to have pled he was under the Imperius Curse. I say, let this vigilante have Lucius and be done with it, suggested Lupin. He's done enough damage for one lifetime. Look at all the anti-werewolf legislation he and Umbridge. He chuckled slightly, remembering the picture he'd seen 9 months before of her passed out drunk at the Ministry. All the legislation they'd passed before she made her mistake. But Lucius is still at it, and he's got Fudge in his pocket. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore calmly replied, I will admit I'm not overly concerned about Lucius' safety, nor am I planning on providing security for him. My only concern is whether this killer will stop there. Albus, admonished Minerva, you're just worried about Mr. Snape. Admit it. I will admit that Severus' safety is a great concern to me. That's why he lives under the Fidelius charm. However, I have been wondering if Mrs. Lestrange's unprecedented escape from Azkaban has anything to do with these events. 4 Death Eaters were killed during that escape, and it is obvious that she had outside help. Do you think she switched sides? Asked Lupin, with a concerned look in his eyes. Not entirely, replied the ancient wizard, but remember that she was loyal to Voldemort, and him alone. Those that escaped incarceration were those who denied their loyalty to him, so, from that point of view, they were unfaithful Death Eaters and Voldemort might have had them killed. He ignored Minerva's flinch when he said the forbidden name. What about the others in Azkaban? Asked Minerva. I do not know, but it is possible that they had done something disloyal as well. Minerva looked pale. So, you believe that you know who is behind this? I do, indeed. Who else would be so cruel? The others were silent for a moment. Which leads me to Harry Potter. Has he been showing either of you his defiance of authority? Never. Albus, how dare you? You're the one who let Snape get away with anything. He will not respect small-minded bullies, and that's all Snape is, no matter how much you trust him. Yet the boy who lived has turned you against me already. How long have we been friends? Your complete blindness to Snivellus behavior is what has turned us against you in this issue, Headmaster, said Lupin angrily. I've spent a lot of time this term talking to Harry about his parents. He's one of the most intelligent and mature 11-year-olds I've ever met and is a pleasure to teach. After a moment, he added, his best friend, Hermione Granger, is like that as well. I concur with Remus' assessment of both students, stated Minerva. I believe that is the same thing the staff said about young Tom Riddle, long ago. I can't believe you, Albus, yelled Minerva. That boy is no upcoming Dark Lord, I can guarantee you that. She took a deep breath. I think you're just upset he doesn't want to go back with those people you placed him with. He must return to the Dursleys for protection, especially with Voldemort on the move. He turned to the werewolf. Remus, after this term, I'd like for you to investigate these events more closely. The Order will take care of any expenses you might encounter. You're both dismissed. Hermione Granger emerged from Harry's pensieve with a satisfied grin on her face. Well? Asked Harry, expectantly. August 19th is the date Lucius Malfoy gave Ginny the diary in the original time. Then that's the day we'll get him, in Knockturn Alley before he goes to Flourish and Blots. That way we won't have to search for the diary. But what if he doesn't have it this time? She asked, concerned. Harry sighed. Then we'll have to search both Malfoy Manor and his vault. Hopefully, he will have it. Harry paused for a moment before adding, that reminds me. I'd like to visit the Chamber of Secrets to kill the basilisk before we leave for the summer. After taking a deep breath, Hermione replied, I knew you'd want to do that. I hope that you'll at least bring a rooster this time. He grinned. If you want to do it the easy way, I suppose. Good, she replied. I have a few other precautions we can take when we. She trailed off as a look of concern spread across her face. Have you figured out a way to get into the chamber without speaking Parseltongue? That was far easier than I thought it would be, commented Hermione as she walked outside with Harry and Neville. They had just completed their last exam, History of Magic, and Hermione was trying to act the way she'd done the first time around. Both Harry and Hermione were wearing backpacks. Yeah, they weren't so bad, agreed Harry. In actuality, he'd done a lot better this time around than the first time he took those tests. I suppose not, said Neville, who'd studied with them a lot, but both my head and my right hand hurt. Harry grinned. I'll agree that my hand hurts, too. There were far too many essay questions on that test. He shook his hand to emphasize his point. After exchanging a quick glance with his girlfriend, Harry suggested, why don't we go visit Hagrid? As the three of them walked to the half-giant's hut, both the time meddlers glanced at the roosters that Hagrid was keeping in the pen outside his home. They found Hagrid sitting in an armchair outside his house. His trousers and sleeves were rolled up, and he was shelling peas into a large bowl. Hello, he greeted, smiling. Finished your exams? Got time for a drink? Yes, please, replied Harry, so the three of them walked into his hut and then the half-giant prepared some tea. They stayed inside for about an hour chatting. Yet again, Hermione managed a discreet inquiry into the status of the unicorns, confirming once more that nothing had been attacking them. Harry and Hermione glanced once more at the roosters on their way back. Once they got back to the castle, Harry and Hermione allowed Neville to get ahead of them and quickly ducked into a classroom as they were passing it and used their time turner. They quickly pulled their invisibility cloaks out of their backpacks and made their way toward Myrtle's bathroom. As they walked in, Harry heard other steps behind him, but couldn't see anybody. Unfortunately for them, the unpleasant ghost was in there. Who's there? She demanded. Someone opened the door and I can hear your footsteps. We're just passing through, Myrtle, answered Hermione as she pulled off her cloak. Passing through to where? This is a bathroom, not a hallway. Harry took off his cloak and replied, we're following the passage used by the yellow-eyed monster that killed you. Boys aren't allowed in here, Myrtle responded before a shocked look appeared on her face. How did you know? Why are you going there? To kill the beast, of course, replied Hermione. Harry then pulled a glass orb out of his backpack, held it next to the sink, and activated it. The image of a miniature 12-year-old Harry Potter projected above it and hissed. Although Harry knew he had commanded, open up, neither he nor his companions could understand the Parseltongue. It simply sounded like normal, rather creepy hissing to them. He used his wand to pause the recording. There were 2 more parcel sentences stored on it. Both sighed in relief when the sink responded to the memory of Parseltongue and started moving. Myrtle watched in morbid fascination. See you later, Myrtle, Harry said before jumping down the hole that was now open. Hermione quickly followed. Harry landed on the familiar pile of rat skeletons, followed moments later by Hermione, who slid right into him, knocking him face first into the floor. Sorry, she stated, before looking at herself. This is disgusting. You didn't mention how slimy that slide was. Before Harry could reply, an invisible man landed beside them and re-illusioned himself, revealing that it was Sirius Black holding a cage with a rooster in it. The bird appeared to be squawking, but had been silenced. After nodding toward Sirius in greeting, Harry faced his girlfriend. We'll be getting a lot messier later. Besides, you can use a Scourgify, or even a shower, later, explained Harry as he pushed himself up. For now, we need to get ready. Right you are, agreed Sirius, before lifting the silencing charm off the cage. The rooster's noise started filling the room until Padfoot pointed his wand at it and cast, Imperio. He then opened the cage and had the rooster walk out. Here, said Hermione as she handed both Sirius and Harry a blindfold. They noticed that her blindfold was on her head, right above her eyes so that it could be pulled down quickly when they encountered the beast. Once Sirius had his blindfold in the appropriate place, she handed him another small blindfold, which he put on the rooster. We certainly don't want him to die before the basilisk, do we? Not willing to take any chances, Sirius slowly walked backwards, using a mirror to guide him. He managed to convince Hermione and Harry to pull their blindfolds down and hold his hand. That way, they wouldn't be petrified or killed if the monster surprised them. Despite Tom Riddle's assertion that the basilisk won't come until it's called. Sirius said that he wouldn't be missed if he got petrified, while they would be. They'd switched which one was controlling the rooster, so that Hermione would be able to make it start crowing if Sirius got petrified. She had the rooster walking just ahead of her. At a certain point, Sirius said, "We're now walking around the old basilisk skin. You'll be able to get a better look at it once the basilisk is dead. Then I'll be able to see if it'll have any use," she agreed. "Stop," Padfoot finally commanded. "We've reached the entrance. I'll play that command now." Sirius pulled the orb out and played the next hissed sentence, causing the door to open. He closed his eyes tightly and listened for any sound in case the S was in there. After a minute of silence, Harry's godfather whispered, "I'm going to look in there with my mirror. If you hear me fall, or I don't answer you, have the rooster start crowing." "All right," agreed Harry. "Be careful. I really don't want to carry you out of here." Squinting, Sirius looked in the mirror as he moved it around to get a full view of the chamber. He was ready to close his eyes the moment he saw anything move. "It seems like it's not loose," he finally declared. "You stay here and stick to the plan." Hermione moved her blindfold up long enough to make the rooster take a few steps into the chamber, get out of the way of the entrance so it wasn't blocking Sirius, and readied herself to command the bird while Harry stayed beside her, holding her left hand. Padfoot walked up to the statue of Slytherin and placed the orb on it. Once it was there, he hurried back to Harry and Hermione. He pointed his wand at the orb to activate it one more time and pulled down his blindfold. Harry knew that the hisses he heard actually meant, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," and was Tom Riddle's voice. "Be ready," Harry whispered to his girlfriend, who silently nodded. They heard the mouth open and the sound of something slithering. After a few seconds, Harry heard the rooster crow, "Caw-caw-doodle-doo." The sound repeated itself, but was soon joined by an unearthly screaming that they all knew came from the S. The sound was nearly unbearable, and the basilisk's agony was almost felt by anyone who heard the screams, but the rooster kept faithfully crowing. After about 40 seconds, there was a loud thud and soon the rooster's crow was the only sound in the room. After waiting another minute, Sirius finally asked, "Do you think I should check?" "Use the mirror," Harry replied while Hermione pointlessly nodded. Padfoot slowly pulled up his blindfold and looked in his mirror the same way he'd done before. He soon saw the basilisk upside down on the floor. The eyes were opened, but they no longer had the bright yellow color Hermione had described from her experience of being petrified. Somehow, they were darker. "I can see its eyes in the mirror and I'm still conscious," he declared. "You shouldn't have tried," Harry whined. "We had to find out," Sirius replied. Hermione huffed at him. "Well, at least we'll make the rooster look directly at its eyes first." "All right," he responded obediently. The bird, under Hermione's spell, walked back to them and Sirius removed its blindfold. "Okay, send it back in." She did so, and nothing happened when the rooster looked at the S's eyes. Satisfied that it was safe, they entered the chamber and admired their work. Hermione then looked around in awe. "We should take this for ourselves and redecorate." She rounded on her boyfriend. "You never explored this place, did you?" He shook his head. "No. After I beat the basilisk and destroyed the Horcrux, Ginny and I left to catch up with Ron." He sighed. "I never thought to return here. We should make this place ours, don't you think?" "A new Marauders' Den," declared Sirius enthusiastically. Harry grinned at Hermione. "Sure, whatever you'd like, but we should probably wait on that until next term. Hopefully, Voldemort will be gone by then, so we can relax." "All right," she agreed with a gleam in her eyes. "Now, let's har the basilisk." It was a grueling couple of hours as they got everything useful out of the corpse before vanishing it. They put everything, including Sirius, into Harry's special trunk, knowing they had it properly haired and most of it would be good for decades. Anything that would go bad quickly, they'd sell in Nocturne Alley that summer under false identities. As they made their way out, Hermione determined that the shed skin was too old to be useful and vanished it. They rode Harry's broom, which had been in his trunk, up to Myrtle's bathroom and found the ghost was waiting in there. "Did you kill the monster?" she immediately demanded. "Yes, we did, Myrtle," answered Harry, trying to sound kind, "but you can never tell anyone about it. I could get in trouble for being in a girl's bathroom." Fluttering her eyebrows, the specter replied, "Anything for you, Harry. You're welcome to visit my toilet anytime you want." Winking, she added, "especially alone." Thanks, Myrtle," he replied before looking at Hermione, who was grinning at him. They scourgified each other to the point where they weren't noticeably dirty and put on their invisibility cloaks. They made their way to an empty room and went back a few more hours. They released Sirius, who had the rooster back in the cage, from Harry's trunk. He disillusioned himself and went to return it to Hagrid's pen while Harry and Hermione went to catch up with their classmate. They got to the right place and waited. After about 15 minutes, they observed themselves walking with Neville and ditching him to travel in time. Once their other selves were gone, they took off their invisibility cloaks and left the empty classroom they'd been waiting in. "Wait up, Neville," called Harry, once they'd put their cloaks away. When he turned and saw that he was several feet ahead of the couple, he asked, "What took you so long?" "I stopped to tie my shoe," replied Hermione. "And I saw her do it, so I waited." "We only noticed you hadn't stopped, just now," added Hermione. They made their way to Gryffindor Tower, and Neville didn't understand why both his best friends went to their respective dorms, explaining that they both needed a shower. A few hours later, they met Sirius at a pre-arranged location and he returned to Harry's apartment trunk. "Welcome, everybody, to the final Quidditch match of the year," announced Lee Jordan. Harry grinned to himself as he flew into position. He'd wanted to play this match for over 7 years. The first time around, he'd been unconscious in the hospital wing from protecting the Philosopher's Stone, but not this time. He was determined to catch the snitch and win the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor this time around. After Wood and the Ravenclaw captain tried to break each other's hands as a meaningless sign of sportsmanship, the balls were released. And the lovely Angelina Johnson grabs the quaffle and takes off. "Wish she'd date me, Jordan," admonished McGonagall. "Sorry, Professor." Roger Davies steals the quaffle from her. "Lousy git." "Sorry, Professor." Fred or George Weasley, can't tell which, gave him a well-deserved bludger to the body. Jordan. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." Davies drops the ball and Katie Bell retrieves it. She's hit with a bludger from the other team. Harry scanned the pitch with his eyes as Lee Jordan's commentary told the story of Ravenclaw dominating the game, and he understood how they'd trounced Gryffindor in the original timeline. Even Wood couldn't block most of the shots the Ravenclaws took at him. Harry decided they must have studied Quidditch as much as every other subject. After about an hour, the score was 200-60 in favor of Ravenclaw, when Harry finally saw the evasive Golden Snitch. Seeing that he was closer to it than the opposing seeker, who was on the other side of the pitch, he went for it as fast as his Nimbus 2000 could take him, avoiding a bludger by an inch as he went. Finally, he reached out his hand and caught it. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins 210-200. And they win the House Cup. It was a good thing they had won their 2 previous games and were ahead in points before the game began. Otherwise, they could have lost the cup even while winning the game. Harry looped the loop in celebration and then watched as Oliver Wood, with tears in his eyes, was presented the Quidditch Cup. He noticed Professor McGonagall smile at him as Wood gave her the trophy. As soon as Harry landed, he was immediately hugged by Hermione, who had pushed her way through the crowd. It took a lot of self-control for him not to kiss her in his excitement. He knew he'd be able to sneak a kiss or two with her later, in private. The next day, Harry woke up late, as did most Gryffindors, due to the party they'd had to celebrate winning the Quidditch Cup. It was a Sunday, and he and Hermione had agreed to do their workout a little bit later in the day. They didn't need to use the time turner to find exercise time on the weekends, just the school days, and didn't want to get too dependent on it for everyday things. He hurriedly got dressed and went downstairs and to the Great Hall in hopes of getting there before the food disappeared. He found Hermione was sitting at the Gryffindor table with Neville and others from their year, including Ron. He grinned as he sat as near her as he could, ending up across from her and 2 people down. The food was still present, so he loaded up his plate. "Morning, everybody," he greeted, before he began eating. He had just speared his last sausage with a fork, when a familiar voice came from behind him. "Mr. Potter, may we have a word with you?" Harry glanced across the table at Hermione, who had moved there once everyone else left, before turning to see Dumbledore, the one who had spoken, and McGonagall standing there. "Of course," he replied, before putting the sausage in his mouth and taking a last drink of pumpkin juice. "I'll see you later, Hermione." "Bye, Harry, Headmaster, Professor McGonagall," she said before getting up and leaving the Great Hall. The 3 soon made their way to Dumbledore's office, where the mention of chocolate frogs caused the gargoyle to move out of the way, allowing entrance. Albus sat down at his desk, and, with a twinkle in his eyes, offered a drop, which both Minerva and Harry politely refused as they sat down across from him. "Professor McGonagall informs me that you are less than happy with your situation at home," began the headmaster. "Actually, I informed you of that last term, Headmaster." "Ah, yes, while you were displaying your dissatisfaction with other authority figures," he replied. "The ones who blatantly abuse that authority," corrected Minerva, causing Harry to smile. "I'm afraid I must inform you that it is imperative that you spend your summer with the Dursleys, Harry," stated Dumbledore, a bit more forcefully than usual. Harry was getting upset, but trying to stay polite. "Sir, what concern are my summer plans to the headmaster of my school? Doesn't that exceed your authority?" Harry could swear that he saw the aged wizard's ears turn a touch pink, but couldn't be sure. That was the only evidence that he was getting annoyed. "It may not technically be within my authority, but believe me that I have your best interests at heart." He sighed and looked grim. "I have reason to believe Voldemort is on the move." While Minerva was flinching from the name, Harry asked, "What makes you think so?" Genuinely curious as to whether his nemesis had been manifesting himself in a way Harry hadn't noticed. Bellatrix Lestrange's escape from Azkaban, for one. Also, over the past several months, many people who betrayed Voldemort have suffered fatal accidents. It took every bit of self-restraint Harry had to avoid bursting out laughing. "Why you believe Voldemort is behind it?" he asked, doing his best to sound scared. Albus nodded sagely. "Yes. I must inform you that there are incredibly powerful wards at your home to protect you from Voldemort, wards that cannot be placed anywhere else." While half listening to Dumbledore's description of the wards, Harry contemplated his decision. If he showed no fear of Voldemort, or didn't take the warning seriously, it would make the headmaster suspicious. But he really didn't want to spend time with the Dursleys. But his mission wasn't about always being happy. He decided that it would be all right to bargain with Dumbledore. "Can I leave before my birthday?" he asked, trying to sound like a kid. "I'm sure you'd want to celebrate your birthday with your family," Albus countered. Looking straight into the aged wizard's eyes, Harry replied, "The Dursleys don't celebrate my birthday, and they are not my family." Dumbledore sighed. "I'm afraid." Albus, cut in Minerva. "Surely you won't force him to spend yet another miserable birthday with those people. You told me he only needed a month there to renew the wards. He'll be arriving at home the night of the 20th of June. The month will be over more than a week before his birthday." Harry saw Dumbledore momentarily glare at his deputy headmistress for a split second before resuming his grandfatherly face. Obviously, he hadn't wanted Harry to know that information. Harry immediately jumped at his chance. "I'll leave there on July 21st then." Sighing, Albus conceded, "The night of the 22nd, Harry, or better yet, the morning of the 23rd. It takes 31 days for the wards to fully recharge. That will still be over a week before your birthday." He sighed. "Incidentally, where will you be staying after you leave?" "The Granger residence." "Possibly. I'll have to arrange it with them. A few other friends have also invited me to spend some time at their houses. We'll see." Harry then added, "If security is an issue, wouldn't it be better for as few people to know where I am as possible, so that no one can give away the information, deliberately or otherwise?" Dumbledore nodded. "With that in mind, I probably shouldn't tell anyone, including you, my finalized plans, don't you agree?" Albus looked surprised while Minerva grinned. I suppose. However, make sure you do stay with the Dursleys for those 31 days before leaving. Yes, sir, replied Harry. You're dismissed. Have a good summer. Without Snape cheating, the Slytherins had the lowest amount of house points they'd ever had in history, so Gryffindor, with their recent Quidditch victory, easily won the House Cup, without any last-minute points. Ravenclaw came in second with Hufflepuff in third. At the closing feast, Dumbledore made an announcement that Professor Lupin had chosen to take a year off for a personal matter. The next morning, Harry and Hermione took the Hogwarts Express with the rest of the students. Surprisingly, Draco did not show up to bother them. Maybe he's actually learning to leave us alone, commented Hermione. Hopefully, replied Harry. They were sitting with Neville and a few others in their year, and the train had just stopped. Harry said bye to everyone and walked off the train with Hermione. Before I left last September, I told the Dursleys that if I had to stay with them, I'd take the night bus, so they didn't need to pick me up here, so I don't have to look for them. There are my parents, she pointed out, and together they walked toward the Grangers. Hi, Mum, Dad. Hi, Adam, Marissa, greeted Harry while his girlfriend hugged her parents. He and Hermione had been sneaking to their house every month to have their braces adjusted, so they were no strangers to him. Hi, Harry, responded Adam Granger as he shook his hand. Marissa soon engulfed Harry in a hug. So, are the Dursleys here to pick you up? Asked Marissa. Neither of Hermione's parents would ever forget the phone conversation they'd had with that family at Christmas time. No, replied Harry while shaking his head. I told them I'd take the wizarding bus like I did to get here last September. And, naturally, they didn't care enough to want to pick you up, added Adam, shaking his head. How would you feel if I put in a complaint about them to Child Services? Harry half grinned at the man. Thanks, but I doubt it would do any good. I firmly believe that Dumbledore has already obliviated people trying to do the same thing before and would easily do it again. Obliviated? Asked Marissa. Erased their memories, replied Hermione with distaste. It's a spell used quite frequently on Muggles to stop them from remembering when they see magic. Adam's face turned pink. That's terrible. They could do anything to someone, torture, and then the victim wouldn't remember it. Is that one of those unforgivable curses you once mentioned? No, answered Harry, remembering the things he and Hermione had caught Death Eaters doing to Muggle victims. But it should be. Anyway, I'll only be staying there about a month, and leaving a week before my birthday. Harry explained what Albus had said, and reminded them that he actually lives in his trunk while there and would visit them and they could visit him. The Grangers offered to drive him to the Dursleys, so he took them up on the offer. They went to a restaurant first and then dropped him off, making sure that he got inside the house before they drove off. Harry knocked on the door, which was opened about 30 seconds later by Petunia. So, you're back, she said nastily. Couldn't get any of your freaky friends to take you in. May I come in? He asked, and she moved out of the way. Once the door was closed, he said, I'll be leaving in a month. Until then, it's the same rules as last summer. Just leave my room alone and you won't know I'm here. Fine, she replied, so he walked up the stairs, entered his room and locked the door. At the same time, a rather old couple was leaving Hogwarts Castle. Based off of their white hair and the man's long, white beard, as well as their shapes, you'd think it was Santa and Mrs. Claus. Their robes weren't red, though. They were purple. They had just picked up an item that they'd loaned to their friend, Albus Dumbledore, nearly a year before. I must admit, Perenelle, it feels good to have the stone back in our possession. I agree, Nicholas, she replied. It's too bad that young Albus was unable to lure Voldemort with this bait, but in a way, I'm glad that monster didn't come into this school full of children. Quite so, he agreed as they neared the border of the Hogwarts grounds, where they'd be able to apparate home. I'll feel safer once this stone is back under our Fidelius charm. That's for sure. In any case, we should have given Albus a fake stone to use as bait, and not the real one. Avada Kedavra, came a voice from behind the old man. Nicholas, shouted Perenelle, as she watched her husband of over 600 years fall on his face, dead. She turned as she pulled her wand, to see nothing but a distortion. The killer was obviously disillusioned. A yellow beam of light shot from the attacker's invisible wand, which Perenelle barely managed to dodge, but she was already getting out of breath because her body wasn't in good shape. The next death curse to leave the attacker's wand hit its target, and Perenelle Flamel fell next to her husband. The still invisible attacker searched Nicholas Robes for a few moments before finding the Philosopher's Stone. "You haven't accomplished anything in over 100 years, old fool. What was the point of your continued existence? You were no longer worthy of this gift. I shall make much better use of it." With that said, the killer apparated away. Yesterday morning, the Hogwarts Express brought the Hogwarts students home for the summer, and it appears that they left just in time. The reason is that last night, while the children were settling in their homes, an elderly couple that had been visiting their friend, Headmaster Dumbledore, was robbed and murdered at the gates of Hogwarts. It wasn't just any couple, either. It was the famed alchemist Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle. While Dumbledore refused to divulge what item he believes was stolen, he said that it was a priceless magical artifact that he had just returned to them after they had lent it to him. He also said that he believes this double murder was the work of Bellatrix Lestrange, recently escaped from Azkaban. "What? How?" stated Harry eloquently as he crumbled up the newspaper in frustration. He was at the Grangers' house with Hermione, having arrived through the vanishing cabinet shortly after her parents left for work. She had shown him the article since she had a subscription, but he didn't. Hermione took a deep breath. "Well, we know it wasn't Bellatrix who stole the stone, but that doesn't mean Voldemort wasn't responsible for this. Instead of trying to sneak into the castle, he decided to bide his time until it was removed," explained Harry, looking angry. "We should have known he'd pull off something like this once I got Quirrell killed. He'll probably be resurrected in a week." "Damn it. We don't know for sure that it was him," corrected Hermione, trying to calm her boyfriend down. "Then who was it?" he snapped at her. "Don't yell at me," she screamed back. "I'm not the one who killed the Flamels." Harry took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I just don't want things to get worse than they were before." "You're forgiven. Now, to answer your question, I don't know. There are other possibilities. It could be Snape. He knew about the stone being there. If it was him, then Voldemort has it now." Harry paused. "What if it was Dumbledore?" Hermione looked at him as though he'd grown a second head. "Dumbledore? Why? He could have killed them himself and claimed someone else did it so he could keep the stone." "I don't think anyone capable of leaving a baby at the Dursleys' doorstep," interrupted Harry. "Anyone who would subject children to Snape is capable of anything if he thinks it serves his greater good. While I agree with you about the headmaster's questionable morality, I don't think Professor Dumbledore did this," argued Hermione. "It doesn't make sense. Even if he were going to kill them, which I doubt, he wouldn't do it on Hogwarts grounds, nor would he tell the Daily Prophet or Ministry that they'd been robbed. It would only bring attention to the fact the stone is missing." Sighing, Harry conceded, "I suppose you're right. I just don't have any other suspects. There could have been someone who had planned to do this in the original timeline, but didn't get the opportunity because of what we did the first time around." Harry grinned for a moment. "I suppose so." He shrugged his shoulders. "It could even have been a goblin who knew about the Philosopher's Stone and planned this so he could make unlimited gold." "You never know," replied Hermione doubtfully. She sighed. "I'm sure that whoever did steal it will reveal him or herself eventually." "Unfortunately," agreed Harry. "What we've got to do now is plan our quest for the Horcruxes." It was the first Friday of the summer vacation. The previous day, Hermione had mentioned to her parents that she might go to the library that day, so that they wouldn't be worried if they called the house and didn't reach her. She and Harry decided to try to stop being so dependent on their time turner as they had been during the school year because they didn't really need to always use it, only when they'd need an alibi. The Dursleys didn't know when Harry was or wasn't in his room, and Harry figured there was nothing odd about him leaving Privet Drive for the day if Dumbledore did detect he wasn't there. He had checked himself for tracking charms and found one, but simply moved it to his bed. Harry and Hermione had met up with Sirius, who was staying in the now Fidelius-protected No. 12 Grimmauld Place with Hermione, the least likely suspect, as secret keeper. "It's good to see you too," he happily greeted when they arrived. Motioning to Harry's watch, he added, "I'm about ready to move back into your apartment. Even with the place redecorated, it brings back a lot of bad memories." "I know," replied Harry sympathetically. "You'll be able to claim your new identity soon and won't have to live here anymore, but it would still be a good headquarters if we need it." Hermione added, "We just don't want you to suddenly appear just before or just after Gringotts is robbed. It would be too suspicious. And we don't want you to have your new face until after the robbery, so that no matter what happens, your alter ego won't be a suspect," interjected Harry. "But I'll be able to establish my new identity in a month, tops, right?" Sirius asked, sounding almost desperate. "Yes. So, we're going to the Gaunt house, then?" asked Padfoot. "Yeah," answered Harry. "I suppose we'd better get it over with." He took a deep breath. "If you'll hold on to me, I can guide you to the nearby cemetery, where we should modify certain graves while we're there." With 3 small pops, a group of 3, hiding under 2 invisibility cloaks, arrived at a location that frequently visited Harry Potter's nightmares. He and Hermione were under his cloak, while Sirius was under the other one they'd obtained from the Crouch family while holding onto Harry through the cloak. The boy who lived couldn't help but feel a bit tense here, at the place where he'd seen Voldemort resurrect in another life. They all looked around to see no one in the area. "It looks like the coast is clear," whispered Harry, before examining the Gryonnes with his eyes. "This way to the Riddle family." The 3 invisible figures silently walked in the indicated direction until they arrived. "Hermione, if you will." The smartest witch of her ages pointed her wand down at the dirt in front of Tom Riddle Sr.'s headstone and performed a special spell she'd found in an old tome at Black Manor. It searched for the casket below and vanished both it and the contents so that nothing was left in that plot but dirt and a hole where the casket was. It wouldn't take long at all for the hole to fill itself up so that someone digging for the casket wouldn't realize that it had been moved away and would keep digging further down. She then performed the same spell on the other Riddle family members' graves. In all, the process took less than 15 minutes. Now there were no bones of Voldemort's father, grandfather or grandmother for him to find. The group then carefully walked out of the cemetery onto the road, where Harry looked for the remains of the Gaunt house he'd visited in Dumbledore's Pensieve. They followed the hedge on the side of the road downhill until they reached a very small gap in the hedge. "This should be it," Harry stated, although this gap is even smaller than it was 50 years ago. They managed to walk down the narrow dirt track that was being overrun with weeds, getting past the potholes and such until the track opened up at the copse, and found their destination. It was a wooden shack, rotted almost to the core, and nearly hidden behind a tangle of trees. The walls were covered in moss and the rafters were completely visible, due to the many tiles that had fallen off over the years. There was a broken window at the front of the shack, and looking through it, various small animals could be seen nesting inside. "So this is where Slytherin's descendants ended up living," commented Sirius. "Yes," replied Harry as he approached the door, which had the skeleton of A.S. nailed to it. Not wanting to touch anything with his bare hands, he put on a pair of gloves and gripped the door handle. When he tried to open the door, it fell from the small cottage, causing a great cloud of dust to form around them. While Harry was coughing, the small animals that had been inside scurried out past the trio, some on foot and some by air, depending on the species. The inside of the building was disgusting. The floor was mostly covered in various animal droppings and every piece of furniture was rotted through. Due to the stench, Harry decided to use a bubblehead charm, and noted that his companions did the same. Not wanting to step in the mess, he began scourgifying a section of the floor so that the 3 of them could enter. Finally, when they were inside, Harry commented, "I wish Dumbledore had actually shown me his memory of finding the Horcrux, even if he hid his mistake of putting the ring on." "Yes," agreed Hermione, "it would have been helpful to know exactly where Voldemort hid the ring, but there's no point in crying about it." She pulled out her wand and performed a dark magic detection spell while the others did the same, scanning every surface in the house, scourgifying more of the floor as they slowly moved forward. After about 20 minutes, Sirius announced, "I think I've found it." Harry and Hermione made their way to his position and each of them performed the charm, with the same result of the wood glowing blood red. Stating the obvious, Harry declared, "It's under the floor." "Really?" questioned Hermione sarcastically. So what should we do? Asked Sirius with a grin. Blow a hole through the floor. No, shouted both Harry and Hermione. I know, I was just kidding. I know we've got to be careful. Just making sure, said Hermione as she began running a few spells over that area of the floor. It's some sort of trapdoor, but I can't find the edges or see how to open it. Harry sighed. Do you think it needs a drop of blood? Possibly, she replied after running another detection spell. I'll do it, announced Sirius as he pulled a pocket knife out of his pocket. I'm the adult. Mentally, we're both of age, argued Hermione. Then I'm still the oldest, he argued as he cut his thumb a bit and let himself bleed a few drops onto the appropriate section of the floor. While Padfoot was healing his small cut, the blood absorbed into the floor, disappearing before the edges of the trap door showed themselves, revealing that it was about 1 foot by 1 foot. The face of A.S. also appeared. Parseltongue, muttered Harry, shaking his head. Tommy sure is thorough. He took off his watch and set it on a clean part of the floor while Hermione argued, we're not sure of that, or if you'll have the right words recorded. While the trunk was expanding, Harry replied, I am sure that Parseltongue is required, and that memory orb is the best chance we have of success, although you are right that it's just as likely that we don't have the password. He took a deep breath as he opened his trunk and stepped inside. It's our only option. 5 minutes later, Harry's watch was back on his wrist and the thought sphere was next to the trapdoor. The trio was as far away as possible when Harry used his wand to activate the sphere to show his image hissing, open up, in S language. The edge of the trapdoor glowed red and it floated up about 2 inches before the image of the S hissed something that none of them understood. Harry shrugged his shoulders and had the sphere repeat the first phrase. The S image hissed again and a green beam of light shot from that through the orb, shattering it, and into the wall. Luckily, none of the companions was in the way of that spell. Obviously that hadn't been the right password. The trap door began sinking down again, and Harry knew they couldn't let that happen. He sent an infligo, aimed perfectly at the piece of wood, which was like punching it. This caused the trapdoor's cover to be knocked off that part of the floor and slide to the wall. The result was that the trapdoor was finally open. All 3 companions walked toward the hole in the floor and looked down to see a small, black velvet jewelry box in the center. The hole itself was only a few inches deep. Hermione performed another detection spell before floating the box up and into Harry's waiting hands. It should be safe, but be careful, she warned. Harry opened it with his gloved hands and saw the ring he had seen before in another life. The ring that had caused so much harm to Dumbledore. He looked carefully at the small black stone, as well as what Marvolo Gaunt had identified as the Peverell coat of arms. Something about that ring seemed to be drawing him. He reached for it, only wanting to. Harry, shouted Hermione a moment before she forcefully shut the ring box. He blinked and shook his head. What happened? You blanked out there for a second and then reached for the ring. It looked like you were going to. Put it on, finished Harry, shuddering at the thought. There's something about that ring that just seemed to call me. He took a deep breath. We'd better get this destroyed. Then we should head back to headquarters, suggested Sirius. There's no point in wasting the basilisk venom when we can burn it in my oven. Yeah, he agreed, and all 3 apparated back to number 12 Grimmauld Place, where the ring was melted down by fiendfire. They waited, standing around the oven, around 10 minutes before they finally heard the screams associated with a Horcrux being destroyed. That took a long time, commented Sirius as they waited a few extra minutes, just in case. When he finally put out the fiendfire and opened the oven, he commented, this is a bit odd. What's that, Sirius? Asked Hermione. Usually, all we have left are ashes. We know, agreed Harry. Well, with this, there are some ashes, but mostly slag. It's as though the stone melted down, but couldn't be actually destroyed. It could theoretically be remolded into a ring stone again. Wow, responded Hermione as she moved to take a look at it. I've never heard of a substance that could survive fiendfire before. We should keep it for later study. Harry shrugged his shoulders. If you want, Hermione. I'd just as soon put it in the rubbish bin. A few days later, Sirius Black walked into Gringotts. Although he couldn't see them, he knew that Harry and Hermione were under invisibility cloaks following him into the bank, so they were nearby if needed. However, this was his mission. He didn't look like himself at all. He'd obtained a hair sample of a random man in Diagon Alley and used it in Polyjuice potion that he'd drunk just before entering the bank. The man was about his height, so his robe still fit, but that was the only similarity he had with the balding, brown-eyed man with a scarred-up face and a crooked nose that had obviously been broken at least twice and not properly healed. He walked up to the counter and said, "I'd like to visit my vault." The goblin he'd spoken to looked bored as he asked, "Do you have your key, sir?" Sirius reached into his pocket and took one of the biggest risks of this mission. He pulled out the key to the Black Vault. When Harry and Hermione discussed the plan, they concluded that the goblins would be able to tell a fake key immediately and would probably execute the wizard who showed it to them without delay. Therefore, they had to use a real Gringotts key. Internally trembling but appearing calm on the outside, he handed the tiny golden key to the banker. He knew that at the same time, Harry would be pointing his wand and putting the teller under a confundus charm so that he wouldn't realize that a man gave him the key to a vault that was not his own. "Very well," replied the banker. "I will have someone take you down to the vault." Slakill. This goblin looked about the same as the others except that he had a distinctive scar below his eye. Sirius couldn't tell if it had come from a sword or a spell and realized that it would be foolish to ask the goblin about it. Once they were in the cart, Sirius pulled out his wand and pointed it to the goblin. "Imperio." Slakill's eyes went unfocused as Padfoot directed him to take them to the Lestrange vault. The route had to be changed, but the goblin had no trouble doing so. However, what Sirius didn't know was that changing a cart from the planned route automatically sounded an alarm upstairs. Harry and Hermione were just beginning to relax when a loud beep filled the room. Harry muttered an expletive, eliciting a Harry language from his girlfriend. They knew what to do in this situation and were prepared as both sent a spell to seal the entrance to the mines before the goblins reached those doors. They started moving away, but the goblins had figured out that someone invisible was in the lobby and were walking around, swinging their swords at the air. "Shall we?" asked Harry while pulling a vial out of his pocket. "No choice, really. Not if we want the ability to fight back without revealing ourselves." Both of them drank a dose of Polyjuice potion to transform into random inhabitants of Diagon Alley whose hair they'd nicked a sample of the day before. They quickly put the vials in their pockets so they wouldn't drop them, revealing their location while painfully changing form. Once the transformation was over, the couple pulled out their special wands. "Reveal yourselves, thieves," shouted the largest goblin in the room, who was swinging an axe around. All the wizards and witches who were in the lobby, which wasn't many since the trio had chosen a slow business time to do this robbery, were instructed to line up along one wall if they didn't wish to be decapitated. Knowing that the most important thing was to delay the goblins from interfering with Sirius, the couple kept slowly backing away, while staying ready to fight once it was necessary. The longer the goblins searched for the two of them, the more time Padfoot had to rob Bellatrix's vault. Sirius was looking like himself and drenched, but had the sense to fire a cushioning charm before roughly landing. He and the Slakill had just passed through the thief's downfall, a liquid that seemed like water, but undid all magical enchantments and disguises as a cart passes under it. It also causes the cart to crash and shatter, which is why Sirius and Slakill were on the ground. This was part of Gringotts' normal defenses when the alarm is sounded. Sirius didn't need the full explanation of this to see that his goblin companion was no longer under the Imperious curse, so he quickly cast it again while Slakill was running toward him. "Lead me to the Lestrange vault, quickly," Padfoot demanded of the enchanted goblin, who answered affirmatively by beginning to march. While the goblin was doing that, Sirius downed another dose of Polyjuice, a very special one just for this occasion. In the event that the goblins found out they'd been robbed, it was decided to frame Bellatrix for it. So, they used one of the many hairs that Harry had taken from the crazy jailbird before he'd killed her in Azkaban. Padfoot was very nervous as they walked past a dragon. The beast's scales had turned pale and flaky during its confinement underground, its eyes were milkily pink, both rear legs bore heavy cuffs from which chains led to enormous pegs driven deep into the rocky floor. "Get us past the dragon," Sirius commanded, which caused the captive goblin to pull out 2 knives from his pockets and begin clanging them together, which caused the dragon to back off in fear. Padfoot could only imagine the kind of abuse it would take to make a dragon afraid of that noise. "Open the Lestrange vault, quickly." Slakill pressed his palm to the door, causing it to melt away, revealing a cave-like opening crammed from floor to ceiling with golden coins and goblets, among many other assorted treasures. Sirius had obviously watched the pensive memory of Hufflepuff's cup, so he was hoping to find that as he looked around. Since they'd already found Ravenclaw's tiara, he knew that this Horcrux had to be that. He lit his wand as he searched until finally, he saw it. Grinning, he put his hand around the jeweled goblet, then he screamed in pain. His hand was burning, but he managed to hold his grip while pushing it into a bag he'd brought. The whole time, more replica goblets were forming around him, but since he hadn't dropped the cup, he didn't get confused. He forced his way out of the vault just in time to see the Imperious Curse had lifted from Slakill, and the goblin was running toward him with a dagger. "Stupefy!" Padfoot shouted in Bellatrix's voice, hitting the goblin in the and sending him to the ground. He didn't want to hurt Slakill for doing his job. He quickly obliviated the goblin so he wouldn't remember it was Sirius Black who'd robbed the vault. Realizing that he couldn't ride a cart back to the lobby since they knew the vault was being robbed, he came up with a mad plan that would make Harry proud. He sprinted toward the dragon, pointing his wand at its chains and shouting, "Relatio!" before jumping on its back. It only took the beast a few moments to realize it was unfettered. It roared and spread its wings as Sirius Bellatrix held on tightly. "Reducto!" Harry shouted while pulling off his cloak. He appeared to be a tall man with light brown hair as the blast hit the goblin's axe, shattering it in pieces. Hermione, who appeared as a straight black-haired woman, stupefied another goblin. As these weren't Death Eaters, and were actually doing their job of protecting Gringotts, the couple didn't want to kill them unless they had no choice. They were counting on the fact that goblins didn't have wands with which to cast spells like Enervate. Another goblin charged Hermione, swinging a sword. She moved away quickly, but the sword hit her wand, which fell out of her hand. She dived for it while another goblin shot an arrow at Harry, sticking it into his shoulder. "Ow!" he shouted while Hermione grabbed her wand and blasted a goblin across the lobby. She turned toward the one with a crossbow and with a reducto. It lost its head. At that moment, there was a loud crash as the strangest sight in Gringotts history occurred. A dragon had just busted into the lobby from below with Bellatrix Lestrange wearing a mad grin riding it with her wand pointed at the walls of the bank, blasting a larger exit from the bank. Harry pulled the arrow out of his shoulder before his world turned dark and he passed out. Sirius Bellatrix saw that and summoned him, recognizing the disguise, onto the dragon while Hermione ran toward them. Once Harry was secure, Sirius summoned Hermione up onto the flying dragon's back before they were too far away. Soon, they were far above Diagon Alley and headed who knows where. Hermione immediately got to work on Harry, easily closing the wound from the arrow. Since the wound closed with no problems and no scar, she deduced that it wasn't a cursed wound, but that he'd been poisoned. Knowing the goblins, it was likely to be fatal, so she immediately pulled a bezoar from her purse and stuffed it into her pale boyfriend's mouth, then forced him to swallow. A bit of color returned to his face, and within a minute, his eyes opened, although his face was full of sweat. He gasped for air before asking, "Did we do it?" Hermione looked to Sirius, who replied, "Yes. I've got Hufflepuff's cup," without turning around. "Are you all right, Harry?" "I think so," he sighed. "I'm just glad it wasn't a worse poison," commented Hermione. "Harry, you've got to pay more attention. I'll remember that next time we rob Gringotts. I think this dragon's going to land soon, and when it does, we'll be its first meal," interrupted Sirius. "How did you?" asked Harry. "I'll explain later, but now we'll have to get ready to jump. It's flying over water and it should be low enough." They got ready to do just that and soon jumped, landing in a river hard, plunging like stones into the water. Harry was weakened, but managed to kick toward the surface while his companions did the same. Once they were all on land, they apparated, although Hermione sighed along Harry since he was still weak. Azkaban escapee Bellatrix Lestrange visits her Gringotts vault, leaving on a dragon. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday, Bellatrix Lestrange, no doubt using Polyjuice Potion, snuck into Gringotts to visit her vault, with 2 accomplices who were under an invisibility cloak, at first. Lestrange imperioused a goblin to take her to her vault and obliviated him so he wouldn't remember what she'd taken. During that time, she reverted to her natural form. Then, she rode out on a stolen dragon, picking up her 2 accomplices, who'd managed to murder 2 goblins in the lobby. Gringotts goblins insisted that no vault had been robbed, citing that Mrs. Lestrange merely made a withdrawal from her own vault. However, the Goblin Nation does charge her with stealing a dragon, which was guarding the vault, and the deaths of the 2 goblin clerks. They also commented that they'd realized a security risk and would be making sure that their dragons are no longer capable of flight. An evil laughter filled the room as someone read the account of the bank robbery and looked at the picture of Bellatrix Lestrange on a dragon. On the desk was a large book on alchemy and the legend of the Philosopher's Stone, while next it was the stone itself. In a corner was a dead man lying in the center of a pentagram. He'd recently been used in a ritual which enhanced his captor's magical core. Well, Bellatrix. You have been busy. I do hope to meet up with you soon, so that you can serve me. It was early on the morning of the 23rd of July that Harry unlocked the door to his bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive for hopefully the last time. He was wearing his watch, which carried every possession he owned aside from the clothes he was wearing, and his wands, which were with him at all times. He closed the door behind him and took a deep breath. He then marched down the steps to officially leave the house for the first time that summer. He had just reached the first floor when he heard his aunt gasp. "I take it you're leaving for the year, boy." He turned to face his mother's sister and noticed that the house wasn't quite as spotless as he'd always kept it. Obviously, the horse-faced woman was having a hard time keeping up with Dudley's messes. "Yes, Aunt Petunia. Hopefully, I won't have to return next year, but if I do." "Fine," she snapped. "If you can't con someone into taking you the whole summer next year, then you'll get the same deal. I will not feed you nor tolerate your presence at all. Now, off with you." "Bye," he said before walking out the door. He took a look at the garden that his aunt had clearly not been taking proper care of and walked off. Once he was a few blocks away, he put on a hooded robe to obscure his face and summoned the night bus. He began to wonder if it would be better to use Polyjuice to morph into random muggles whenever he was going anywhere out in public after he got Stan Shunpike to stop asking him questions. It was only 2 minutes after he sat down that the bus stopped at the Granger residence. He exited the bus, walked up to the familiar door and knocked. "Harry!" shouted Hermione as soon as she opened the door. She engulfed him in a hug that he readily returned. "He visited just yesterday," commented Mr. Granger. "There's no need for that much excitement." "Adam," scolded his wife while the young couple broke apart. "This time is different. He's now staying here and won't have to see those horrid relatives of his for a year." To prove her point, Mrs. Granger also gave Harry a brief hug. "Sorry, Marissa," Adam replied before shaking Harry's hand. "Harry, welcome to our home. Thanks for letting me stay here." "You know where your room is," said Adam, "and since you don't need help carrying your luggage," he indicated the wonderful watch Harry was wearing, "I suggest you get unpacked while Marissa and I go to work." "Yes, sir," he replied and walked up the stairs with Hermione. "Did you have to see the Dursleys on your way out?" she asked. "Just Aunt Petunia. The others were still asleep." "Oh, I noticed the house wasn't sparkling like she's always liked." Hermione half smiled. "She's probably learning how hard it is to keep a house clean without you doing all the work." "Yeah, especially with Dudley around to mess everything up. If I had a Canute for every time I'd mopped a floor and Dud would purposely track mud in, he trailed off." "But those days are over now," she replied while putting her hands on his shoulders and looking him in the eyes. They heard the Grangers' car start up outside. "I know," he responded, before leaning forward and sing her. The next week was quite enjoyable. Even though he'd been able to visit using his vanishing cabinet, it wasn't the same as actually staying at the Grangers' house. He and Hermione would exercise outside every day and practice magic inside his trunk. On the day before Harry's birthday, he and Hermione took a trip on the night bus to the mansion belonging to a certain ancient, noble pureblood family, and walked up to the door. Harry knocked. Pop. A small house elf wearing a clean, burgundy-colored tea cozy appeared in front of the couple. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor," she greeted in a squeaky voice before bowing to them. "May Missy be asking who you two is be?" The elf's eyes bulged out when she noticed the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. "You is being Harry Potter, sir," she said excitedly. "Yes, and this is my friend, Hermione Granger. We're here to see Neville. Make yourselves comfortable," she instructed before snapping her fingers, causing the door to open. "I is getting Master Neville Longbottom," she replied before disappearing with a small pop. "I guess we'll show ourselves in," commented Harry before walking in with Hermione. Once the two of them were inside, the door closed itself. They looked around the large room they found themselves in. It was full of obviously expensive artwork and made Harry feel like he was in a museum rather than a home. His eyes finally rested on a plush sofa and he went there to sit down, making sure not to touch anything else on his way there. Hermione joined him just as Neville arrived in the room. "Hi, Harry, Hermione," he called out. "Happy birthday, Neville," they greeted together. "Thanks, guys," he replied while blushing. Over the summer, he'd sent letters to both Harry and Hermione. She had received hers while Dobby intercepted the ones aimed at the boy who lived. Hermione had written that Harry wasn't receiving his letters for some reason, but that she frequently saw Harry, so Neville started sending both Hermione and Harry's letters to her, while Harry responded through Hermione. They obviously didn't admit they knew who was intercepting Harry's letters. The boy who lived was reaching into his pocket for his gift when Augusta Longbottom entered the room. She was wearing fancy dark green dress robes and had her gray hair in a bun. Fortunately, she was not wearing her famous vulture hat. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," she said formally. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor." Harry couldn't help notice her eyes briefly flick up to his famous scar. "It's good to meet you, Mrs. Longbottom," replied Harry politely. Hermione expressed a similar sentiment. Fortunately, she didn't say anything about his fame. Instead, she commented, "It was quite considerate of you to visit Neville on his birthday. He's never had any friends over BEF. Gran." "Hush, Neville," she responded while giving her grandson a stern look that clearly said, "Shut up." She turned back to Harry. "I understand that your birthday is tomorrow." "Yes, ma'am," he replied, "but today is Neville's birthday." He then held out a small package to Neville while Hermione did the same. Neville's eyes lit up. "Thanks, guys, you didn't have to. We wanted to," interrupted Hermione. He quickly tore open the presents to find Harry had given him seeds for a rare magical plant and Hermione had given him a book on caring for it. The young couple then gave an impromptu rendition of "Happy Birthday to You," while Augusta looked on with a frown, but Harry could see a smile in the older woman's eyes. Neville gave them a brief tour of a greenhouse that was in the backyard, and then they were invited to stay for lunch, where a cake was served as well. Harry and Hermione went back to her house a little after 1 p.m., satisfied that they had made Neville's birthday much happier than it had been in the original time. The next day, Harry and Hermione both were on the lookout for a house elf, figuring that Dobby would have followed Harry to the Granger residence once he'd publicly left the Dursleys. It was about 11 a.m. when Harry finally spotted the elf hiding behind a bush in the backyard while Hermione was inside reading. He wasn't sure how wise it was, but Harry decided to take the direct approach. Looking straight at the little ear that was sticking out from the bush, Harry called out, "Dobby, come on out. I know you're there." An astonished house elf slowly poked his head out from the bush. How is Harry Potter knowing Dobby?" "That's not important. Have a seat." He indicated a lawn chair near the pool, and Dobby immediately started crying. "Sit down." Harry grinned. "Of course. Come on." Dobby complied and Harry continued speaking. "I know you've been intercepting my mail. I also know your master, Lucius Malfoy, is planning to slip Voldemort's," Dobby flinched at the name, "diary to Ginny Weasley so that she'll be possessed and forced to open the Chamber of Secrets." Dobby's eye grew even bigger. Dobby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, but how is Harry Potter so wise? "That doesn't matter. What does matter is that I've already killed the basilisk in that chamber, and will retrieve Tom Riddle's diary before it can cause any harm." He paused dramatically while the elf was staring at him in awe. Which means there'll be no danger at Hogwarts, so no reason for me not to attend. Harry Potter is slaying the basilisk? He questioned. Yes. It was simple with a rooster, although I did have some help. Harry Potter is modest and humble, the elf replied solemnly, but he is being a great wizard. I need you to promise not to tell anyone about this conversation, Dobby, he said sternly. If you even accidentally alert your master, he might change his plans, and then I could be in danger, the whole school could be in danger. Of course, Sir Harry Potter, Dobby is keeping Harry Potter's secrets even if Dobby is having to iron his hands, the elf vowed before popping away. Harry vowed to himself to try and free Dobby, although he wasn't sure how to do it. He immediately went inside to tell his girlfriend how the visit went. The Grangers threw Harry a small birthday party that night, which he declared his best birthday ever. The adult Grangers gave Harry a Spider-Man novel while Hermione gave him a set of the Chronicles of Narnia. The Grangers, the Longbottoms and Harry did the necessary Hogwarts shopping together, on a day Lockhart would not be signing autographs at Flourish and Blots, because Harry most definitely did not want to be photographed with the fraud on the front page of the Daily Prophet. However, Harry and Hermione, along with Sirius Black, did make sure they were in the area on that day. Disillusioned, the three of them were waiting in Knockturn Alley on the 19th of August. Harry grinned when he saw Lucius and Draco enter the dreaded alley and boldly strut toward Borgin and Burke's. They had discussed whether or not they should wait until after the blonde purebloods had conducted their business or not, and decided there was no reason to delay. Sirius Black knew that no one in this part of town got involved in other people's business such as murder in the street, so the plan was a simple one. Padfoot had asked to be allowed to be the one to kill the man who'd imperioused his cousin Narcissa into marrying him and made her life a nightmare. While it was tempting to kill Draco as well, Harry and Hermione decided to keep with the vow they'd made to each other before they'd begun meddling with time that they wouldn't execute the kids who hadn't done anything worthy of death yet. While the morality of what they'd been doing was questionable, they did have a line they wouldn't cross. They would not kill someone just for being an annoying git. With that in mind, the invisible group got behind the Malfoy males in broad daylight and cast their silent spells. Harry stunned Draco while Sirius used a severing charm on his victim's throat. Hermione summoned the diary, which ripped its way through Lucius' fancy robes. Just before apparating away, Harry silently awakened Draco so that none of the hags would find him unconscious. He still shuddered when he thought of the collection of fingers he'd seen with one on this very day in another lifetime. Harry left before he could see Draco's reaction to his father's death. A few minutes later, in Flourish and Blots, an owl flew in carrying an envelope to the Daily Prophet reporter who was working the Lockhart story. He accepted the package and read the first letter, and noticed 7 other parchments. The letter simply said, "To whom it may concern, Gilderoy Lockhart, who recently accepted the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, has forced every single one of his future students to purchase all of his books, by putting all of them on the book list for every year. Enclosed is a copy of every year's book list to prove this. Sincerely, someone who hates to see children being taken advantage of." After glancing through the book lists and asking a few random students and parents from the crowd to confirm this information, the reporter publicly asked Gilderoy about it, which caused several parents to get upset while Lockhart began to sweat. His face was pale and he was not smiling when he announced that he'd decided to change it to only 1 book per year, and specified which one it would be for each level at Hogwarts. When it came time for the photograph, 2 invisible strangers interfered with that as well. Harry did the Levicorpus Hex while Hermione removed Lockhart's trousers in front of everyone while the picture was being taken. All of this was put in the newspaper article, along with the offer of that bookstore to give refunds to any student that had already purchased all of his books. However, that was not the story that made the front page. Prominent citizen Lucius Malfoy murdered in Knockturn Alley. By Anna Jessie. Yesterday, Lucius Malfoy, a personal friend of Minister Cornelius Fudge, decided that it would be a good idea to take his son Draco on a stroll through Knockturn Alley. This proved to be a fatal mistake because as soon as they were out of sight the pair was attacked from behind. The boy was stunned, but the man who had made many financial contributions to charitable causes such as St. Mungo's Hospital was murdered with a severing charm to his throat. The boy was revived in time to hear a small pop signaling apparition. It appears that something was summoned from Mr. Malfoy's pockets, but neither his son nor his widow, Narcissa Malfoy, formerly Black, sister of escaped criminal Bellatrix Lestrange, knows what, or has told this reporter anyway. Minister Fudge has stated that this is a tragic example of why people should avoid Knockturn Alley at all costs. He further stated that, Lucius was no doubt on a misguided charitable mission to give money to the underprivileged people that live in that area. As noble as his purpose was, he should have left the distribution of his donations in the hands of properly trained ministry personnel. We can only be grateful that the cowardly murderers had enough of a sense of honor not to kill the boy as well. Mr. Malfoy's death is a great loss to us all. There has been some speculation that this was also the work of Bellatrix Lestrange, who did kill 3 family members when she escaped Azkaban earlier this year, but there is no proof of that. Once that mission was completed and the diary destroyed, Sirius had another appointment to keep, and wasn't too excited about it. "But you've got to do it, Sirius," argued Harry. "But what if I get killed? What if I—" "You agreed to do it, and know that it's necessary," interrupted Hermione. "But you agreed that it would be much better if you did not have a magical disguise that could be detected and removed with a simple finite," argued Harry. "But a Muggle surgery, the plastic surgery will give you a new life," insisted Hermione. "What if he turns my face into plastic?" he asked with an expression of fear. Harry burst out laughing while Hermione was doing her best not to. "Just go. You'll be glad you did it once it's over. He said it'll take weeks for my face to heal. That's if we weren't using magic to heal it faster," explained Hermione. "By this time tomorrow you'll be completely recovered with a new face." "Fine," he huffed. As much as he hated the idea of the surgery, he was eager to start his new life as Muggle-born Terry Cochran, and knew this was a necessary evil. Besides, he thought that the face he'd chosen was even better looking than his own, and looked forward to charming the witches he'd meet in his new life. Sirius apparated to near the hospital where they'd arranged to have the surgery done under a false name, and was joined a few moments later by an invisible couple. Their job was to watch over the procedure until it was finished, obliviate everyone involved of the particulars of that case, heal Sirius and apparate out together. Everything happened without any problems, but Harry soon turned away from the operating table, wishing he'd gone to the waiting room with his latest comic book instead of watching the disgusting, bloody procedure. Hermione made sure to change the hospital's computer records before they left. Over the rest of August, Harry, Hermione and Sirius noticed a few disappearances reported in the Daily Prophet that were attributed to Bellatrix Lestrange, but not too many. They figured that they were unsolved crimes in the previous timeline, but now had a scapegoat. After all, the Ministry of Magic was founded on the principle that no crime shall ever be truly instigated. The only Death Eaters that were sent to Azkaban either confessed or were ratted out by someone else who confessed. In the case of Sirius Black, the Aurors who arrived at the scene of the crime merely asked a few Muggles what they saw and obliviated them, then arrested the wizard at the scene. If Padfoot had left the scene of the crime, he'd probably never have been charged with it. Since no one came forward and confessed to these new crimes, they simply blamed the first person they could think of, who happened to be Bellatrix Lestrange. During the last week of August, a man with black hair and gray eyes who appeared to be in his 30s strolled into Gringotts carrying an elegant briefcase and wearing a Muggle Armani suit with a dark cloak DD around it. The man once known as Sirius Black no longer had the aristocratic, somewhat haughty good looks he'd had before his imprisonment. Now his face had a more easygoing appearance and was a bit rounder. His nose was also rounder, along with many other distinct changes that made it impossible to believe he was a member of the ancient and noble House of Black. Because of how different his face was, Sirius had decided to keep his hair and eye color the same, although he had a different, shorter haircut than usual, at least for now. He thought he might change that in a year or two after people got used to seeing him. He was also clean-shaven, something Sirius Black was not known to be. He walked up to the counter. "May I help you?" asked the goblin. "Yes," answered Padfoot. "My name is Terry Cochran and I'd like to open An account here. Business or personal? Business. I've just purchased premises and will be opening a shop here in Diagon Alley. Very well. Do you have your deposit with you? With a grin, Padfoot put his briefcase on the counter, changed a number on what appeared to be the combination lock and opened it, revealing that there was more room on the inside than outside, and it was filled with galleons. In truth, the combination lock was actually the setting for which compartment it opened to. The actual security of the briefcase was magically set so that only he could open it. Will this be enough? The goblin suddenly seemed very eager to please, and soon he found himself with a new vault. Instead of the more secure blood identification, he used his wand as the way to prove his identity in the future, for obvious reasons. He couldn't risk them identifying his blood belonging to Sirius Black, and no one had a record of his wand before then, and since he claimed he was from another country, they wouldn't think anything of the fact that Ollivander hadn't made his wand. Inspired by Harry's tale of the Weasley twins, Sirius had decided that Terry Cochran's career would be owning and operating a joke shop. Over the past few weeks, he'd acquired premises and made a ton of things similar to what he and his friends had created mayhem with at Hogwarts. His grand opening was the next day, and he'd arranged for all the advertising he could. He'd have loved to call it the Marauder's Den, but knew that it would be too obvious and he'd get caught. Therefore, he decided to call it the Troublemaker's Paradise. He figured that in a few years he could offer those Weasley twins a partnership if he was successful. Due to the time turner, at the exact same time that Harry and Hermione were having breakfast with her parents and Terry Cochran was having the grand opening of his new joke shop, where incidentally, the Weasley twins did show up and make a few purchases, the three of them were in Albania. Since they'd destroyed Riddle's diary, they'd spent time in some part of that country every day trying to locate Voldemort. They were relieved to find that, according to rumor, something was still in the forest terrorizing animals and whatever people were foolish enough to enter it. Since the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, they'd feared that Riddle had left Albania. They'd narrowed the area to a 20-kilometer radius and from the outer edge took readings for dark magic, which led them toward the center. Instead of treading inside the forest, they were disillusioned and riding on broomsticks just above the tree line. "It seems strongest right below us," said Hermione after a few hours of carefully flying around and taking readings. After taking a deep breath, Harry instructed, "Get ready for anything. Let's go." He quickly flew down and saw a large S wrapped around a lion and just sinking its teeth into the king of the jungle's throat. The reptile's eyes were glowing red. Harry aimed his wand at the S's head while the lion died. "Sectum Sempra," he whispered, shooting the dark cutting curse at the possessed serpent. As the head was separating from its body, Harry heard terrible hissing and wondered what he'd have heard if he were still a Parselmouth and could understand it. A greenish smoke started to leave the S, but it suddenly screamed something unintelligible and vanished. As Harry released a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, a female voice from next to him commented, "He must have been trying to leave that body for another before he realized he no longer had Horcruxes anchoring him to this world." "I guess," he agreed before smiling widely. "It's really over. Voldemort's really dead." With a broad grin, Sirius added, "You did it, pup. You fulfilled your prophecy." All three of them were ecstatic as they portkeyed back to where they belonged, glad that Albania didn't bother monitoring magical travel. Voldemort was completely dead. That night, a man whose throat was dry from making empty promises and whose hands were tired from taking bribes arrived at his mansion. His wife was away for a few days visiting some of her relatives, so he expected the house to be empty. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't. Stepping out of the shadows, a figure emerged, pointing a wand at the Minister of Magic. "Hello, Cornelius." Fudge's eyes bulged out. You may call me." With a trembling, sweaty hand, the minister reached for his wand, which was silently summoned to the other side of the room. The shadow of pain. No. Avada Kedavra. The green beam of light hit Fudge right between the eyes. He fell to the floor with a look of terror in his eyes. Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge was scheduled to have a meeting with Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, early this morning, but did not show up. Madam Bones immediately contacted the Aurors guarding his home. They went inside to find that he had been a victim of the killing curse. Thus far, it is unknown how someone slipped past the guards, but one thing is clear. Minister Fudge was murdered sometime last night. He was still dressed for work when he was found, so it is likely that the killer had been hiding in the house when Fudge arrived. Although no direct evidence has been found linking her to this death, Bellatrix Lestrange is the prime suspect of this, the latest in a series of killings since her escape from Azkaban earlier this year. The Wizengamot has appointed Amelia Bones as minister, and her position of DMLE director has been given to former head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the most senior Auror, has been appointed head Auror. Harry and Hermione gaped at the special edition of the Daily Prophet that had arrived at the Granger residence during dinner. Since Hermione's parents were at the table, the time travelers, who were sitting next to each other sharing the paper, couldn't freely discuss the implications of this. It was the day after Harry had killed Voldemort, and they thought their task was done. "What's wrong? You two look like you've seen a ghost," asked Marissa. "The Minister of Magic was killed," answered Hermione, knowing it was perfectly fine to give that information. "What?" replied both adult Grangers. Harry explained, "It's as if the Prime Minister was killed." "Oh my," replied Marissa. "That is shocking." "Yeah," agreed Adam. After Hermione's parents had read the article, Marissa asked, "What do you know about this Amelia Bones?" "She's a fair person who will actually try to get all the facts before making a decision," responded Harry quickly, before remembering that he officially hadn't met her. "Her niece, Susan, is one of our classmates," added Hermione. "She's always spoken highly of her. She should be a lot better than Fudge, anyway," commented Harry. "Better? In what way?" asked Adam. Looking distinctly uncomfortable, Harry said, "Well, based off of his associations, it's quite easy to tell that Fudge was corrupt. He was close friends with the murderers who used to serve Voldemort before he was vanquished, Death Eaters. They'd immediately claim they'd been bewitched to stay out of jail, and have steadily worked with the government to push Voldemort's agenda forward ever since. At least until this year," added Hermione. "What do you mean?" asked her mother. "Well, it seems that every one of them has died in the past year." "What?" asked both parents at once. "Most of them seem to be accidents," explained Hermione. "Although the worst one, who was Fudge's best friend and Draco Malfoy's father," said Harry. "We've told you about Draco?" asked Hermione, to which they both nodded. "His father was robbed and killed a few weeks ago in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Wizarding Britain, Knockturn Alley." With a look of concern, Adam stated, "It sounds like there's a vigilante loose." He took a deep breath. "Not that I approve of that, but if what you said is true, those people deserved it. As far as we can tell from the public records, the only Death Eater not in prison who's still alive is Snape." Both parents looked shocked. "That horrible teacher who got sacked was one of them." Harry nodded. "Yeah, Dumbledore personally vouched for him to get him out of jail, and then let him torment students for years, claiming he trusted him no matter how many complaints were made." "It sounds like the wizarding world is more dangerous than we'd thought," commented Marissa, looking worried. "Actually," argued Harry, "it's probably a lot safer now. Those now dead people were the ones most likely to want to kill Harry for revenge," added Hermione. The Granger parents had naturally heard the story of the boy who lived and understood. "So this vigilante has actually made the world safer for people like you?" clarified Adam. "I think so," answered Harry. "And I also feel safer with Amelia Bones as minister." Harry and Hermione both knew something was wrong, but after reasoning that out, even if they couldn't speak freely, they did realize that whoever killed Fudge did actually perform a great service to the wizarding world, whether deliberately or not. They'd still need to talk in detail about the implications of what had happened, though. "Well, what do you think?" Harry asked Hermione as soon as they were alone inside his apartment trunk. They'd told her parents that they were going to be practicing Transfiguration. "Well," she replied while beginning to pace, "obviously something we've done has changed the timeline drastically. I wonder if we've inspired another vigilante." "I don't think so," argued Hermione. "Fudge may have been incompetent and corrupt, but he was not a Death Eater, so he wouldn't have been killed along with them, especially since they're no longer influencing him." Harry grimaced. He may have even become a halfway decent minister without Lucius whispering in his ear while dropping galleons in his pockets. Whoever did this, I think, is responsible for the Flamels' deaths, and probably the other disappearances as well. Harry sat down, looking horrified. It's our fault. We were so obsessed with stopping Voldemort, that we didn't think that we'd cause another murderer to come out of nowhere. We know he's not a Death Eater, unless it's Snape. Unlikely, replied Hermione, but not impossible. She took a deep breath. Here we go again, talking like the only bad people in the whole world have to be connected to Riddle in some way. She looked her boyfriend in the eyes. Voldemort did not invent evil. We've eliminated him, only to find some other killer to take his place, conceded Harry as he put his head in his hands. Why can't anything ever just go right? You do know that we'll have to somehow stop this person, don't you? Asked Hermione. We are responsible. Harry took a deep breath as he nodded. I know, he mumbled. Just when I thought we would be able to relax and live happily ever after. The next day had an article in the Daily Prophet where Dumbledore was interviewed and said that he believed that all the recent disappearances and deaths were the work of Bellatrix Lestrange and were part of an effort to bring back you-know-who. Obviously the reporter replaced the name Voldemort, commented Harry with a grin. They're still afraid of that corpse. Well, replied Hermione, they don't know that he's been completely eliminated. But they also don't know that he survived Godric's Hollow, countered Harry. It seems that Dumbledore is truly convinced that Voldemort will return soon, stated Hermione. Shouldn't he be trying to train you to fight him? Harry laughed. Don't you remember what Dumbledore's ghost told us? Said Harry as he recounted their conversation with Albus in the in-between place after they'd died. He expected me to let Riddle Avada Kedavra me. That was his plan. That was so preposterous. I mean, even if you purposely dropped your guard, there are a million other curses he could use on you beside the killing curse. Ones that would be painful, so he could. She closed her mouth, not bearing to say what she was thinking. Enjoy watching me die a slow, agonizing death. Yep. Since he had problems with that curse 10 years ago, I'd say he'd be less likely to try it again. Sectum Sempra would work just as well for him, and that wouldn't have eliminated the Horcrux. And he'd have enjoyed watching me bleed to death while letting his followers use the Cruciatus on me. Yeah. The summer ended quickly after that, with Harry and Hermione continuing to train so that they'd be able to fight the new rising evil once they had a clue where to find him. Harry had decided that no matter what, he wasn't going to return to the Dursleys. Whatever dubious protection was there, it was made to only protect him from Voldemort and Death Eaters, not every wizard in the world. Also, with all the Death Eaters taken care of, there were much fewer people who would try to kill him around. Harry had Sirius as Terry Cochrane send a letter to Narcissa Malfoy offering to purchase Dobby to help him with his joke shop. She had been reluctant to sell a house elf to a Muggle-born, but had needed the money with Lucius no longer robbing Muggles to provide for his family's luxurious needs. Harry and Hermione weren't sure whether Narcissa was actually a Death Eater or not, and didn't consider her a threat. Besides, Harry didn't really want to make Draco an orphan. For those reasons, they'd let her live, but would be watching her. In the end, Terry and Narcissa came to a deal, so Dobby was working at the Troublemaker's Paradise. They hadn't yet decided whether or not to let Dobby know his new master's true identity, but the main point was that the elf was no longer being abused. His first order had been to never punish himself. Stay safe, Hermione, instructed Marissa Granger as she hugged her daughter goodbye. I love you. The Grangers and Harry had just arrived on platform 9 3/4 about 20 minutes before the train was scheduled to leave. Harry had breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the barrier hadn't been sealed, even though he knew Dobby had no reason to prevent him from attending Hogwarts. I will, replied Hermione. I love you, too. Take care, Harry, said Adam Granger, while shaking the boy who lived's hand. And try to keep an eye on my daughter. With a grin, Harry answered, as much as she'll let me. In a low voice, Adam added, don't forget your appointments to have your braces adjusted. We won't. After Marissa had hugged Harry while Adam hugged Hermione, the two kids boarded the train. It only took a few minutes to find a compartment with only one occupant, Neville Longbottom. Hey, Nev, greeted Harry as the young couple sat down. Hi guys. After a moment, Neville looked slightly confused. Where are your trunks? Oh, answered Harry with a grin. "They're in my watch. It's actually a shrunken trunk and has plenty of room to store another one in it." He didn't want to tell Neville everything about his trunk, but didn't see any harm in this information. "You had that watch all last year," he replied suspiciously. Well, that's because Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley last year and had me get a regular trunk. I went back and bought this. I wasn't sure if I'd get in trouble for doing that or not, so I kept it secret last year." "Oh, how was your summer, Neville?" asked Hermione, changing the subject. Before he could answer, the compartment door was opened and all three occupants turned their attention to face a little girl who had red hair and a trunk almost bigger than she was. Neither Harry nor Hermione would ever mistake that girl for someone else. Harry blinked for a moment at the memory that this girl, along with Luna, Parvati and Cho, had been killed by the Death Eaters simply for having dated him briefly. Hello," said the slightly shy girl. "Can I sit here? My family got here a bit late, so everywhere else seems full." "Sure, come on in. I'm Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley." "Thanks, Weasley," asked Harry, pretending to not already know her. "Are you related to—" "I have 4 brothers on this train," she interrupted. "And none of them wants to sit with their little sister." "Gits," muttered Harry as he and Neville got up and put her trunk on the luggage rack. "Thanks. I didn't catch your names." She indicated the boy who lived and the girl he loved. "I'm Hermione Granger and this is Harry Potter." "Eep!" exclaimed Ginny as her eyes bulged out. Harry could see them look up toward his famous scar before her complexion paled. He couldn't help but grinning as the girl quickly sat down stiffly. It took all his efforts to stop himself from laughing. He sat down next to Hermione and deliberately put his left arm around her. She smiled in appreciation. This was the most public display of affection they'd ever done. In the future, they hadn't been in the public and now they were waiting until 3rd year to date, and she knew it was to make things clear to Ginny. Harry grinned at the redhead. "If you'd like to join the Boy Who Lived fan club, I'm sure you can find a member in another compartment that'll sell you a headband with a lightning bolt on it. If you'd like to be friends, then my name is Harry, just Harry." He reached out his hand in front of her and she shyly took it, shaking his hand. "Sorry," Ginny said. It's all right. A lot of people have that sort of reaction to meeting me, but the fact is that no one knows what happened that night, and I just want to be a normal kid." "Despite being the youngest Seeker in a century?" asked Ginny with a slight blush. "Yes," agreed Harry with a shrug. "Despite that." Hermione giggled slightly at that. With a grin, Harry tightened his half-hug for a moment and turned his head to face her. "Are you laughing at me?" "Of course not. I'm laughing with you." "I guess I must not have realized I was laughing," he replied playfully, while gazing into his girlfriend's eyes. "You were," she replied with a smirk. "Oh," he replied softly. "I guess I must have been." Although it was easy for the couple to get lost in each other's gaze, they didn't completely allow that to happen in this instance. Part of it was an act to completely dispel any romantic intentions Ginny may have regarding the Boy Who Lived. Out of the corner of Harry's eye, he saw Ginny's face get slightly downcast at the obvious affection between Harry and Hermione. He was surprised, though pleased, when Neville softly commented, "You'll have to get used to those two. They seem to disappear into their own little world like that all the time. You'd almost think they were married." Are they dating?" whispered the redhead. "They claim not," replied Neville, "but I think they either are or soon will be. They've been inseparable since they met a year ago." "I see," replied a slightly downcast Ginny. Hermione thought Ginny had seen enough, so she turned from Harry, still keeping his arm around her shoulders, and asked, "What house do you think you'll be sorted into?" After Ginny firmly answered, "Gryffindor," the conversation went back to normal. After being informed that every Weasley in living memory had been in the Lion House, Harry noticed someone familiar with blonde hair approaching their compartment door. Walking with confidence, head in the air, apparently without a care in the world, this person knocked on the door. Harry couldn't help but notice that flanked on either side of this individual were radish earrings. Harry smiled and sent a spell at the door, which immediately opened. A first-year Luna Lovegood, dressed in a pants with one leg yellow, one leg pink, and the rest orange, Hawaiian shirt and butterbeer cap necklace, one red boot and one purple shoe, pulled a trunk on wheels behind her. The piece of luggage seemed completely covered in stickers that seemed to depict different forests she'd been in, with drawings of magical creatures moving all over, switching from sticker to sticker. Harry was willing to bet that at least one of them was supposed to be a Crumplehorn Snarkack. As usual, her wand was behind her ear. "Hello," she greeted calmly without preamble. "My name is Luna Lovegood. Could I sit here? I suspect most people believe I'm infested with Nargles since they don't want me to sit with them." As usual, Harry was taken aback by how easily the girl talked about others not wanting to be near her. "You can sit here, Luna." "Thank you, Harry Potter," she replied dreamily. He hadn't even seen her notice his scar. After introductions were made, and Luna revealed she already did know Ginny, she sat next to the redhead and across from Harry and Hermione. She seemed to study the couple for a few seconds before pulling a quibbler out of her pocket and beginning to read. They continued like that in the compartment for the entire trip. When the snack trolley showed up, they each got something. Harry thought it was odd that Draco didn't grace them with his presence, but then again, he'd just lost his father a few weeks before, so he might not be in the mood. When it was about time, the boys left the compartment to allow the girls to change, and then vice versa. After the train stopped, Neville and Ginny left the compartment first. As Hermione was leaving the room, Luna's eyes got even more expressionless than usual. In an eerily unearthly voice, she began to speak. "A shadow of pain is rising. The boy twice born who has vanquished the Dark Lord will now face this new evil. Crueler than the Dark Lord and twice as foul, the light created this shadow. It has the power to cover the world in darkness, extinguishing the light, yet his Lady of Light stands with him. Together, the lovers twice born, the meddlers with time, must shine through the dark shadow or fate will destroy the world. A shadow of pain is rising." Harry and Hermione stared at Luna Lovegood in shock. Neither of them had known she was a seer, but then again, neither had asked her. Hermione glanced toward the hallway, glad to see Neville and Ginny were too far away to hear, while Luna's eyes went to their normal vacant expression. She blinked and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Did a Raxpert enter my mind again?" That must be it, Luna," answered Harry. "We'd better get moving or the train will take off with us still aboard." "Oh, I don't think they'd do that, unless someone was hiding under an invisibility cloak or something." Harry blinked as he instantly recalled Malfoy hiding him under his cloak just before 6th year began. "I'd still like to get there." "You're right. There will probably be pudding." They quickly dismounted and caught up with Neville and Ginny. The two younger girls went off with Hagrid when he called, "First years," while the remaining trio headed toward the Thestral-drawn carriages. They hardly paid any attention to the conversation they had with Neville as they longed for privacy to discuss this new prophecy. Harry even considered using the time turner, but he couldn't do that without letting Neville see it. Besides, he and Hermione had agreed that they wanted to stop using it for every little thing. Their discussion could wait. Besides, Harry was hungry. About an hour later, the students in the Great Hall were just finishing their desserts. The sorting had occurred with Ginny making Gryffindor and Luna making Ravenclaw. Harry and Hermione had hoped Luna would be a Gryffindor this time around, but obviously hadn't had enough time to influence her enough to request it. They still vowed to try to help Luna in any way they could because they knew the Lovegood girl had a rough time there. "Look over there." Hermione's command brought Harry out of his thoughts. He moved his gaze to where his girlfriend was pointing and grinned as he saw none other than Cedric Diggory, talking to a first-year Hufflepuff, walking him to the prefect, who was preparing to show them the way to their common room. "It's good to see him alive," he whispered to Hermione. "I hardly got a glimpse of him last year." After walking with Neville and a few other Gryffindors to their dormitory, the couple agreed to meet later on that night, once everyone was asleep. "So, what do you think?" asked Hermione. It was just after midnight and they had snuck into the come-and-go room. "It's too bad Luna didn't get sorted into Gryffindor." "Yes it is," she hissed, annoyed, "but you know what I'm talking about." He took a deep breath. "Yeah, the prophecy is real. Trelawney was just like that when she made her too. We need to break it down to figure out exactly what it means." Using Harry's pensieve to relive the prophecy, they quickly were able to write down every word of it. "A shadow of pain is rising," read Hermione before sighing. "That doesn't sound very pleasant." "Nope, agreed Harry. It must be about the deaths and disappearances that have been happening, though. Agreed. She looked thoughtful. It has all been done with no witnesses, so you could say it was done in shadow. But so far the killings have been Avada Kedavras, which are supposed to be painless. There have been disappearances as well, countered Hermione, and who knows what happened to them. She closed her eyes in grief. And more is probably coming. Very likely, agreed Harry. What's the next line? The boy twice born who has vanquished the Dark Lord will now face this new evil. Hermione grimaced and looked at her boyfriend. You're going to have to face this Dark Lord, too. He nodded his head while muttering, damn it. Why can't they leave me alone? Hermione reached out and took his hand in hers. Hermione continued, crueler than the Dark Lord and twice as foul, the light created this shadow. So we're right, declared Harry. It is our fault somehow. I guess so, she nodded sadly. And this new evil sounds like he's even more pleasant company than Voldemort. Looks like, he agreed with a smirk. It has the power to cover the world in darkness, extinguishing the light. So this evil can win, muttered Harry. I suppose I'm the light he can extinguish. Hermione grimaced as she read, yet his Lady of Light stands with him. Harry squeezed her hand and looked at her with love in his eyes. As always. As always. It took a great determination not to k.s at that moment, but Hermione managed to move her gaze back at the parchment to read, together, the lovers twice born, the meddlers with time, must shine through the dark shadow or fate will destroy the world. After taking a deep breath, Harry concluded, we're going to have to work together or fate will get even with us for changing history. By destroying the whole world? Questioned Hermione. Looks like it. Harry looked at his feet for about a minute as they sat in silence. He finally raised his head and asked, so what are we gonna do about it? If we were Dumbledore, we'd do nothing and let events unfold, replied Hermione in a calm tone of voice reminiscent of the old man. Do I look like Dumbledore? He asked with a mock glare. Of course not. I'd never k.s you if you had a beard like that. Gross. Harry chuckled at that before he took on a serious expression. He grimly stated, we've got to prepare for a new war. Agreed. First, we need to continue our training, Harry nodded, and we need a new DA. Harry stared at her for about 30 seconds before replying. While I agree that it would help to train the students since they'll likely be victims, no one is going to want to learn defense from a second year, no matter how pathetic Lockhart is. I know that, Harry, she answered him. You're not the only person in Hogwarts that's good at defense. We'll simply have to ask someone else, an upperclassman, to start up a dueling club. A huge grin came on Hermione's face as Harry asked, who? While Harry did agree with his girlfriend's suggestion of which student to ask to run a dueling club, they both agreed to wait a few weeks so that this person could experience a few Lockhart lessons and realize the need for extra help in that subject. For now, Harry decided to concentrate on more ways to humiliate Gilderoy, one small prank at a time. At least he made sure each student only had to get one of the stupid books. For second years, it was gadding with ghouls. Harry briefly considered trying to sneak the Weasleys' ghoul to his Dada class to scare Lockhart, but knew the poor thing was comfortable where he was in the Burrow's attic. For now, Harry felt the class would enjoy his and Hermione's first prank. Lockhart did his introduction the same way that he did the last time around, but his pop quiz was different. He only had questions taken out of the one book for this class. While there were some of the original questions, like what Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition is, although if it's published, how is it secret? And his greatest achievement to this date which Harry wrote was getting to teach at Hogwarts. However, due to lack of content, a few of the questions weren't pointless. For example, one asked what a ghoul was, which is an important question for anyone who might deal with a ghoul. After Lockhart had graded the tests, he began his lesson on freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. Hermione took advantage of this distraction to perform a silent spell on the cage while Harry put a Notice Me Not charm on her. By the time the spells had been cast, including removing the Notice Me Not from Hermione, Lockhart was saying, "Let's see what you make of them." He then grabbed the cage door to open it, but it didn't open. Lockhart's toothy smile faded for a moment, and he tried again. Hee, this door seems a bit stuck. It'll only be a moment. He turned his full attention to the cage, where the pixies were getting even more upset than he'd already made them by. Tapping his wand on the cage while introducing them to the class. He made a two-handed yank on the cage door, but all that happened was the cage itself nearly falling. He then pulled out his wand as the class watched. Harry had already heard a few snickers from other students. "Al more Al," Lockhart shouted, showing his lack of knowledge of spell pronunciation. When nothing happened, Gilderoy tapped this wand on the cage while repeating that spell, and Harry found himself wishing that wand would break, but that would be too lucky. Sometimes it helps if your wand is actually touching the target with that spell, he commented, trying to look calm despite his reddening complexion and the sweat forming on his brow. Hermione raised her hand. When he called on her, she asked, "Isn't the spell Alohomora?" "Right you are, Miss Granger." "Right you are," he replied with his fake smile. 10 points for catching my deliberate error. I was hoping that one of you would notice that. He turned his attention back to the cage and said, "Alohomora," causing a clicking noise to come from the door for a moment, but it didn't unlock. The pixies were getting even more annoyed. He kept trying different ways to get the cage open over the next 5 minutes, agitating the pixies more every second. When he began to stick his wand into the cage door, Harry thought for sure it would break. But what happened instead was that the pixies together grabbed the wand and pulled it inside their cage so Lockhart couldn't touch it. "Give me that back, you bloody insects!" He shouted at them, even throwing the cage on the ground in fury before noticing the laughter coming from the class. He turned toward them, with another fake smile, and announced, "Class dismissed." Harry and Hermione made sure to be among the last out of the room, and Hermione sent a spell to open the cage door, freeing the angry pixies, just before closing the classroom door, making sure Gilderoy didn't see who did it. Then she locked the classroom door so he couldn't escape. The next time Lockhart was spotted, he was completely disheveled and bruised, headed toward the hospital wing. Rumors of students seeing Cornish pixies flying throughout the castle were being spread around rather quickly. The next few weeks passed easily. Harry sent a certain form through Muggle post and using the Grangers' address for the reply to the Dursleys during the first week, and his marauder name, Tox, received a letter from Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Tox, I thought I'd let you know that Sirius Black's posthumous case is now coming under review with Amelia Bones as minister, as well as the other changes she has created. I'm sure you read that I'm now head Auror, which has kept me rather busy these past few weeks. I believe that under the new administration, Black's name will be cleared soon. It is too bad that Madam Bones wasn't already minister when you brought us Pettigrew. Kingsley Shacklebolt, head Auror." "That's good news," Harry commented before handing the note to Hermione. Luckily, Neville hadn't arrived at breakfast yet so he wouldn't have questions about the note. Harry and Hermione had begun actually waking up early to do their daily training rather than using the time turner for it, which resulted in them being among the first in the Great Hall every morning. It had been a few months since they'd heard from Kingsley, so they were wondering about his progress, but did understand that these things took time, especially while everyone involved is getting used to a new promotion. They made sure to pass the news on to Terry Cochran, Sirius Black's alias. They had made it a point to start using it all the time so that they wouldn't mess up when they publicly met him at his shop and became friends. It was September 17th, just a few days before Hermione's birthday, when Harry finally approached the person she'd suggested would be a good leader for a defense club. Dinner was getting over when he saw the fourth year get up from the Hufflepuff table. Harry put down his fork and got up while muttering, "I've got to go." Hermione understood exactly why, but Neville didn't know what Harry was up to, but saw no reason to object. "We'll see you later," the Longbottom boy replied. "Bye, Harry," said Hermione as Harry left the Great Hall in a hurry to catch up to his former co-champion in another life. He saw his quarry walking toward his common room with a few other Hufflepuffs that appeared to be his age. Realizing that at this time, Harry had no reason to make sure no one knew he was talking to this person, he did not make his bag rip. Instead, he called, "Cedric, Cedric Diggory," as he hurried toward them. The Puffs stopped and turned around. Diggory spoke. Yes, his eyes flicked up to the most famous scar in the wizarding world. Harry Potter, what can I do for you? Can I speak with you alone? Looking very curious, Cedric replied, all right. He turned to his friends. I'll catch up with you later. Sure, Seed, they answered and walked off. Harry and Cedric walked to an empty classroom. When Harry closed the door, Diggory asked, what's this all about? Suddenly feeling nervous, Harry shuffled his feet for a few seconds before asking, I'm sure you've had a few Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons with Lockhart by now. Yeah, what do you think of him? Cedric replied nervously, as though he didn't want to badmouth a teacher. I've had better teachers. Why? Well, don't think he's really half as skilled as he claims, and some of the events in his books make no sense. I guess I'll agree with you. Why do you ask? Harry took a deep breath. I don't think anyone is learning defense properly from Lockhart, and I, for one, want to be able to defend myself. Nodding, Cedric commented, I suppose there are people out there who would like to get revenge on you. That's true, agreed Harry hesitantly, but I think a lot more people than me need to learn that subject. I think there should be a defense club at Hogwarts for us to learn properly. Cedric's eyebrows raised for a moment as he considered it. That might be a good idea. What does it have to do with me? I'd, kind of like you to run it. What? Diggory replied in shock as his eyes bulged out. Why me? For one thing, I found out from Professor Lupin that you're one of the best in your year. Harry paused before explaining, he was a good friend of my parents. Oh, that's nice of him to say. What other reason? You're a Hufflepuff, the boy who lived answered simply. The Slytherins hate Gryffindors and the Gryffindors hate the Slytherins. If a Ravenclaw led the group, everyone else would believe it would be nothing but theory and would expect to have to write essays about whatever gets covered. With a small chuckle, he commented, you're probably right. You should probably get a staff sponsor before Lockhart finds out. Otherwise, he'll probably try to take over the club and render it useless. You seem to have given this a lot of thought, the prefect replied pensively. Harry smiled. I have. I've also heard that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion, so he might be a good suggestion for a staff sponsor, unless you have a better idea. Let me consider it for a few days. I'll let you know. Good enough, Harry replied, holding out his hand to shake Cedric's. He was sure that he'd convinced Diggory. See you later, he said before opening the door and leaving. On Saturday, September 19th, Harry threw Hermione another birthday party, but this one wasn't a surprise. If you keep throwing someone surprise parties, they'll be expected soon, and no longer be a surprise. At the party, he gave her store credit for Flourish and Blots, remembering to honor their agreement not to give each other romantic gifts until they officially started dating the next year. A week later, Harry and Hermione were sitting at breakfast when the mail arrived. Hedwig was carrying 2 packages, which Harry knew were from the Grangers, since that's where his owl had been for the past few days since Hermione sent a letter to her parents. One package was very familiar and always brought a smile to the boy who lived's face, his latest comic book. The other was a letter from the Grangers that said the Dursleys had signed Harry's emancipation papers, and they were being filed in the Muggle world. With any luck, Dumbledore wouldn't find out about that until the summer, far too late to obliviate people to stop it from happening. It would be in the computer system, which he didn't think Dumbledore knew how to access. Harry was reading the legalese when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see Cedric Diggory standing behind him. Hi, Cedric. Hi, Harry. I thought I'd let you know first. I talked to Professor Flitwick and he agreed to sponsor a defense club, so we'll be having our first meeting this Saturday. Harry grinned at the 4th year. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. At the same time, somewhere in London, a meeting was taking place in a Muggle restaurant. Anybody who got near enough to hear the 2 people talking only heard a light buzzing sound. The man with black, greasy hair, wearing all black Muggle clothes said, Well, Shadow, your proposal is very intriguing. I just want to know that you'll be able to do what you've promised. If you fail, I'll be. Suddenly the man found himself under a unique curse. He felt fine if he was perfectly still, but if he moved at all, he would feel pain worse than the Cruciatus curse. However, the only indicators of his situation were the beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was very used to hiding his emotions. Now, Severus, the shadow replied softly. I will do exactly what I said, and you will be rewarded for your cooperation. By the time Dumbledore finds out about our little agreement, it will be too late for him. How does that look now? Asked Hermione. She and Harry were in the process of redecorating the legendary Chamber of Secrets, and she'd just transfigured the statue of Salazar Slytherin's head into Mrs. Pac-Man. Neither could stand looking at that ugly, crazy wizard. She was answered by loud laughter. Looks much better, Harry said in between laughs. You do realize what trouble we'll be in for ruining this historical monument if someone ever finds this place. That's highly unlikely. In the past 1,000 years, only you and Tom Riddle were able to open the passage, and we are now the only people alive who know this location. Besides, I said it so a simple finite will change it back, and I'll probably do that once we leave Hogwarts. Even if I do forget, the spell should wear out in 10 years. The couple then changed all the statues into the Pac-Man ghosts and animated them so they were constantly switching places. They had decided to use the chamber as their private headquarters, and had spent a lot of time cleaning it up and putting shag carpeting on the stone floor. Harry had felt like an idiot when Hermione suggested he try speaking Parseltongue as talks. Since he'd always been a Parselmouth before they traveled back in time, he'd never thought of transforming in order to do that. After he'd tried and it worked, he'd commented on how much easier it would have been to obtain the ring Horcrux if he'd have done that. Consequently, he didn't have to carry a thought sphere around to open the doors, but Hermione kept it with her so she could get there alone. They'd added more light to the chamber and made it warmer and less damp than before. They also warded it against rodents and insects. They even added a full bathroom like they'd done to the cabin they'd lived in before they started meddling with time, along with an office and bedroom, just in case they had to hide down there for an extended period of time. In the office, they wrote down what little information they had about the Shadow of Pain. Mainly it was a list of crimes they suspected this person had committed. Welcome everyone to the Practical Defense Club, announced Cedric nervously at the first meeting. They were in a large unused classroom in the Charms corridor of the 3rd floor that Professor Flitwick, the staff sponsor, had recommended. In fact, the head of Ravenclaw was present, leaning against the back wall. Harry and Hermione, who were standing near the front, were pleased to see nearly 50 students had shown up. Diggory continued, as you know, instruction in defense against the dark arts has been uneven in the past, interrupted Gilderoy Lockhart, who'd just entered the room, clad in periwinkle blue robes that would have matched the gown Hermione wore to the Yule Ball perfectly. Fortunately, with me now teaching the subject, instruction is at a much higher level. He grinned and posed for a moment, showcasing his perfect teeth. However, I certainly understand the need for all of you to practice hard to get up to the level where your performance in my class will be satisfactory, considering the terrible teachers you were subjected to in the past. Although I must commend you for realizing this problem and working to solve it, Mr. Diggory, you should have come to me so that we could address this problem together. Harry whispered in Hermione's ear, do you think that the crimes that idiot has committed warrant execution? Possibly, she hissed back, but not here. In the meantime, Cedric answered the defense professor in a complimentary tone that anyone with a brain could tell was sarcastic. In other words, Lockhart ate it up. I realized how busy you must be and how fortunate that we are to have you teaching us at all. I didn't want to add extra burdens to you, so I asked Professor Flitwick to help me, since I knew he has been a dueling champion, and therefore could help us almost as much as you. Certainly enough to get us to the level where our classes should be. And I was only too happy to help, added Flitwick, stepping forward. However, since you're here, he added with a grin as he brandished his wand in a way that would later be reminiscent to Star Wars fans of Yoda brandishing his lightsaber, we could treat the class to a demonstration duel between two experts. The predatory look on his face showed that he was more than ready to mop the floor with Lockhart. For a moment, a look of fear flashed across the fraud's face as he swallowed. No, I mean, as Mr. Diggory pointed out, I am rather busy. He had begun backing up toward the door. I, just wanted to commend Mr. Diggory for his efforts and wish you luck. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Good day. He turned around and walked out the door as fast as he could, closing it behind him. As I was saying, Cedric continued as though there had been no interruption, our defense lessons have been uneven. Lately, all we've been doing is listening to obviously embellished tales praising Professor Lockhart instead of actually learning how to defend ourselves properly, and we are definitely not learning what we need to pass our OWLs and NEWTs. Are you saying that Professor Lockhart is lying? Asked a younger girl who appeared upset. She obviously had a crush on the fraud, like so many others. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, replied the Hufflepuff, trying to keep the peace. I just want to practice defense against the dark arts. The first spell I'd like to go over is... Having avoided a conflict, Cedric continued the lesson, proving to Harry and Hermione that they had made the right choice. Hermione did notice one problem, though. While Harry was practicing spells, he was completely oblivious to the fact that Cho Chang was checking him out with longing in her eyes. Another thing Hermione noticed was that Miss Chang was far more developed than she was in this young body. Hermione had hoped the Asian girl would have kept her eyes on Mr. Diggory, but one can't have everything. Besides, Cho had seemed to like Harry before she showed interest in Cedric. The brunette couldn't wait until next year, when she could officially claim Harry as her boyfriend and tell all the other girls in Hogwarts to back off. I'm sorry, Harry, but I really don't think it would be a good idea for Lockhart to drop dead at Hogwarts. It would get too much attention and would be inundated. Maybe during the holidays. It was the next morning while the young couple was training in the room of requirement. They were discussing what to do about the joke that was currently occupying the defense against the dark arts position. They really missed Remus teaching them. How about if we obliviate him? Asked Harry. No, replied Hermione, that would, what if? Harry grinned as he watched his partner in time getting an idea. She began to laugh. What? I've got a brilliant idea of what to do to Lockhart. It was a few days later that the young couple began implementing their plans against Lockhart. After dinner, he was walking toward his quarters when he heard footsteps close behind him. He stopped and turned around, seeing nothing in the hallway. He also noted that the footsteps had stopped. His eyes darted around for a minute, obviously not seeing the invisibility cloak, and he turned back around and continued on his way. After saying his password, Gilderoy Lockhart has the most charming smile, he opened the door to his quarters and began to step into the room until they appeared, flaming red letters in midair, delivering a message that made him sweat. You may have obliviated our minds, but our souls still remember, and we will follow you until you confess what you've done. After a moment, the letters vanished and the door shut behind him, making him jump. He stood there taking deep breaths for a few moments before calling out, "Elf." With a loud pop, a house elf appeared. What can Gupti be doing for Master Locky? Get me a glass of fire whiskey. And so it went that every day, Harry and Hermione would do something to Lockhart from under invisibility cloaks. They were pleased to see that he was beginning to show a bit of paranoia by the end of the month. During the Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff Quidditch match, Lockhart was too busy looking around himself to enjoy the game, which Ravenclaw won. His classes actually became more bearable as he didn't make students act out his heroics, instead talking about the spells mentioned in the assigned chapter. It was too bad the near squib couldn't actually perform them for the class. Cedric was continuing to lead the Practical Defense Club with more success than even Harry and Hermione expected. She had even commented to her boyfriend that Cedric was almost as good a teacher as you. Oops, sorry, said Cho Chang after she'd accidentally rubbed up against Harry on the way out, making sure he was very much aware of her assets. That's okay, Cho, he replied nonchalantly, doing his best not to show any reaction. Hermione and I were in your way. He then took his unofficial girlfriend's hand in his as he turned toward her and away from his first girlfriend of another life. She looks upset, Hermione whispered while watching Cho leave. I just wish she'd get together with Cedric already. Can't she see I'm in love? He whispered back. You are making our agreement difficult to live with, she chided while grinning at him. I nearly said you when you said that. Well, responded Harry with a smirk, you are 13. But you're still 12, she sadly replied. Let's go. She didn't dare tell him how close she'd come to caving in under the gaze of those piercing green eyes. The weeks passed quickly, and before they knew it, Harry and Hermione were sitting at the Halloween feast. Thankfully, Harry had avoided getting invited to Sir Nicholas' Death Day party. Over the years, the boy who lived had gotten mixed feelings about this particular holiday. While there were some good things associated with it, the fact was that his parents had died on this day. Not to mention the incidents that had happened at Hogwarts on his first 4 Halloweens there. He did remind himself that he had become friends with Hermione on that same holiday as well. In any case, his choices were to brood all day or enjoy the feast, along with the later plans for Lockhart. Harry would have enjoyed invisibly haunting Lockhart during the feast, but Hermione had reminded him that Dumbledore could somehow see through his invisibility cloak and wouldn't appreciate him terrorizing a teacher. They knew the headmaster still hadn't forgiven Harry for making him act like a headmaster and firing someone who abused his authority. After Harry had stuffed himself with enough treacle tart and other dessert items, he pulled out his latest comic and read while he and his secret girlfriend waited for Gilderoy the Great to leave. He had just reached the climax of the story when Hermione whispered, "He just got up." "Let's go," he said as he stood, folding up the comic and stuffing it in his pocket. They quickly made it to the entrance hall, up the stairs and to just outside Lockhart's quarters where Harry threw his cloak over them both. He then put the time turner around both their necks in preparation, and then waited about 10 minutes because he was always changing his password. Maybe he's been walking slowly and looking around to make sure he's not being followed. Either that, or he was stopped by silly fan girls asking for autographs, commented Hermione. With a smirk, Harry commented, "Yes, he does have a lot of them. I seem to recall a bright young Gryffindor girl who drew hearts around all her defense lessons on her schedule a long time ago." Although she was turning red, she declared, "That never happened." Before Harry could react, they saw the fraud arrive in the hallway. He declared, "Gilderoy Lockhart is devilishly handsome," to open the door. Before he stepped inside, Harry pointed his wand behind Lockhart and performed a spell to make him pause and turn around, giving the young couple time to rush into the room before the Order of Merlin, third-class recipient. Once they were inside, Harry turned the hourglass on their time turner once. After glancing around to make sure they were alone, the 2 time meddlers began to cast the appropriate charms on various items in Lockhart's quarters, with their extra wands of course so the spells couldn't be traced back to them. Harry also freed a magical creature Lupin had taught him about in another life that he'd kept trapped in an extra compartment of his watch trunk for just this occasion. Nothing inside the trunk can affect the outside of it while in watch form. They finished just before the door opened and rushed out a moment before the professor entered and closed the door. That's when the fun began. First, Lockhart heard an eerie melody playing and a female voice singing. "Memories, all alone in the moonlight." Gilderoy moved all over the room trying to locate the source of the sound, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere. What he did find were more words in flames floating in midair, telling about how they would never leave him alone until he confessed everything. When the song was concluded, the letters faded as well. He went into his bathroom to splash water on his face, only to find the man who'd really defeated the Yeti he'd written about. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall with a muscular build, wearing ragged robes. In his right hand was his wand and in his left, a machete. "It's your fault I'm so poor I can't afford decent clothes. I was going to be rich when I collected my reward, but you." "It was only business," Lockhart replied nervously as sweat was pouring down his forehead. "It wasn't anything personal. My memories were personal to me." The intruder growled as he took a swing at Gilderoy with his machete. "No," Lockhart shouted as he moved backward, falling on the floor. Crack. Suddenly, the Yeti Slayer wasn't in the bathroom anymore. He'd been replaced by an attractive woman in her late 20s. She was wearing tight-fitting exercise clothes, with her long hair in a ponytail. She was also pointing a gun at him and had a look of pure hatred in her eyes. If Harry and Hermione had seen this boggart, they'd have killed Lockhart. "Did you think I couldn't hurt you back after what you did to me?" she growled. "I spent months trying to figure out how I went from a treadmill at a gym to D and alone in a hotel room, but I found out." She moved the gun lower to point at his favorite body part. Now, I'm going to kill you slowly, you. No. Crack. The teacher didn't wait to find out what he was facing this time. Instead, he got up and bolted out the door of his bathroom and headed toward the door of his quarters, only to be confronted by literally everything in the room floating toward him. First, he was hit with a cushion from his sofa, which wasn't so bad, but then one of his own shoes kicked him in the face while the other kicked him in the crotch. He doubled over in pain before one of his many portraits slammed into his head, breaking the canvas. The end result was it appearing like he was wearing the frame as a necklace. Despite his tremendous pain, he crawled toward the exit, getting spanked by each of his books along the way. He grabbed for the handle, only to find it wasn't there and he was trapped in the room. He began crying as he made his way to a corner and assumed the fetal position as his own extra robes began whipping him. At precisely 7 a.m., all of the items in his room moved back into their original positions, except the portrait frame that still hung across his neck. Lockhart glanced around to see there was now a handle on his door again. He rushed toward it and wrenched the door open, running out of there, leaving his room open for anyone to visit. An invisible Harry and Hermione rushed in to destroy all evidence of what they'd done. He collected the boggart while she began removing the enchantments. Once the dark creature was back in Harry's trunk, he began helping her. They left about a minute before anyone got back to this room, without even using the time turner. While the evidence was being destroyed, a completely disheveled Gilderoy Lockhart with rips on his clothes, messy hair, a portrait frame around his neck and bloodshot eyes burst into the Great Hall during breakfast. Every eye was on him within moments. "Monster. In my quarters," he announced in his panic. Dumbledore rose to take command of the situation. "Everyone, please remain calm. I, along with some of the teachers, will innegate whatever creature has attacked Professor Lockhart, and the rest of the staff will secure you in this room until the crisis has passed." The headmaster, McGonagall, Flitwick and Lockhart made their way to the area in question, and the doors sealed themselves. Harry and Hermione had taken a roundabout route to the Great Hall, to avoid being caught by Dumbledore. When they arrived at the locked doors, Harry swore. "Language," chided Hermione. "Think. All we have to do is go back an hour and we'll have no trouble getting into the hall." Harry grinned at her. "Brilliant. It will even establish our alibi." "Precisely. I'm sorry, Gilderoy," said the headmaster in his grandfatherly tone, "but I'm afraid I can find no trace of whatever attacked you. Are you certain you did not dream this? Do you think I broke this beautiful portrait over my own head?" He yelled back, while finally removing it from his neck. His whole face was red with fury or embarrassment. "Something attacked me. What did it look like?" asked Minerva, trying to hide her amusement. "First, in the bathroom, it looked like a giant about to attack me with a sword." He was trying to change the story a bit so as not to reveal his past crimes. Then, with a loud crack, it changed into some kind of seductress, possibly a Vila, that I ran from before she could seduce me. "It sounds like you met a boggart," commented Flitwick with a smirk. "Of course, if that had been the case, your legendary skills would have easily dealt with the situation." "Of course it wasn't a boggart," the red-faced man shouted back. "It was much more dangerous than them. It was a foul, dark creature, worse than Dementors, the like of which has never been seen by anyone who survived to tell the tale, before me." He was now standing a bit taller, showing pride in himself. "Of course, Gilderoy," said Dumbledore. "Then what happened? When I left the room, all of my things attacked me, including that painting." Looking around the completely organized room, Minerva asked, "What exactly attacked you?" "My clothes floated out of the closet and whipped me." He now paused, seeing how unbelievable his story was, considering that everything was back in place. The door handle also had disappeared. "It's here, now," stated Flitwick. "I know. It kept up all night until suddenly, everything moved back to its original place and the door handle returned. I ran out to the Great Hall and found you." "You were fighting with your clothes all night?" asked Minerva. Not long after that, students were released from the Great Hall and informed that the creature that attacked Professor Lockhart was gone. A week later, Harry, clad in his red Quidditch robes, found himself flying once more onto the Quidditch pitch. "It's Gryffindor versus Slytherin," announced Lee Jordan to the assembled crowd, which cheered wildly. Harry searched the crowd for Hermione while the names were announced. He did notice, however, that Draco Malfoy was not a member of the Slytherin team, and they did not have brand new Nimbus 2001s. He hadn't even thought of that consequence when he targeted Lucius, but was glad of this change in the timeline for the most part. However, now he would have to, as he did the previous year, face an opposing seeker who'd actually earned his place on the team rather than the pathetic ferret who, truthfully, didn't know which end of a broom to sit on. He'd never forget the way Draco crashed and landed on his bum during his first match Once Upon a Never. Once the balls were released, he flew up to his usual position away from the action and began scanning for the snitch while listening to Lee's commentary. It's Katie Bell with the quaffle as she streaks across the pitch. Looks like Flint's about to tackle her. She passes it to the lovely Angelina Johnson, who still won't date me. Jordan, interrupted McGonagall, causing Harry to laugh as he looked around. He noticed that his opponent, Terrence Higgs, was actually looking for the snitch instead of following him. It really would be a challenge. He moved toward the center of the pitch so he'd have a decent chance at the snitch no matter where it appeared. Johnson scores. Wish I'd score. Jordan. McGonagall's face was red. Sorry, Professor. The score is now 10-0 with Gryffindor in the lead. Flint gets the quaffle. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. Flint was hit in the head by a bludger sent by Fred or George Weasley, can't tell which. He drops the quaffle straight into Alicia Spinett's waiting hands. It looks like Flint's all right. Too bad. Sometimes bludgers to the head can. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. I'm sure we're all glad Flint's skull wasn't cracked like it should have been. Jord. Spinett is hit by a bludger sent by Bull, and Flint's got the quaffle again. Hope he. Wow. Johnson comes up from the side and grabs the quaffle right out of his hands before he saw her. She is so talented and beautiful. Jordan. At that moment, Harry noticed that both Slytherin beaters were targeting Angelina, and each had a bludger. She wouldn't be able to dodge both, so he dove toward one. Potter is going into a dive. Has he seen the snitch? Higgs has just started to follow him. Potter nearly hits Slytherin beater Derek, who moves out of the way. Angelina avoids a bludger sent by Bull. Potter pulls up. Angelina shoots the quaffle right past Miles Bletchley. Potter was feinting to distract Derek. Good job, Harry. Angelina. Harry was still grinning when he glanced at Higgs' angry face and began to chuckle. When the opposing seeker did a certain hand gesture, Harry laughed out loud. Terrence, following Harry, had made sure Derek couldn't regain control in time to hit his bludger at Johnson, so Potter had manipulated him into helping Gryffindor. It wasn't long before Slytherin realized yet again that they had no chance of winning the game fairly, so they started playing rough, finally scoring points. Naturally, Madame Hooch, who Harry suspected was a Slytherin herself, turned a blind eye to the cheating, even while it was announced by Lee. Flint, a chaser, grabs a beater's bat from Bull and rams a bludger into Wood. The quaffle isn't anywhere near him, the bloody cheat. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Flint obviously got the quaffle confused with a beater's bat. It could happen to anyone. Looks like Wood is barely hanging onto his broom. I can see blood coming from his forehead. Harry suddenly felt something move behind his head and ducked reflexively, barely avoiding the other bludger. Yet again, the Slytherins assaulted someone who wasn't doing anything at the time. Why'd I even play this game? He wondered aloud as he thought of his many Quidditch injuries. As he finally glimpsed a bit of gold, he remembered. The snitch was about 50 feet from him, but 40 feet from Higgs. If he tried to sneak closer, he'd run the risk of Terrence noticing and getting there first. If he tried a feint, he ran the same risk. His only chance was to push his Nimbus 2000 for all it was worth. Potter is shooting across the pitch as fast as he can. I think he's really seen the snitch this time. Higgs looks around and starts speeding, too. I see it right between them. They're flying from opposite directions. Come on, Harry. The boy who meddled with time saw that he was headed straight toward his Slytherin counterpart, but couldn't do anything about it now. He had only one goal: catch the snitch or die trying. He was closing fast. 10 feet away. 5 feet. Harry reached out his hand and grabbed the snitch out of the air just before Higgs' hand touched the top of Harry's. Potter moved so that he was flying upside down right below Terrence. Potter's got the snitch. That's incre. Ouch. That's gotta hurt, announced Jordan as the two seekers crashed. Higgs' left foot banged into Potter's left shoulder. Now Harry's left arm is hanging down, probably dislocated, but he's staying on his broom, holding tight with his other arm and legs. Higgs fell forward on his broom and smacked his face on the front. Looks like a broken nose. He's flying like he's confounded now, but he's in the air. Oh, Gryffindor wins 220-50. And Madame Pomfrey had better get to the pitch. Harry was breathing hard as he tried to ignore the pain. His left shoulder was definitely dislocated. He righted himself and began to descend, until he caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart in purple robes headed toward the middle of the field. Harry, gritting his teeth, shot back up, determined not to lose all the bones in his arm. A second later, he was really glad he had. He got to see the still-dazed Terrence Higgs crash his broom into someone in the stands, but not just anyone, Draco Malfoy. The broom handle hit him square in the, but not hard enough to break anything since Higgs wasn't moving that fast. Of course, Draco was loudly ing about the pain. Maya's caved in. I'm dying thanks to you. You bloody idiot. You fly worse than a mudblood. When my mother hears about this, if I'd been Seeker I would have gotten the snitch. Harry was laughing through his pain when he glanced down to see Lockhart headed toward the Slytherins, and that Poppy had arrived at the pitch, looking frustrated. He flew down right in front of her. Hi, Madame Pomfrey. Hello, Mr. Potter. Why do they even allow this stupid game to be played? She muttered while pointing her wand at Harry's shoulder. Dislocated. Hold still. She performed a silent spell that painfully and quickly corrected his shoulder while it glowed blue. There. Don't do any heavy lifting for the next 24 hours and you'll be fine. Thanks, he said, only to be ignored as she rushed off toward the Slytherin stands. Harry Potter, came a voice from behind him that he'd always recognize. Hermione, love, he responded while turning around, still on his broom. Are you all right? Good as new, he answered while moving his left arm to demonstrate. Then get off that thing. Yes, dear. He dismounted his broom, only then realizing that he was still holding the snitch in his right hand. He stuffed it in his pocket without comment. Why did you insist on joining the team? Do you enjoy scaring me like that? She lowered her voice. How many times have you been injured during a game? This technically was after. You know what I mean, Harry. Shrugging his, good as new, shoulders, he replied, I will think about it, especially next year when Ginny could join the team. I don't actually enjoy being injured. Do you really mean that? She asked, gazing into his eyes. She seemed genuinely surprised he'd even consider giving up Quidditch. Truthfully, he'd never heard of any student quitting their house team once they got on, except for Higgs when Malfoy bought his spot, and that wasn't voluntarily. Yes, I do. I plan on having a girlfriend next year to occupy a lot of my time. She blushed slightly before asking, anyone I know? I think so. This rather attractive Gryffindor girl who does a lot of reading. Suddenly they heard an angry shout of Expelliarmus, coming from the direction of the Slytherin stands. They turned to see Madame Pomfrey pointing her wand at Gilderoy Lockhart while catching his wand with her other hand. She was still shouting, how dare you try to treat an injury here? I'm the one qualified to do that. Now, I'll have to regrow all the bones in Mr. Higgs' foot. Although they knew it was terrible, both Harry and Hermione burst out laughing as they saw Terrence's obviously boneless foot hanging from his broom. The shoe had slid off. Harry managed to tell Hermione, I am so glad I avoided Skele-Gro this time. After a few seconds, he added, too bad it's not Draco, causing them to start laughing all over again. It always amazes me how seriously everyone here takes Quidditch, commented Hermione. It was about a week after the game and Harry had just been congratulated yet again on catching the snitch as they left the Great Hall. Being congratulated doesn't bother me. What I hate is how the people who don't even play are bragging to the Slytherins who don't play how we won, complained Harry. Honestly, agreed Hermione. What do all but the 7 Gryffindor players have to brag about? You caught the snitch, not Cormac, yet I've seen him boasting to some Slytherins. Like he had something to do with it. But if we'd lost, I'll bet it wouldn't have been Cormac's fault. Of course not. They love to take the credit, but never the blame, agreed Hermione. Along with the house points that come with winning, added Harry. After a moment, he said, I never thought of it before, but we get absolutely no benefit whatsoever for winning the House Cup. It's an honor, defended Hermione. That doesn't even get us a party, that's freely given to the students who didn't gain any points, that's even given to the ones who lose us the most points. Lowering her voice a bit, Hermione added thoughtfully, yet in our first year, we were shunned for losing points. That we'd earned, me in Quidditch and you in class. By people who'd never earned one house point, concluded Hermione. Furthermore, added Harry, all the points you had earned in class didn't get people to be friendly to you. They called me an insufferable know-it-all. So what is the point of the House Cup system? Harry asked. Why does anyone care about it? After about 30 seconds of silence, Hermione replied, so that the people who don't earn points can brag to the other houses. And to turn housemates against each other instead of uniting against the teachers. For example, when Snape was still here, he could have taken 1,000 points from me for breathing. And all the Gryffindors would have shunned you, not Snape, concluded Hermione. In other words, explained Harry, every aspect of the house system causes division among the students. You're automatically against 3/4 of the school once you're sorted, and then the house points put you against your own housemates. I never thought about it before, commented Hermione pensively. Me, neither. He gave the fat lady the password and they entered the Gryffindor common room. Once they sat down, Harry pulled his newest comic out of his pocket and began to read it while Hermione studied from a large book she'd previously checked out of the library. Harry and Hermione continued their torments of Lockhart, but he stubbornly wouldn't admit that he was a fraud, so they decided to up the ante during the first week of December, deciding that if he didn't confess by Christmas break, they'd kill him. Although they did desire to end his life, they wanted him publicly exposed as a fraud, even more. That was something that never happened in the previous timeline. He was still getting fan mail in St. Mungo's. It was about 2 a.m., and Gilderoy Lockhart was asleep, when two visitors entered his quarters under disillusionment charms. They needed more freedom of movement than their cloaks provided. They silently made their way to his 4-poster bed, where Harry pulled open one of the curtains and silently stupefied him. After all, they didn't want him to wake up until they were ready. It took them about 15 minutes to get everything set up. Let the games begin, said Hermione evilly when they were ready. Enervate, thought Harry, grinning as he cast the spell silently at Gilderoy. Petrificus totalis, thought Hermione, while pointing her wand at Lockhart's now conscious form. With their voices modified by a spell, the two invisible time meddlers screamed, Gilderoy Lockhart, in unison, causing his eyes to open. They saw his look of panic when he realized he couldn't move. Harry began in an ethereal voice, we have warned you and warned you again, but you still haven't confessed your sins. The time of your judgment is at hand. Confess or face our true wrath, demanded Hermione in an equally eerie tone. On your desk is a written confession, commanded Hermione. Sign it once you are able to move again. If you do not confess by tomorrow, you will die. They promised together, pleased to see beads of sweat forming on Lockhart's brow. Harry flicked his wand, releasing a dozen magical creatures that immediately surrounded the fraud's bed. A shield spell kept them from actually touching him, but as they each took on the form of one of Lockhart's victims, they saw a wet spot form on his sheet. Leaving Lockhart to deal with his predicament, the two snuck out of the room. I didn't know you could pee while in the body bind, Harry commented with a laugh as they hurried back to Gryffindor Tower. I guess you can, Hermione replied. I'll say one thing, it was hard to find all those boggarts. And to design that cage for them, agreed Hermione. But it'll be worth it. I hope so. We'll know in a couple hours whether he signs that form. Harry grinned. And we'll mail a copy to the Ministry, the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart was not having a good night. It had been over an hour since he'd been woken up by those invisible whatevers that warned him he'd be killed. As he was currently completely under their mercy, he had no doubt of their ability to act on their threat. However, his mind was otherwise occupied. Every 5 minutes, another 12 of his victims would replace the current ones and begin threatening him with revenge for what he'd done to them. Currently, he was facing 3 angry wizards, 5 angry witches and 4 angry muggle women, all of them screaming at him for whatever he'd done to them. He realized that even Azkaban had to be better than this form of torture. Under threat of death or more torture, knowing that his career was over no matter what happened, he made his decision. Now, he only hoped he'd survive the night. "Well, it's 6 o'clock," announced Harry with a yawn. He and Hermione were in the Gryffindor common room, having just come down 10 minutes before after getting a few hours of sleep. They'd put up appropriate wards at the table they were sitting at so they wouldn't be noticed while they waited to see if Lockhart signed his confession with their 4 copies that would automatically update just like the old DA coins. At this moment, Lockhart's body bind would wear off and the boggarts would be recontained in the special cage Hermione had designed that was loosely based off the Ghostbusters, ghost traps that pulled the specters inside it, but it would respond to both immediate and timed wand commands. Of course, it was disillusioned in Lockhart's quarters and they'd make sure to retrieve it later that day. They were staring at 4 different parchments that each had the same thing written on it, waiting for a signature to appear. To whom it may concern. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am a complete fraud. Every brave deed that I ever claimed to do in my books was done by someone else that I memory charmed. That is actually one of the only types of magic I have mastered. Removing the bones from the foot of that Hogwarts Quidditch player last month was typical of my spellwork, so I knew in advance that I'd probably cause him harm, yet performed the spell anyway. I will submit to Veritaserum questioning by the Ministry Department of Magical Law Enforcement and will identify all of my victims using whatever means are necessary, so that the memory charms I've performed can hopefully be reversed. Sincerely. Look, proclaimed Hermione excitedly. He's signing it. Harry grinned as he watched the name Gilderoy Lockhart form on all 4 parchments, imagining how frantically he was signing the magically binding confession after last night. Excellent. We'll just mail these off and get to our exercise. Harry was very impressed to see that the Aurors arrived at Hogwarts during breakfast that morning. I would have bet that they'd have taken until tomorrow to respond to the letter, he whispered to Hermione when head Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived with a few associates. The fraud had actually shown up for breakfast, looking tired but well-groomed, and watching the doors as well. When he saw the lawman arrive, he rose from the table with a fake grin on his face and walked over to them without comment, obviously not wanting to endure the humiliation of being arrested in front of the whole school. Obviously Auror response time is improving with the new administration. The next morning at breakfast, Dumbledore got up to make an announcement. Everyone immediately noticed and quieted down as he stepped up to the podium. "Good morning, everyone. I'm afraid I have some bad news, and thought I'd share it before the owls start arriving with multiple copies of the Daily Prophet for you. It seems that Professor Lockhart has certain legal obligations that have come up that will prevent him from continuing to teach defense against the dark arts here at Hogwarts. For the remaining 2 weeks of this term, your classes shall be substituted by whatever teachers are available at that time. Now, because there are several pieces of bacon calling to me, I am finished speaking. Enjoy your breakfast." With that said, the ancient wizard abruptly walked back to his place at the head table and did indeed grab some bacon. It was only a few minutes later, while Harry was helping himself to some eggs, that the owls did start flying in, many of them carrying fresh copies of the Daily Prophet. One even came to Hermione, who was, as usual, sitting next to Harry. Neville, who was sitting across from them, also got his copy. While most students were paying the owls for their newspaper, Hedwig flew to Harry with a parcel he'd ordered a few days before. "What's that?" asked his unofficial girlfriend as he stuffed the small package into his pocket. Shaking his head, with a grin on his face, he replied, Now, Hermione. You should know that December is not the time to ask people about mysterious packages." While Harry gave Hedwig some bacon, Hermione's ears turned slightly pink at embarrassment of having not thought about Christmas presents yet. She'd been so used to Harry telling her everything he was up to that she didn't realize he might want temporary secrets from her. "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was something for Christmas. Just remember, nothing expensive for me." She figured that would be enough of a reminder of their agreement not to get romantic gifts for each other until they started officially dating the next year. "Don't worry, Hermione," he replied with a straight face. "The Hope Diamond wasn't that expensive and I'm sure you'll like it." Slightly giggling at the thought, she replied, "Good. As long as it's nothing fancy." "What's the Hope Diamond?" asked Neville. While Hermione answered that question, Harry borrowed her newspaper and read the front cover. "Gilderoy Lockhart confesses to being a fraud." By Anna Jessie. Yesterday, winner of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, as well as many other awards, Gilderoy Lockhart signed a confession that he did not perform any of the brave deeds he is famous for. In fact, instead of heroic acts, he has done heinous acts. For the deeds he wrote about in his books, he found others who'd done them and interviewed the brave souls to get all the information he could, and then obliterated them, taking credit for what they'd done. However, that's just the tip of the iceberg. When questioned by Aurors under Veritaserum, he confessed to raping numerous Muggle women and erasing their memories of the deed as well. One can only hope that he hasn't performed similar deeds at Hogwarts. At about the same time Harry was reading that paragraph in surprise, someone else was reading it in amusement. The formerly abandoned warehouse was mainly filled with two sounds: laughter from the Shadow of Pain and the screams of a Muggle woman being used in a ritual to increase the Shadow's magical core. When the screams died down a bit, the conversation that had been taking place resumed. "At least Lockhart knows what Muggles are for," commented the cloaked figure. "Yes, indeed," replied Severus Snape with a slight grin. "It reminds me of my former days with the old Dark Lord." It was easy to see nostalgia in his eyes. "I used to so enjoy torturing, raping and killing the filthy Muggles, before he killed Potter's mudblood wife. I'd asked him to bring her to me after killing her family, but he couldn't even do that one simple favor. I need to have my entertainment just like anyone else." At that moment, the Muggle screamed again as the pentagram she was lying in glowed once more. As though commenting on the weather, the Shadow commented, "It is too bad that silencing charms will ruin the ritual. The noise is a bit distracting." The figure reached for a cup of tea and drank it while Severus replied, "I don't know. The screams are refreshing, and I did notice the filthy Muggle's long red hair. She does remind me a bit of Lily. She should be alive for a few minutes after the ritual is complete, Severus. You may enjoy her then." "Thank you. Now, regarding your next ritual, are you sure you don't want to use a Muggle princess?" "Absolutely not. I won't pollute myself with Muggle filth for this ritual, even if it calls for a princess's blood. It's one thing to take their lives or their energy, but quite another to actually drink their blood. The adopted daughter of the Minister of Magic will do. At least she's a pureblood." The mysterious figure took a deep breath. "I killed Cornelius for turning his back on me, and soon I'll have revenge on Amelia. Susan Bones will soon be introduced to the Shadow of Pain. Talks. I thought I'd let you know that Minister Bones has posthumously pardoned Sirius Black. A small notification will be on the last page of the Daily Prophet, and owls are being sent to his remaining relatives. Again, I'm sorry this couldn't have been done before his death, but at least history will know the truth about him. Sincerely, Head Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt." "I'm sorry, Sirius," said Harry after showing Padfoot the letter he'd received earlier. He'd used his time turner as an alibi. When he snuck from Hogwarts to his shop, the Troublemaker's Paradise. They were in the back room under a privacy spell that even Dobby, who worked there, couldn't penetrate. "If only I'd waited on freeing you. Look, Harry, I haven't seen or felt a Dementor for nearly a year, and I'm enjoying my new life as Terry Cochran. But, and half the wizarding world would still distrust me, figuring I bribed my way out like so many other Death Eaters." Padfoot grinned. "Besides, I get to help a new generation of troublemakers pull pranks at Hogwarts. What greater honor could I ask for?" His remark was met with appropriate laughter, and Harry had to admit his godfather had a point. That is true. Many people will always believe Sirius Black was the worst Death Eater that ever lived, and no decision by the Ministry will change that. This way, you don't have to prove you're not a murderer to everyone you meet. And with my name officially cleared, it won't live on in infamy forever." He then put a hand on his godson's shoulder and looked him in the eye. "Harry, you and Hermione did help me tremendously, and I am in your debt. Never doubt that." The next few weeks passed quickly, with Harry receiving the final comic from the subscription the Grangers had bought him the previous year. When Hermione mentioned that they'd be happy to renew it, he agreed that it would be a great Christmas present, yet again. Christmas break finally arrived, so all the students going home for the holidays were on the Hogwarts Express. Harry, who like last year, was spending Christmas with the Grangers, was sharing a compartment with Hermione, Luna, Ginny and Neville. Although Hermione had put up a ward to stop Draco and his goons from visiting them, it seemed as though he'd learned his lesson, although truthfully, he hadn't been as aggressive since his father died. "Are you sure your parents won't mind if we invite Terry to Christmas dinner?" asked Harry. "Of course not. We'll simply explain to them what a good friend he is and that he has no one to spend the holiday with," replied Hermione. "Who's Terry?" asked Neville. "Terry Cochran, the owner of the Troublemaker's Paradise," replied Harry with a grin. Ginny replied enthusiastically, "You know him. Fred and George adore him. They're going to try to work there this summer. Sort of as apprentices." Harry grinned. "We know. He mentioned them in a letter." Hermione leaned forward conspiratorially. "Don't tell them this, but Terry's hoping to open a Hogsmeade branch when they graduate in a few years and having them run it." "They'd love that," declared Ginny excitedly. "Terry Cochran has been their hero longer than they know," stated Luna from behind the Quibbler she was reading. It took a lot of effort for Harry to school his features so he didn't reveal that he knew exactly what she meant. They'd been admiring the Marauders, including Padfoot, ever since their first year at Hogwarts. The only question was how Luna knew that. He made sure not to make eye contact with Hermione, as he realized she was probably thinking the same thing as him. The boy who lived glanced at Neville and Ginny, and was relieved to see they were confused by the statement, but had both decided not to comment on it. "Hello, Harry. It's good to see you again. You've grown at least an inch," greeted Mrs. Granger as she pulled her daughter's best friend into a hug. Hermione was currently hugging her dad. "It's great to see you again, too, Marissa," he replied, using her first name as he'd been instructed. "You too, Adam," he added, looking at Hermione's father. "How was term, Harry?" Mr. Granger replied while shaking his hand as his wife and daughter hugged. "All right. Thanks for letting me stay at your house." "Again. Our pleasure," replied Marissa. "Well," suggested Adam, "I guess we should get to the car. By the way, both of you have dental appointments tomorrow." The next few days went well, although neither Harry nor Hermione enjoyed their dental cleanings or having their braces adjusted. Neither of them had cavities, and Harry was highly complimented on how well he'd taken care of his teeth for the past year. The main reason he'd decided to have his teeth cared for the Muggle way, as opposed to asking Madame Pomfrey to do it, was to score points with Hermione's parents, and so far it seemed that was going rather well. Both Harry and Hermione had quickly done their homework, which was still 4 years beneath their mental level. Harry was looking forward to third year, where he could at least take a few classes he hadn't already gone through. It was at dinner time the day after they left Hogwarts that the young couple decided to broach the subject of Sirius, although he did not go by that name anymore. "Christmas plans." "Mum," said Hermione, "there's someone else we would like to invite to Christmas dinner." "That's fine, dear. Who is it?" "One of your other classmates." "Actually," replied Harry, "it's an adult friend of ours. His name is Terry Cochran and he owns a joke shop in Diagon Alley." Eyebrows raised at that explanation. "I'm surprised you'd be that close to him." "We met last summer at his shop," lied Harry, "and I've kept in contact with him. He's a Muggle-born who moved here from Australia," added Hermione, "although he's been working on acquiring a British accent." A look of concern came on Adam Granger's face. "I know you're somewhat of a celebrity in your world, Harry. Is it possible that he's just hoping that being associated with you will be good for his business?" Harry hid his amusement at that thought, and was genuinely touched that the adult Grangers would be that concerned about him. "He hasn't advertised his friendship to me yet," he replied, "but you can meet him for yourself and see what you think of him if you let him come over." "He doesn't have any family left," added Hermione. "His parents died a few years ago and he doesn't have any brothers or sisters. And he runs a joke shop. The Troublemaker's Paradise," Harry said reverently. "Tell me truthfully," asked Marissa. "Have you used any of his products at Hogwarts? Could you pass me some more potatoes?" requested Harry, avoiding the question. "Harry," said Adam as he granted his guest's request. Not that the teachers have noticed. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. You can't prove anything. Both of the adults at the table, as well as Hermione, laughed at that statement. Well, as long as you're not getting caught, commented Adam until his wife cleared her throat. I mean, you shouldn't prank anyone. You're there to learn, not laugh. You mean you like the idea of Harry performing pranks but think I want you to deny it, Marissa interrupted before looking at Harry. Don't hurt anybody, don't get caught, and above all, don't get our daughter in trouble. Yes, ma'am. I suppose you can invite Mr. Cochran over for Christmas dinner so we can get to know him, said Adam. Thanks. ARGG. I can't stand all this homework. Why can't they let us enjoy Christmas break? I know what you mean, Susan, replied Hannah Abbott. She and her best friend, Susan Bones, were at the minister's mansion. Susan had lived there with her aunt since she took office. Amelia Bones was busy at the ministry, so the two girls were alone in the house, not counting the 4 Aurors that were stationed outside, one on each side of the home. Security had been upgraded since Fudge had been killed. For example, now there was no flow system. Inside the house, it had been moved to a nearby small, separate building built for that purpose. The wards had never allowed anyone to apparate or portkey into the mansion, so flow was the method of entry and exit that the Aurors believed Fudge's killer had used. The only mystery was how the killer got Fudge's password to the flow. Although no one knew whether he'd done it or not, he was supposed to change his password every month to something difficult to guess. The two Hufflepuffs had decided to get their homework done as quickly as possible, so that's what they were working on. Currently, they were writing a charms essay that had been assigned by Professor Flitwick. At the same time, the Auror standing guard outside the back wall wasn't actually standing. He was sitting on a conjured padded chair reading the Daily Prophet. He'd had this same duty the day before and found it even more boring than parchment work. He, Mark Burke, had finished his training the previous summer, hence his lack of seniority that led to guard duty. He was rather short at 5'5", and had light brown hair and a goatee, although no one could currently see that since both he and his chair were disillusioned. However, his newspaper was not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to read it. From a distance, he thought he heard something being muttered and looked up from his paper to see a green beam of light coming straight at him. That was the last thing he ever saw. The disillusionment spell, along with the conjured chair, disappeared with Auror Burke's death, so he visibly fell to the ground with his DP covering his face. Slight chuckling could be heard nearby from an invisible figure. That's perfect, Severus. That shows exactly how he was caught off guard. You did that man a huge favor. Imagine how much trouble he'd have to face at work if he'd only been stunned. Indeed, Shadow, the former potions teacher, who was also invisible, replied. If you will. Although Snape couldn't see his new master, he could hear the incantation Aetus Abrogo Impedimentum, which removed a 6-foot square of the back wall until the counter spell was cast, leaving no evidence behind. Although he knew the incantation and wand movements for the spell, he could only make a whole 2 square feet. The Shadow had told him that it had taken more than one ritual to gain enough power to make the spell work well enough to use in this manner. This obscure spell not only removed physical obstacles, but any wards or magical shields. It had been in one of the first obscure books the Shadow had stolen, and was perfect for maintaining the illusion of being able to move through shadows to enter rooms with no entrance and leave no clues of how it had happened. In fact, despite Auror's suspicions, this had actually been the Shadow's method of entering to kill Fudge. The two invisible villains quickly entered the house and found themselves in an empty bedroom. "We'll spread out," ordered the leader after restoring the wall. They wouldn't want the hole found. Besides, it only took a few seconds to make another hole. When you find the girl, stun her. If anyone else is in the house, kill them. Finished, declared Susan happily as she put down her quill. Hannah replied, I'll be done in a. At that moment, the door opened and the girls could see the outline of a disillusioned man. Without a sound, a red beam shot from the man's wand and hit the surprised niece of the minister while her friend watched in horror. I have her, Shadow. A voice young Miss Abbott would never forget from the short time he was her teacher shouted before saying the feared words, Avada Kedavra. Hannah saw the green beam of light racing toward her and dropped off her chair to the floor. The spell went above her and hit a window, shattering it. "What's going on?" shouted a voice from outside the window. It was one of the remaining Auror guards. "Help!" shouted Hannah at the top of her voice. She heard Snape swear before her best friend began to float toward him. "No!" she screamed, but Susan was floating too fast and was already out of the room. Hannah ran out, seeing the body of her friend rounding a corner. "Miss Abbott!" came a voice from her other side. She turned to see an Auror. "He's got Susan!" she shouted in her panic. That way. She watched as that Auror, along with two more, ran in the direction she'd indicated, only to find out that no one was there. She distinctly heard one of the wizarding police say that Mark Burke was dead outside. "Tell us everything you can," asked the female Auror in charge while the other two were searching the area. "It was Professor Snape and someone else who he called Shadow," she replied through her tears. She then told the rather short story of what had happened. Minister Bones, niece kidnapped by former Hogwarts professor. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday, while Minister Bones was safely in her office, her niece, 14-year-old Sharon Bones, was kidnapped from the minister's mansion, where one of the guards was too engrossed in reading his copy of the Daily Prophet to notice that he was being murdered. Aurors must remember that my articles are far too interesting to read while on duty and should be saved for off hours, where they can be given full attention as they deserve. The only witness to this crime was her best friend, Hannah Anderson, also 14. They were, ironically, working on their potions homework when their former potions professor, Severus Snape, burst into the room, immediately hitting Miss Bones with the full-body bind. He then shot a killing curse at Miss Anderson, who leapt over it, before kicking Mr. Snape below the belt. The noise finally attracted the other Aurors that were supposed to be guarding the house, so they rushed in. Snape called out to a companion he called the Shadow before levitating Miss Bones right past the guards and leaving with this Shadow. Headmaster Dumbledore, who has repeatedly gone on record as saying that he trusts Severus Snape, had this to say. Obviously, Severus met up with Bellatrix Lestrange, who has decided to call herself Shadow for reasons that are her own. He must have gone on that mission to make sure no one was hurt and purposely missed the killing curse he fired at Shannon's friend. Apparently, Bellatrix is under the impression that poor Susan can help resurrect you-know-who. We edited out the feared name that the headmaster spoke. When asked why the kidnapping was successful or if he'd known about it in advance, he looked at his pocket watch and claimed he was behind schedule. If Dumbledore is correct about the Shadow being the escaped prisoner, Bellatrix Lestrange, then she has now killed one minister of magic and kidnapped another minister's niece, both from the minister's mansion. Minister Bones had this to say. "Whoever this Shadow is, along with Severus Snape, you have gone too far. Attacking any child is a cowardly act, but attacking my niece was the worst mistake of your life. There is no rock you can hide under to escape me. I am going to find you, and when I do, you'll beg me to put you in Azkaban." At the Granger house, Hermione couldn't help but cry as she read the story. Although she knew that Rita had made many mistakes, including names and ages of the girls involved, it didn't take much to figure out who was really kidnapped. After Harry read the paper he cursed and vowed that, "The next time I see Snape, I'll kill him." Fortunately, the adult Grangers hadn't heard him, but Hermione did. All she did was nod in agreement. The next time they were inside Harry's trunk, they tried to figure out how they could get any leads on where the Shadow had Susan, but found that until they knew where Snape was, they had no clue. The only thing they knew for sure was that Snape was under a Fidelius charm somewhere in England. They asked Sirius to keep his eyes and ears open for any information. Christmas Eve had gone very much as it had the previous year, including their visit to a church, but all Harry and Hermione could think of was Susan, wondering what was happening to her. Her parents had been told what was bothering them because it was too obvious, and were entirely sympathetic to how concerned they were for their classmate. However, they did make an effort to enjoy the holidays as much as possible. This year, Winky wasn't surprised to get Christmas presents, although she was still very grateful for them. She once more baked a ton of dessert items for them to enjoy while opening the other presents. The Grangers did indeed renew Harry's subscription to The Amazing Spider-Man while Harry gave them a painting he'd found in a Muggle art store. He gave Hermione a book he knew she didn't have, while she gave him a new pair of Seeker's gloves. They were still keeping to their commitment not to exchange special gifts until the next Christmas, when they would be officially dating. They were both looking forward to Terry Cochran's visit for dinner that evening. Harry and Hermione were both pleased when the doorbell rang. That was his first test to prove he was Muggle-born, as they had both reminded the pureblood Sirius Black. Over the course of the past 4 months, he had been learning as much Muggle, common sense, as possible to maintain his cover. "Hello," greeted Marissa as she opened the door. "You must be Mr. Cochran." "Yes, Mrs. Granger, that's me. I insist you call me Terry," he replied, shaking her hand with his right. In his left hand was a bottle of wine. "And thank you for allowing me here. Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Terry. And I insist you call us Marissa and Adam," said Mr. Granger from behind his wife. They led him inside and offered to take his coat. When he removed it, it was revealed that he was dressed in a nice suit. After Marissa commented he'd arrived right on time, they all went to the dining room where Christmas dinner was served. "The kids tell me you own a joke shop," commented Adam while they were eating. "Yeah, it's a lot of fun. They told me you're a dentist." The small talk continued for a few minutes until Adam finally asked, "I do wonder how you got so close to the kids when they're in school." They'd rehearsed the story that Sirius told them. "Well, what can I say? I met Harry right after I opened up the shop and we immediately hit it off. He introduced me to Hermione, too. When he's ordered supplies from my shop, about once or twice a month I believe, he'd include a note and I've also written to him while filling those orders. Anyway, I mentioned in passing that I'd be alone for Christmas and was truly surprised to get an invitation here. I honestly wasn't trying to get him to invite me, although I'm very happy to be here. May I say that the turkey is excellent, Marissa?" "Thank you," she replied. The conversation went well from that point on. The Grangers couldn't find anything to fault him with and promised to visit his shop later in the week. At the same time, the Shadow had finished eating Christmas dinner and looked at the crying girl inside a small cell. "Quit your crying, girl. I did heal you, after all. You should be happy that you're going to live for now. I have many more rituals I need you for. My aunt told me you were horrible, but not this horrible. Nullus Spiritus." The Shadow shouted to avoid hearing the long-abandoned name the villain had once gone by. With one hand, the Shadow held Susan under the horrible curse, which stopped her from breathing, and with the other hand picked up a glass with a red liquid in it. At first glance, one might believe it was wine, but it was easy to tell at a second glance that it was obviously blood, Susan Bones' blood. The Shadow drank the crimson liquid down as Susan's arms moved about in desperation. Susan's face was turning blue before the Shadow set the glass down and released the curse. While the victim was gasping for breath, her tormentor asked, "Didn't I tell you to call me the Shadow of Pain? Potion supplier wanted." The Troublemaker's Paradise joke shop requires the services of a potions master for an extremely lucrative arrangement, whereby all present and future potions-based products will be manufactured and improved upon by the potions master, which will allow the owner more time to manufacture and design other products in this time of expansion. The owner is willing to pay top galleon for the services of a qualified individual. Interested parties may walk in for an interview during business hours. After much discussion, it was decided that Terry Cochran would run this Daily Prophet ad in an attempt to lure Severus Snape to his shop, in hopes of tracking him to wherever Susan Bones was being held prisoner. Although Harry, Hermione and Terry were well aware that Minister Bones had issued a warrant for Snape's arrest, they were hoping that money would lure him out of hiding. If it didn't work, they'd only wasted a few sickles for the advertisement anyway. At the same time that ad was being delivered as part of the newspaper, Harry and Hermione were inside a Muggle McDonald's polyjuiced as adults sitting at a table waiting for Kingsley Shacklebolt. After finding nothing at the Bones residence after they'd snuck there to initiate Susan's disappearance, the Time Meddlers decided to see if the Aurors had found anything that wasn't being reported. Harry had a stack of hotcakes drowning in syrup in front of him while Hermione was nibbling on a breakfast sandwich when they noticed the bald man enter the room. Harry got up and walked toward him. "Hello, Shaq. Don't look so serious. Their agreed-on password was a reference to the case of Sirius Black, wherein they'd met. The head Auror turned to see a tall, blond man with blue eyes, dressed in casual muggle clothes. He blinked. "Hello, Tox." When Harry nodded, Shacklebolt continued. "You're taller than I remember and dressed differently." Shaking his head in disappointment, the boy who lived replied, "Surely a man like you knows that looks can be deceiving. We have a reason for secrecy. Order your breakfast and then join us. Thanks again for meeting with us." Harry returned to his seat with Hermione. "We met once, but I didn't give you my name," said the only female occupant of the table. "You may call me Sky. So, what is it you wanted to talk about?" "Very direct, Mr. Shacklebolt," replied Tox. "To put it simply, we're going to attempt to find and rescue Susan Bones, and wanted to find out if there's any information about her kidnapping you could share." His eyes widened as he appeared shocked. "Well, that's a generous offer, but half the Aurors are bound by the laws of the Ministry," interrupted Sky. "Surely you could see the advantage that people operating outside of those guidelines have over Aurors." Tox added, "Surely the priority is getting Miss Bones back safely. Not who gets the credit. Which we don't want, anyway." The bald man scratched his chin as he thought it over. "Yes, rescuing the minister's niece is our top priority, and if you can locate and free her, that would be appreciated." He sighed. "Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of information, but I'll tell you what we know." About 3 hours after their meeting with Kingsley Shacklebolt ended, Harry and Hermione were on the Hogwarts Express heading back to school. The head Auror hadn't had much information to share, but that in itself told them one thing. This shadow character was thorough. Neville, Ginny and Luna were sharing the compartment with them while Harry thought back to the conversation he'd had with his girlfriend after that meeting. "I wouldn't be surprised if Susan is being held under the Fidelius charm," commented Harry. "I'd be surprised if she's not, which leads to the question of how to find out who the secret keeper is and get that person to tell us the secret." She took a deep breath. "I doubt it would be Snape, but he might know who it is, probably the Shadow. In that case, we'll have to find a way to capture the Shadow." "What if we simply followed Snape there?" "It wouldn't work, Harry. We wouldn't see." "What if someone was holding onto Snape when he entered the building?" interrupted Harry. Looking as though she were lecturing a 5-year-old, Hermione replied, "In the cases where someone has managed to enter a Fidelius-protected house without knowing the secret, the person is unable to see or hear anything, as though blind and deaf. Some reported brief flashes of sight and sound every few minutes, but not enough to accomplish any task inside the protected house. That person would be helpless to defend themselves against any occupant of the house who wished them harm." "So you're saying it's a bad idea?" questioned Harry. His girlfriend didn't dignify that with an answer beyond rolling her eyes. His thoughts returned to the present when the snack trolley showed up outside his compartment and they were offered to buy treats. After the kids made their purchases and the snack lady was gone, Ginny asked, "Before she got here, you seemed to space out for a few minutes. What were you thinking about?" Harry saw she and Neville were looking at him curiously while Hermione looked concerned. Luna, as usual, had her face hidden behind an issue of the Quibbler. "Truthfully, I was thinking about poor Susan Bones, wondering what's happening to her." "That was terrible to read about, even if Rita Skeeter couldn't make up her mind about Susan's name," commented Neville. "That's so scary to think about," added Ginny. "I'm sure the Nargles will keep her alive until the S saves her from the darkness," declared Luna without looking up from her magazine. "I hope so," Harry agreed, thinking of his animagus form. That night at dinner, Dumbledore made no mention of the tragic kidnapping of Susan Bones, and Harry knew exactly why. "It's because he's still defending Snape," he exclaimed once he was alone with Hermione. They'd snuck into the Chamber of Secrets so they could discuss the situation more freely. Harry still enjoyed looking at the images from the Pac-Man game that had replaced the S decorations Slytherin had put there originally, but right now, even they couldn't amuse him. "Of course he is, Harry. We knew he would. Snape could crucio me on the head table during dinner and he'd still say, 'I trust Severus.' In fact, we're counting on it." Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I know. We even read it in the paper, but to have him totally ignore the fact that Susan was kidnapped by a former professor that he'd defended for years, he's probably still mad at me for getting Snape sacked." Hermione looked thoughtful for a moment. "I just wish we knew why Dumbledore trusts Snape. Did he have proof that he had turned away from evil? Which I doubt. Or just that he hated Voldemort?" she finished, after glaring at Harry for interrupting her. "That's got to be it," declared Harry. "It makes perfect sense. Anyone watching Snape for 5 minutes would realize he hadn't become a good guy, especially around me. But if he simply hated Voldemort for some reason, it would force him to work with Dumbledore. And whatever problem he has with Voldemort wouldn't necessarily apply to the Shadow," added Hermione. "Especially if it was a personal reason. Maybe Voldemort killed someone Snape cared about and he wanted revenge. Or he got sick of the way Tom tortures his followers more than his enemies," suggested Harry. "It could be anything," admitted Hermione, "but the point is that if Snape only had a personal grudge against Riddle, then he'd have no such problem with the Shadow." "But Dumbledore is too naive to even consider that possibility," Harry huffed. "He always wants to believe the best of people, despite stacks of evidence against him. And that is his biggest weakness," concluded Hermione. "While that attitude might work for a religious leader trying to help someone change their ways, it is certainly inappropriate for a man with Dumbledore's positions. I mean, in the Muggle world, no one with Snape's record would ever get a position as teacher in a public school. Even if Muggle teachers aren't perfect, and some are even mean, none of them are known murderers, and even the meanest can't get away with blatantly bad behavior like Snape did." Harry nodded. "They'd at least have to hide their favoritism and not publicly advertise it. And that's saying nothing about what damage Dumbledore's attitude has been doing in his position on the Wizengamot all these years. How many guilty people has he let go unpunished? He does care a lot more for the criminals than the victims," agreed Harry, thinking about how he knowingly let Malfoy walk around the school for a year with a dark mark, nearly killing both Katie Bell and Ron Weasley, imperiousing Rosmerta, eventually leading Death Eaters into the school, all because he wanted to turn Draco from the path of darkness. And everyone completely trusts his flawed judgment. The next day, Dumbledore, as Harry, Hermione and Sirius knew he would, proved that he was still on Snape's side as he walked into the Diagon Alley shop known as the Troublemaker's Paradise, just as Terry Cochran, aka Sirius Black, was closing the door. He immediately reinforced his occlumency shields when he noticed the visitor to his shop. "May I help you?" he asked the man with purple robes, a pointy hat and a long white beard that had walked up to him. He kept in mind that he should not know the man's identity. "Good day to you, sir," Albus replied with a twinkle in his eyes. "Are you by any chance the owner?" "Yes, sir. Terry Cochran at your service. Whatever pranking needs you have, I'm sure I've got just the thing for you. However, we are just closing, so, although your products are quite intriguing, I'm here on another matter. It's regarding your advertisement for a potions master." "Oh, yes. Are you interested in applying? Then come on in. Let me get you an application, mister." The headmaster's eyes widened slightly at not being recognized. "Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore. I don't believe you attended Hogwarts, but perhaps you've heard of me." "Oh, yes," Sirius replied as he closed the door behind them, "I have heard of you. You're the headmaster of at that school. Now that you mentioned your name, I believe I've seen your chocolate frog card." "Yes. Delightful sweets if I do say so myself. I'm not here because I personally desire the job you advertised, rather I'm representing someone else." "Oh, if it's one of your students, I'm afraid I need a more experienced." "No, Mr. Cochran, the man I'm representing is a quite experienced potions master. He even taught potions at Hogwarts before he began brewing them independently to sell them to many businesses." Terry grinned broadly, pretending that he had no idea who Albus was talking about. "Sounds promising. Send him over and I'll be glad to interview him. It may be difficult for him to come here personally, but I can vouch for the quality of his work." "While I don't doubt your word, Headmaster Dumbledore, I do insist that I personally interview anyone who I hire. You can tell him that it will be well worth his time. This business is really growing, so there's plenty of profit available for the right people. You tell him to be here at 7 p.m. on Friday and I'll interview him." I will have him brew something during the meeting, so tell him to be prepared for that. If he's as good as you say he is, then we'll come to an agreement that's profitable to both of us. I shall relay the message, promised Dumbledore merrily before walking outside. Sirius locked up the shop and immediately contacted his godson. On Friday night, everyone was ready for the plan. Terry Cochrane was inside his shop while Harry and Hermione, under invisibility cloaks, were nearby. They'd thought of putting listening charms or devices inside the joke shop, but Sirius believed Snape would find them. He was bound to be very careful since he was wanted by the law. Harry tensed when he saw their target apparate just outside the shop. "Remember the plan," hissed Hermione. "I know," he whispered back. Severus knocked on the door, which opened at once. Right after Snape entered and the door closed, the young couple moved much closer to the door and waited, drinking polyjuice about an hour after the door closed, according to the plan. "You must be the potions master Professor Dumbledore mentioned," greeted Terry with a grin. "Yes, Mr. Cochrane. My name is Severus Snape." The fugitive had his hand on his wand, ready to obliviate the shopkeeper if necessary. "Haven't I read your name in the Daily Prophet recently?" he asked. "Oh yes. That article that couldn't decide if Susan or Sharon Bones was kidnapped. I'd imagine they got the kidnapper's name wrong, too. Am I right?" "Yes," agreed Severus. "The inaccurate reporting of that so-called newspaper is quite annoying." "No doubt. Anyway, why don't you tell me about your brewing experience before I have you prepare some pepper-up potion?" They talked for a bit, with Sirius continuing to pretend to like Snape, who brewed an absolutely perfect batch of the requested potion. They then haggled on prices and Terry promised to owl him an order, along with instructions for his products, in the next week. The door swung open about 70 minutes after it had closed, and Harry immediately hissed, "Imperio." He'd already been aiming his wand. The unforgivable curse hit Snape, who tried fighting it, but the boy who meddled with time was using his custom wand, which was quite powerful. "Make a portkey to take us just outside the building where Susan Bones is being held," Harry silently commanded the former head of Slytherin. He did as commanded, and the three partners were able to grab the piece of parchment Severus had used in time to feel the familiar tug behind their navels. Harry fell on his rear when he landed, losing his concentration long enough for the glazed look to leave Snape's eyes. Without a word, he started running toward a building the others couldn't see. Harry jumped to his feet and raced toward his longtime foe, jumping on him just as Severus opened the invisible door and they both fell in. Harry felt just as disoriented as books on the Fidelius charm had warned. He was in complete darkness and silence, but he could still feel Snape, so he punched him in the face before pulling his wand back out and imperiousing the potion's master to free Susan Bones. Harry kept holding Snape's arm and walking, hoping that he really was controlling his nemesis. After 5 minutes, they stopped moving. For a full second, Harry could see and hear what was going on. He saw Snape open a cage door where he saw Susan, looking terrible, lying on the floor staring at them. He heard a somehow familiar voice call out from behind him, "What are you doing, Severus?" Crucio. Harry immediately realized the curse wasn't aimed at Snape, but himself, as he began to writhe on the floor in pain. Pulling his occlumency up all the way, not to stop the pain but to keep his wits about him, he tightened his grip on his wand and pointed it in the direction the curse was hitting him from. "Reducto," he shouted. Under the darkness of the Fidelius charm, he couldn't tell if he'd hit his target or not, but the pain stopped. He felt a foot kick him in the face and grabbed it with his free arm, tripping Snape before he felt a smaller hand touch his shoulder and weakly pull him. He hoped it was Susan and got up, saying, "You'll have to guide me to the door because I can't see anything." He then pointed his wand where he thought Snape was and started firing, Stupefy, knowing that if he hit anywhere on his attacker, he'd be down for the count. He continued moving his wand around firing that hex blindly, providing cover fire while being slowly led by Susan, until he felt her guide his hand and hold it in place. Taking the hint, he fired another, Stupefy. While he'd have rather used a Reducto, he knew it wouldn't put anyone out of commission unless it hit the head or, which couldn't be guaranteed. Susan then moved his hand to another direction, so he did the same. Finally, Susan let go of his wand hand and weakly dragged his arm, which led Harry to believe that he'd hit the target. Finally, after what seemed like forever, a door was opened and he could see and hear again. He saw his girlfriend, in an older female body, looking both concerned and angry at the same time. She was about to start screaming at him before he noticed her eyes resting on the person he'd rescued. He knew he'd still get an earful from Hermione later, but right now she was more concerned with the immediate crisis. "Susan," Hermione called as she came forward. "We need to get you to St. Mungo's." At that moment, Harry swore as he felt his polyjuice potion wear off. Instead of looking like a grown man, he was back to being himself. "Harry?" Susan asked in surprise while Harry got his first good look at her. Her clothes were torn and she was filthy. Her skin was pale and she was obviously malnourished. She also had a scar above her left eye where a knife had obviously cut her. There were more assorted scars he could see on her, but that one was the worst. "Please don't tell anyone," he asked before pulling a flask out of his pocket and drinking from it, reverting to his previous form. If you say so. Thank you." She looked at the girl. "Are you Hermione?" "Yes, but, are you Neville?" "No," answered Sirius. "I'm an adult friend of theirs. Only say that Tox and Sky rescued you. Don't mention me at all." "Neville knows nothing of this," said Hermione while Sirius made a portkey to the Wizarding Hospital, "and please don't tell anyone." She sighed while Susan nodded. "We're secretly trying to stop the Shadow, but right now, we don't even know who he is." With a half grin, the weary victim replied, "I know who the Shadow is. The Shadow's real name is Dolores Umbridge," declared Susan, causing her rescuers to gasp. "What?" exclaimed Harry. "She used to be Senior Undersecretary to Fudge," replied the weary girl, "until she got drunk and wrecked something in the Department of Mysteries. My aunt told me Fudge was appalled and wouldn't even let her explain what had happened at her mock trial." "Your aunt was there?" asked Hermione. "Yeah, I think Umbridge's time in prison made her even crazier than she was before." "The portkey's ready," interrupted Sirius Terry. "It'll leave in 5 seconds, and we don't want to linger here anyway." He handed a quill to Susan. "This will take you to the lobby of St. Mungo's. Unfortunately, we can't come with you." "Get well." "Thanks," replied Susan before she disappeared. "Let's get out of here," suggested Hermione, prompting all three of them to apparate, but not before they got a glimpse of the shadow of Pain leaving the Fidelius-protected house. She was thinner and paler than before, her skin looked almost white, and was wearing blood-red robes, but there was no denying her identity. The trio disappeared with a loud pop. "It's my fault," screamed Harry before punching the wall in the Chamber of Secrets. He'd been in a daze since he heard the Shadow's name and hardly remembered getting back to Hogwarts. He certainly didn't notice Hermione assuring Sirius that she'd calm him down. He was in such a state that he didn't even notice the damage he was doing to his right hand. Hermione knew she had to stop him before he did damage she couldn't fix. "It is not your fault," she shouted at him. "Now, stop before you hurt yourself worse." She grabbed his hand, making him aware of his injuries. "Ow, it is too my fault," he argued while she fixed his broken and bloody hand. "And you can say anything you want, but the fact is that I did not have to set Umbridge up to go to Azkaban. I should have waited for you to return before. We needed the time turner before school began, so you were right to go on that mission." She sighed. "I laughed just as hard as anyone when I saw her picture in the paper from when she was arrested. There was no way to know. I just had to have my revenge, didn't I? I should have known what the Dementors would do to someone like her. She was practically insane already. They drove her over the edge. She must have gotten out of prison just before we broke Sirius out," commented Hermione, realizing that nothing she said would absolve Harry of his guilty feelings right now. "And immediately stole all the dark books she could find," added Harry, "and made herself powerful so she couldn't go back to Azkaban. It's all my fault." Hermione sighed, realizing this was going to be a long night. Minister's Niece Rescued. Identity of the Shadow revealed. By Anna Jessie. It would appear that Minister Bones has more support than just the Aurors, because two private citizens that go by the aliases Tox and Sky managed to find and rescue Susan Bones. According to head Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, the duo has previously captured at least one Death Eater and turned him or her over to the Ministry, but Mr. Shacklebolt wouldn't reveal the identity of that criminal. Susan Bones, age 12, was portkeyed into St. Mungo's last night around 8 p.m., suffering from malnutrition, as well as several cuts which she revealed came from rituals that her captors, the Shadow of Pain and her assistant, Severus Snape, forced her participation in. The healers expect her to make a full recovery from her ordeal. When asked by Aurors, she revealed that she knew exactly who her captor, the Shadow, was, former senior undersecretary to former minister Cornelius Fudge, Dolores Umbridge. About a year and a half ago, Umbridge was arrested at the ministry for. Hermione and Harry read the article as they sat at the Gryffindor table the morning after the rescue. The boy who lived glanced toward Susan's best friend, Hannah Abbott, at the Hufflepuff table and saw her happier than she'd been since before Christmas. Yet again, the headmaster made no mention of Susan Bones or Severus Snape. Terry Cochran, aka Sirius Black, did actually contact Snape with a list of potions-based products for him to manufacture, in an effort to hide his participation in the rescue of Susan Bones. However, he received no response whatsoever. Whether Snape knew he'd been part of the setup or just knew that someone knew he'd been there was unclear, but obviously the potions master was taking no chances. Sirius half expected Dumbledore to show up and express disappointment in him for tricking Snape like that, but it never happened. Time moved quickly, and soon it had been a few weeks since the rescue, and Susan Bones arrived at Hogwarts looking healthy, although if you looked in her eyes, you could see she was no longer an innocent little girl. She had a noticeable scar on her forehead, but it was not shaped like a lightning bolt above her left eye, along with about 10 others that were hidden by her Hogwarts robe. Auror guards had escorted her into the building, but separated from her as she entered the Great Hall to join her classmates for breakfast. She'd only taken a few steps before Hannah Abbott practically jumped from the Hufflepuff table and ran to hug her best mate. Harry didn't know who started it, but soon most of the Great Hall was applauding the minister's niece, who had suffered so much, and he found himself joining in. After about a minute of that, Dumbledore walked up to his podium and proclaimed with a twinkle in his eye, "Welcome back, Miss Bones. As you can see, all of Hogwarts is overjoyed to have you among us once more. Please join us for breakfast. The pancakes are delightful." Hermione turned to Harry. Obviously, Dumbledore had to acknowledge Susan's presence, but still managed to say nothing about her ordeal or Snape's part in it. "I noticed that, too. He simply won't admit, even to himself, that he was wrong about Snape turning good." Neville, who'd been sitting with them, commented, "You're right. I never thought about it, but Dumbledore had that Death Eater here for over 10 years, protecting him while he picked on students like me, and still won't admit that was wrong. I think Minister Bones is getting sick of that, too," commented Hermione. "It looks like those Aurors want to talk to him." Harry glanced toward the head table and noticed that the Aurors who'd escorted Susan were now approaching the headmaster, no doubt to question him yet again on Snape's whereabouts. The next time the Time Meddlers saw Susan was in Herbology, where they did some work with the adolescent mandrakes that had been at Hogwarts since September. Susan smiled at them quickly, but that was the extent of their communication until that Saturday, when Hermione was in the library alone. "Hello, Hermione," greeted Susan when she walked up to the table the Gryffindor genius was sitting at. Nervously, she replied, "Hi, Susan. Can we talk somewhere a bit more private? And could you get Harry?" "Of course. Come with me." She led the Hufflepuff girl to an empty classroom on the 7th floor of Hogwarts and asked her to wait a few minutes while she went into the Gryffindor common room to retrieve the boy who lived. Once they returned, the couple remained silent as they cast multiple privacy charms to ensure the meeting wouldn't be overheard. Realizing what they were doing, Susan remained quiet as well. Finally, Harry broke the silence. "Hi, Susan. How are you feeling?" he asked in concern. "The doctors say I'm in perfect health," she replied. "I just wish people would stop looking at my scars." She sighed and glanced at Harry's forehead. "I guess you know what that's like." He nodded. "Hermione tells me you wanted to talk to us." After taking a deep breath, the redhead told them that, "First of all, I wanted to thank you, Ag." "That's not necessary," interrupted Hermione. "It's necessary for me," she replied. "Also, as I'm sure you read in the newspapers, I told them what you told me to." "Yes," responded Harry with a grin. Thanks. You're welcome. And what's the real reason for wanting to see us? Asked Hermione. The girl's expression turned hard, and it was easy to see how she'd survived her captivity. I want to help you fight Umbridge and Snape. The young Ms. Bones wished she'd brought a camera to capture the shocked expressions on her heroes' faces. No, said Harry when he found his voice. It's too dangerous. But not too dangerous for you. Susan shot back. You haven't been trained, argued Hermione. I can learn. She looked each of them in the eyes in turn. I'm too young to join the Aurors. This is my only chance. For revenge? Asked Hermione. Because if that's it, I'm. Taking a deep breath, the redhead admitted, revenge is part of it, yes, but it's more than that. I've seen firsthand how evil they are. They make you know who. Voldemort, interrupted Harry. He couldn't beat a baby and people still fear saying his name. If you're too scared to say the name of a dead. Voldemort. All right, Voldemort. Does that make you happy? Harry grinned slightly. A bit. He stared into her eyes and found determination, the same determination that had led him into so many adventures. The same unwavering determination that made Hermione follow him to hell and back. He looked at Hermione. She's serious about this. He sighed. What do you think? Hermione thought it over for about 15 seconds as she looked into both her boyfriend's and then Susan's eyes. Let's see how resolute she is, shall we? We'll duel. Harry, you referee. No unforgivable curses, fight until one is either unconscious or surrenders, that's it. Harry silently backed into the wall to observe the fight. What? Exclaimed Susan. If you don't want to join us, just say so. It's not that. Just need to draw your wand if you don't want to go down without a fight. Reluctantly, the girl complied, determined to prove herself. Ready, said Harry. 1, 2, 3, begin. A fraction of a second after Harry announced it, Susan felt a curse hit her foot and she fell. When she saw her opponent still pointing her wand, she rolled over, barely escaping the next hex. As she scrambled to her feet, she noticed that her left foot was bleeding and sore. She pointed her wand at Hermione. Stupefy. Hermione silently raised a shield that easily blocked the spell and sent a hex that broke Susan's right leg, sending the girl back to the floor. Is that the spell you want to hit the shadow with? A stunner. She shot several stinging hexes at Susan, who refused to acknowledge her pain as she glared at her opponent. Do you think Snape won't revive her? Or do you plan to stun both? She mocked. They'll go to jail. Susan shot back. Umbridge has been there. Didn't help. That dumb old dork controlling the Wizengamot would keep Snape out no matter what he does, giving him a second chance to hurt people like you. She shot another spell, this one breaking Susan's left arm. Reducto. Screamed Susan, landing a spell on the surprised girl's right hand, causing her to drop her wand. The Hufflepuff relaxed and looked at her bleeding foot before getting kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. Did you have to be that vicious, Hermione? Asked Harry, irritated. Yes, I did. If she can't use lethal curses, we don't want her to fight with us. Plus, we had to make sure she doesn't surrender easily. I think she already proved that while she was a prisoner, argued Harry. That's different than in battle. Ignoring that comment, Harry quickly began healing Susan's wounds while Hermione healed her own. Once all her injuries were taken care of, Harry woke the Hufflepuff girl. Are you all right? Hermione was a bit too. I'm fine, Harry. She turned to Hermione. I understand the lessons you taught me, but I didn't enjoy the class. I'll never hesitate to use powerful curses in a fight and never turn my back on a conscious opponent. Good, replied Hermione, before offering the girl her hand to help her up. I am sorry I was so hard on you, but the people we fight are. I know how vicious the shadow of pain is, she interrupted with a dark expression. Hermione turned to Harry. First, we need an oath of secrecy from her, and then we teach her occlumency and dueling. Over the next few months, Harry and Hermione began training Susan rigorously, making it a point not to reveal anything about the Room of Requirement, Chamber of Pac-Man, their time turner, and especially their time meddling. However, she didn't openly hang out with them, so neither Neville nor Hannah, Susan's best friend, knew anything about that arrangement. At the same time, the Aurors weren't getting any closer to capturing Umbridge, although more disappearances had occurred and Kingsley had been informed by one of his other contacts that the Shadow had begun recruiting. He shared that information both with his boss and Tonks. Amelia Bones had managed to remove every position Dumbledore held because of his refusal to reveal Snape's whereabouts, including as headmaster, much to the surprise of all, although officially Albus had retired. The fact that a man Dumbledore had protected and kept as a teacher for so long had participated in the capture and torture of a student gave her the momentum to go even further than Fudge had been able to in the other timeline. Anything he had to say about Snape actually spying was ignored once Susan had testified about Severus' participation in her torment. Still, the old man did manage to stay out of jail by calling in every favor he'd acquired over the years. Rumor had it that he was reviving the Order of the Phoenix to combat the Shadow, but Harry was the last person who would be told about that. McGonagall was acting headmistress until the end of the school year, although she had made it clear that she did not want the position to become permanent. "Is everything in place, Severus?" He and his boss were at their new headquarters, another abandoned warehouse under the Fidelius charm. "Yes, Shadow. Our operative will steal one next week." "Only one," yelled Dolores Umbridge, whose very name came from the Latin roots of pawn and shadow, respectively. She pointed her wand at Snape, intent to torture him. "Yes, mistress," he replied defensively. "If an accident occurs where they're kept and one is missing, no one will think anything of it. However, if several disappear, then everyone will know what we're planning, and prepare accordingly." Making it a useless gesture, she completed, before reaching for her pink cup and sipping her tea. "Very well. We shall have to content ourselves with one of that particular weapon. It is too bad they are so rare and mature so slowly." "Very well. If that is all, I'll be going. The old fool is waiting for his false report." He turned to leave. Hem. He stopped in his tracks and turned. "Yes, Shadow." Calmly, she reminded him, "See that nothing ruins this plan. I will not tolerate another failure." She giggled. "If you do fail, I have the perfect ritual for you to participate in." Another giggle. "Good day, Sev." Easter break had just begun and many students, including Harry, Hermione and Susan, were staying at the castle for the holiday break. That trio was now standing in Ing Myrtle's bathroom and fortunately the ghost wasn't in there at that moment. "Why are we, especially you, Harry, here?" the Hufflepuff asked. They'd basically had her follow them there without revealing the destination after instructing her to bring a shrunken broom in her purse. "Because you've learned enough occlumency that we feel we can trust you with some of our secrets," replied Harry as he pulled a small globe out of his pocket. "Here, this is a thought sphere where a memory is recorded." He held it out and Susan took it. "What's it for?" Hermione instructed her to. "Hold it in front of this sink and tap it with your wand." The girl obeyed and looked frightened as she saw a small S-speak Parseltongue, causing the sinks to separate, revealing a large hole. Harry had given her a memory of himself as Tonks opening the entrance. He explained, "This is the way into our headquarters, the legendary Chamber of Secrets." While Susan Bones was learning about the chamber, she laughed her head off at the Pac-Man images that had replaced Salazar's original decorations, animagus forms and the Time Turner. There was a disturbance in one of the greenhouses. When Professor Sprout discovered the problem, it appeared that there had been a small fire and a few of her plants had been destroyed. She couldn't tell who or what caused the fire. It was about a week before school would be let out, and Diagon Alley was crowded as usual. It was exactly noon and it was a beautiful day. The sun was out and many witches and wizards, along with their pre-Hogwarts children, were out doing their shopping, when something appeared unnoticed in the middle of the street. It was a type of magical plant, although it looked like an adult midget with shrubbery growing out of its head. Attached to it was a note that simply read, "Courtesy of the Shadow." The plant let out a loud scream. Yesterday at noon, things were peaceful in Diagon Alley. Families were out doing their shopping. Mothers were pushing their babies along in strollers. A small plant was portkeyed into this common scene, turning it into a nightmare. A fully mature mandrake got up and began to scream. Many of you will remember from herbology that the mandrake's cry is fatal to all who hear it. There were 25 people, nearly half of them children, who were close enough to find out that fact for themselves. 23 people who weren't close enough to get the full blast of it were also affected. Some of them have lost their hearing and others their minds. When the Aurors were finally able to enter the area, after the mandrake had been silenced, they found a note that read, "Courtesy of the Shadow." Those of you who have been keeping up with the news will recall that the Shadow is none other than Dolores Umbridge, who— "How could she?" asked Hermione as she dropped the Daily Prophet to the table. There were tears in her eyes as she looked at her companion. "A magical weapon of mass destruction," commented Harry miserably as he picked up the paper and skimmed the article that had silenced most of the Great Hall minutes after the mail arrived. "Crueler than the Dark Lord and twice as foul," he quoted from the prophecy Luna had made so long ago. He took a deep breath before saying, "I've lost my appetite," and got up. "Me, too." Neither noticed that most of the other students left as well. It's difficult to eat breakfast after learning news like that. It was fortunate that the final exams had been completed the week before and they were only waiting this last week for their grades, because not many people would have been in the mood for classes. Harry and Hermione wordlessly walked to Myrtle's bathroom, only stopping to make sure no one was watching when Harry entered. He transformed into Tox and hissed, "Open." It was about a minute after the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was closed that Susan Bones entered the bathroom. She'd seen her friends' trainers get up after reading the paper and was fairly certain where they were going. To make it not as obvious, she waited until the others left the hall and told her Hufflepuff friends that she wanted to be alone, knowing they'd always given her space to deal with reminders of her ordeal with the Shadow in private. She pulled out the thought sphere the Time Meddlers had given her and activated it, opening the sink. She followed the chamber until it led to what they were calling the Hall of Pac-Man, based off the new decorations. When she got that door open, she heard Harry's voice say, "It's all my fault. Why did I have to do it? If I hadn't, then none of those people would have died. Susan wouldn't have been." "Hello, Susan," interrupted Hermione, who was facing the door. Her face held a guarded expression. Harry turned around after a moment, and the Bones girl could tell he'd been crying, even though he'd wiped his eyes before turning. Not seeing any other option, she asked the natural question. "What did you do, Harry, that makes this your fault?" He took a deep breath. I told you that I broke into the Ministry to get the Time Turner." Susan nodded but said nothing. "I didn't tell you what happened while I was there. I met Umbridge and wound up stunning her." He sighed. "I could have left her like that, but I didn't. I made it look like she'd gotten drunk and broke the Time Turners. I thought it was funny. I'm the reason she went to Azkaban, the reason she went mad. The reason she became the Shadow," Susan finished softly as Harry's head hung down. She was silently staring at him for a few moments before saying, "No wonder you're so determined to fight her." Hermione stood silently watching the both of them while Harry stared at the floor. "I'm sorry, Susan. I never meant for. I don't blame you, Harry. You didn't tell that monster to kidnap me or kill those people. It's just as easy to blame Fudge or my aunt for not listening to her pleas of innocence. It's just as easy to blame the whole system that uses Dementors as guards. However, Umbridge made her choice to be evil long before that happened. I've spent a lot of time with her. She enjoys torturing people. No one will convince me that she wouldn't have tortured others if she hadn't gone to prison." Harry looked up at her in shock. "What? Did you expect me to yell at you and agree that you should be the one to go to prison for her crimes?" "No, I don't know how I expected you to react. I guess I'm just horrified by what happened. Even Voldemort didn't kill that many people at once." "I know it sounds morbid," commented Hermione grimly, "but it could have been a lot worse if she'd put a sonorous charm on the mandrake." "I suppose," agreed Harry. "The main thing is that we've got to figure out a way to stop her from doing something like that again." Elsewhere, the Shadow of Pain and the Half-Blood Prince were celebrating the panic they'd started with the attack. The wireless had announced that half the shops in Diagon Alley had closed out of fear of another assault. "We need to use this fear to our advantage," declared Umbridge. "Severus, call our new recruits. We can storm a Mudblood home, killing the parents while their kids are still at school." "I know just the Mudblood," replied Snape with a grin. Suddenly, Snape's expression changed and he looked at his watch. which appeared to be a normal, black analog one, but the time was set at exactly noon, despite the fact that it was about 10 a.m. Dumbledore wants a meeting, he told the shadow. No doubt he's upset about our triumph yesterday and wants me to explain. While sipping from a pink cup of tea, Dolores grinned. We could use this to our advantage. Tell the old fool that you had no prior knowledge of that attack and you think I've gone too far, and led him here. He grinned as he adjusted the time on his watch, signaling Dumbledore when they'd meet at the designated safe house. That night, Adam and Marissa Granger were snuggled together on their couch, alternating between watching a movie and snogging when they were interrupted by a loud ringing that they'd heard once before, when Harry and Hermione were demonstrating wards they'd set up. That's the magical alarm, isn't it? Asked Marissa as a panicked expression came over her face. Adam nodded as he got up, rushing toward the window. He pulled back the curtain just in time to be hit with a spell. He fell back unconscious as his wife watched in horror. His ear had been sliced off and a large piece of glass was in his right eye. He was screaming in agony when they heard a cruel feminine voice calmly state, "So shall it be done to everyone who brings a mudblood into this world." Glass from a different window shattered, calling Marissa's attention to it. She thought she was seeing things as flames took the shape of creatures as they set the house on fire. She was now officially in a state of panic. Adam weakly said, "Cabinet," as he stood up, clearly in a lot of pain. The glass was still in his eye. Come on. More fiendfire was shot into the house as the couple made their way into the room they'd set Harry's vanishing cabinet in. Marissa opened the door as the flames were approaching and shut it tight. A moment later, the sounds of burning and taunts were gone as they exited inside Harry's trunk. Marissa helped her husband onto a couch as she asked, "How do we let Harry know we're in here?" After Snape watched the Granger roof cave in, he told the shadow, "It's time for my appointment with Dumbledore." "I'll be ready for him in 10 minutes, she replied with a grin before ordering everyone to leave. Harry and Hermione were in the library when his watch trunk vibrated. "Someone's just entered my trunk," he whispered to Hermione. "It has to be my parents," she replied, knowing that they had the matching cabinet to the one inside. "I have a bad feeling about this." "Come on," he said as he got up, intent on finding a place to enter the trunk to see what was going on. Adam and Marissa hadn't been inside the trunk for 5 minutes when they were joined by Harry and Hermione. She screamed when she saw the condition her father was in while Harry rushed forward. "What happened?" he asked while Hermione approached. While Marissa explained how they'd been attacked, Hermione put her studies to good use, applying healing spells to her father. After she'd vanished the glass and stopped the bleeding of both Adam's eye and ear, she admitted, "I don't know how to regrow either. Maybe we can take him to St. Mungo's." "Can they do that?" asked Harry. "I would think they'd have healed Mad Eye better if they could." "Good point," replied Hermione, trying to stay calm. "I think you'd be better off at a Muggle hospital, where they could use plastic surgery, than at St. Mungo's. Besides, Umbridge may have spies there," commented Harry. "It's probably better if they think you're dead." He then asked, "Adam, did you see how many people attacked you?" "I saw at least a dozen of them during the moment I was watching." "Albus," Snape declared as he approached the man who'd kept him out of Azkaban for years. "It has gone too far. Why didn't you stop that attack? Children were killed. I didn't know about it until after it happened, I swear. The shadow obviously didn't trust me enough to tell me. She must have seen how much I regretted what happened to the Bones girl." "Perhaps," agreed Albus. "It must be difficult for you." "Yes it is, but I'm through with it. I think we should attack her now. I know we can win. She's supposed to be alone at this very minute." Dumbledore pulled his wand. "Then let's go, my friend." Standing side by side, two wizards appeared in front of a supposedly abandoned warehouse in a bad part of Muggle London. One had long, white hair with a beard to match. He was wearing half-moon spectacles, along with flamboyantly colored robes. His wand was in his right hand and pointing straight forward. At his side was a much younger man in his 40s with black, greasy hair and black robes. His wand was also facing forward. The shadow hasn't had time to cast the Fidelius on this warehouse yet, but is planning to do so later today, so this is our only chance. I hope that she is alone as you've been told, Severus, the older man replied as he began to silently remove the many other wards that were guarding their destination. I'd hate for others to be unnecessarily hurt. Dumbledore believed that once the leader was gone, the followers would stop committing crimes, which is why he had had no problem with 90% of the Death Eaters evading Azkaban and walking free for a decade before someone began killing them. I do wonder if Dolores is luring me into a trap, Snape responded, sounding concerned. If she is, then it's time we sprang that trap. The wards are down. He pointed his wand at the nearby door and it opened for them. Let's go. The two figures walked into the dimly lit warehouse with several cobwebs all over the ceiling. In the center of the gloomy place was a desk with a woman dressed in all pink sitting at it, apparently working on parchment work. Stupefy, whispered Dumbledore, sending a red beam of light toward Umbridge. The only problem was that the beam went straight through the figure and into the desk. Suddenly, bright lights were turned on and an annoying, hem, could be heard behind them. They turned to see the real Shadow, along with 15 of her followers, wands pointed at them. That was quite rude to walk in here and try to attack me. Shame on you, she scolded them as though they were little children. Severus, I can't say I'm surprised at your bad behavior. Now, I'm afraid that both you and Mr. Dumbledore must be punished. At that pronouncement, the 15 wizards with Umbridge began firing Avada Kedavras. Albus flicked his wand, causing a large granite stone to appear, blocking every one of the green spells. At that moment, 10 more jumped out of hiding places, surrounding Albus and Severus, all shooting various dark spells which Dumbledore blocked. The Shadow conjured a large panther that leapt toward them, but Snape sent a Sectum Sempra at the large cat's head. It was dead before it hit the ground. One by one Dumbledore stupefied and bound each of Umbridge's followers while Snape himself countered everything she shot at them. When there were about 5 minions left, Snape shot a silent stupefy at Umbridge, knocking her to the ground while Albus formed a magical rope that knocked her remaining servants to the ground. It's over, said Dumbledore while magically binding his opponents, turning his back on his longtime friend. Thank goodness, agreed Severus before whispering the words, Avada Kedavra. With his wand about 1 foot from Dumbledore's back, the green beam of light hit the old man, instantly sending him to the floor, dead. I don't think I could have stood one more day, listening to your talk of goodness. Just because I hate the former Dark Lord doesn't mean I don't hate you, too. Aside from a few people rushing about to purchase essential items, Diagon Alley was empty, despite the fact that it was about noon on a beautiful day. Those who were shopping were obviously nervous because it hadn't been long since the Shadow's vicious attack with a mandrake, killing far too many innocents. It was therefore perfectly understandable that everyone in the streets apparated on the spot when someone appeared right in front of the alley's entrance and fell. This corpse did not contain any traps, but there was no way for the shopkeepers nor their customers to know that. That is the reason why nobody still in the alley admitted to even having seen the body until the bricks were opened up for an 11-year-old Muggle-born witch and her parents, getting their first taste of the wizarding world. The girl looked at Dumbledore's body and screamed before running back into the leaky cauldron. Is this your idea of a joke? Yelled her father at Professor Sprout, who was helping them get acquainted with her world after informing them of the existence of magic. I assure you that this is no joke, she replied while gazing into the dead eyes of her former employer. In fact, this man used to be the headmaster of Hogwarts before he retired. At that moment, Tom the bartender ran up and looked. A few tears fell from his eyes before he declared, I guess the Shadow even got him. All the ministry. It was at that moment that Sprout realized there was a note attached to Albus, Robes. To whom it may concern. Retired Headmaster Dumbledore has simply refused to mind his own business, sticking his crooked nose where it didn't belong. Therefore, I was forced to help him return to his retirement. I certainly hope I won't have to help anyone else retire. Mr. Dumbledore was bad, so he had to be punished. If you'll be good, you might not have to be punished. Courtesy of the Shadow. By the time the father of the Muggle-born girl learned who the Shadow was from others in the pub, he decided that his child was not entering that world nor attending Hogwarts, a decision she wholeheartedly agreed with. Come on, Romilda, he said. Let's go home. The death of Dumbledore seemed to be the only thing the students at Hogwarts could discuss from the time the article appeared on the front page of the Daily Prophet. He was given a large funeral to which Harry Potter was invited to attend, but the boy who lived couldn't bring himself to accept. Whenever I think of everything Dumbledore did to me, to the students at Hogwarts by subjecting them to Snape and putting them in danger all the time, and what happened to the world because of his great plan, I want to cheer that he's dead, Harry confided to Hermione, but I know he died trying to fight Umbridge, and that it was 4 years early because of. You can't keep taking the credit for everything that Umbridge does, Harry. His girlfriend and confidant interrupted. Even Susan knows that the Shadow is responsible for her own actions. What really bothers me is that when I'm not concentrating on his bad points, I'm neither upset nor happy about this. I'm indifferent to his death. As he was apparently indifferent to everyone who had to suffer and die for his plan to succeed. Exactly. Am I becoming like him? That depends, replied Hermione. Are you willing to let half of Britain die to defeat one Dark Lord with a few dozen followers? Without waiting for a response, she continued, are you willing to allow a baby to be raised by abusive relatives that don't want him because you believe he has a role to play in the war with Umbridge? Are you willing to endanger an entire school time and time again as your way of training a child to be a weapon? Are you willing to turn the disciplinary system of the supposed greatest magical school in Europe into a joke for more than 15 years just to keep an unrepentant murderer out of jail because you think he has a role to play in a war that may or may not happen? Harry shook his head. No, I don't have that kind of obsession. I'm not willing to subject innocent people to suffering and death just to defeat one crazy Dark Lord or lady. I'm not a chess master and I don't view people as pawns. I wonder if that's the beginning of someone turning dark, Hermione pondered out loud. If the moment you start viewing people as disposable pawns to sacrifice whenever needed to win your game is when you become dark. If that is true, stated Harry, and it makes sense to me, then Dumbledore was a Dark Lord and didn't even know it. He then added with a grin, I guess he never heard of games where you simply get the highest score. The ride on the Hogwarts Express was uneventful, mainly because Hermione warded their compartment to stop Malfoy or anyone else from coming to harass them. The young couple sat with Neville, Susan and Hannah for the trip. Susan mentioned that Cedric Diggory had told the Hufflepuffs in the Defense Club that he was planning to bring their training level up the next year to really prepare them to fight people like Umbridge and her minions. The next day, Mr. Granger was being admitted into a Muggle hospital in Ireland, under the name Richard Donovan, to be given plastic surgery to deal with the wounds he'd recently incurred. It was a simple matter to persuade the hospital staff that he had all his paperwork with him, once the appropriate forms had been conjured. He would also be getting a glass eye that matched his other one perfectly. His wife would stay with him constantly, while Harry and Hermione got back to the house they were renting to work on homework. Get well, commanded Hermione while she hugged her father goodbye. I will. You take care of yourself, young lady. The next time I see you, commented Harry in jest, I should be the one with the worst scar. I don't like how you tried to usurp my rightful place. I apologize for temporarily holding your position as most scarred person after our attack. It was quite inconsiderate of me. I'm glad you realize the error of your way and are going to rectify it. At that declaration, the two males started laughing while the females rolled their eyes. We'll see you tomorrow, promised Harry before he and his girlfriend left. Goodbye, said Marissa. I love you, stated Hermione just before they were out of sight. She and Harry left the hospital the normal way, then walked to a secluded spot before apparating straight into their temporary home. Once they arrived at the house, Harry and Hermione climbed into his trunk to begin to practice their fighting. It wasn't precisely what they claimed they'd do, but it was magical work. Harry planned to watch Hermione's memories of the classes they'd decided to attend that he hadn't but wanted to train first. The electives they'd signed up for were arithmancy, ancient runes and care of magical creatures. Harry wondered who the new headmaster, whoever that ended up being, would hire for C of MC since Professor Kettleborn was retiring, but was fairly confident it wouldn't be Hagrid. As fond as Harry was of the half-giant, he had to admit he hadn't been the best teacher of that class, mainly because of his fondness of dangerous animals. After a few minutes, Susan popped into the trunk with Winky, who'd side along apparated her. "Hi, guys," she greeted. "Am I late?" "No," replied Harry. "We just got started early." After that, the three practiced fighting with magic for several hours before turning back time so that Susan could get back home while Harry and Hermione actually did work on homework. They would be training as much as they could while trying to locate Dolores Umbridge, because they wanted to end this war before she did something even worse than what she'd already done. At the same time, many miles away, the Shadow of Pain was planning on doing just that. "Well, I guess it's time," said Ulysses Singleton to his partner, Francis Vladimir. Both were mercenary purebloods working for the Shadow. She was able to pay the highest wages around, due to her possession of the Philosopher's Stone, and therefore was easily able to attract any mercenaries in Europe. However, she did only hire purebloods to be her minions. The mission they were on was very simple, yet important to Umbridge. Throughout the day, several mercenaries had visited the Ministry of Magic under different disguises for different excuses, and had placed certain magical devices at key positions on every floor of the building before disillusioning them. After planting the devices, the mercenaries left, making sure to check out at the front desk. It was now exactly 2 a.m. on July 3rd, which meant that it was time to enact the plan. All they had to do was activate the devices, which had the Protean charm on them. Once activated, the devices would perform a wide-area stunner, knocking everyone near them unconscious, to be sorted out later after interrogation by the Shadow. Obviously, not every single person in the building would happen to be in the right place to be stunned, so the mercenaries would storm the building immediately afterward, killing anyone who tried to interfere with this takeover. The next morning, the majority of Ministry employees would find out their work environment had changed. Ulysses took his wand out, pointed it at the control device, and muttered the activation phrase a moment before flowing into the Ministry building, followed by his partner. As they began running toward the elevator, others began appearing in the many flow entrances. After determining that the few people on that floor had been stunned, as many mercenaries as could fit into the elevator entered it while the others, 100 in total, took the stairs. It didn't take long for them to locate and kill the people who had been out of range at the time, as there weren't very many. A few had been in the bathroom at the time while others had been walking between departments but were quickly subdued. The skeleton crew that stayed at the Ministry in the middle of the night was small as it was, but with 90% of them unconscious, it was an easy takeover. All the stunned employees were put into cells where their loyalty would be determined by the new boss when she arrived. They'd either join her or die. The next morning, Minister Amelia Bones woke up in her bed as usual, got ready for work and had breakfast with Susan. After saying goodbye and wishing her niece a good day, she apparated into the atrium of the Ministry building. The sight that greeted Amelia was not what she expected. She saw no less than 50 strangers, all of whom had their wands out. As people flowed into the place, they were immediately stunned. It was only her years of experience as an Auror that alerted her to the fact that a red beam of light was headed her way. She shifted to the right just in time to avoid it as she pulled out her wand, silently stunning the guard who'd attacked her. "It's her, the former minister," one of the Shadow's mercenaries shouted while Bones tried to apparate out, quickly learning that wards were up that didn't allow people to leave. She barely managed to dodge a green beam of light as she formulated an escape plan. Obviously, they were stunning the normal employees, hoping to make recruits out of them, but she was wanted dead. Amelia's mind fixed on the visitor's entrance, the one that didn't require magical means of travel. If she could get there, she might be able to escape. Moving faster than one would expect a woman of her age to do, she started running, while shooting reductos over her shoulder for cover. From the sound of things, she'd hit at least one of them as she kept changing her position so she wouldn't be easily shot. When she got to her destination, she turned around, shooting about 10 reductos at the mercenaries before jumping into the fake phone booth and dialing the numbers to be taken to the street. She had her wand ready and blasted her way out of the phone booth, exploding it to pieces and killing the 5 mercenaries waiting for her when she arrived, before they knew what had hit them. She apparated away before anyone else could attack her. "Auntie, what are you doing back? Did you forget something?" asked Susan as Amelia Bones reappeared at their home less than 5 minutes after she'd left. The ministry's been taken over, come with me. She grabbed her niece and apparated away mere seconds before some of the Shadow's people arrived outside to destroy the house. Susan looked around at their new location, recognizing it immediately. What are we doing at Hogwarts? Right now it's the best defended location in Britain. Harry and Hermione were doing something they rarely did these days, relaxing. They'd gotten up early and decided to talk. They planned to start exercising in a few minutes, but for the moment, they were just enjoying each other's company while sitting together on a love seat. So, commented Harry, this year we'll officially start dating. Not until at least after your birthday. Once you're 13 then it should be acceptable. But what difference does a few weeks make? He argued playfully. I'm not any different now than I will be then. He scooted closer to her and whispered in her ear. Besides, you know how old I really am. I know, but for appearance's sake. Come on, Hermione. I think we've waited long enough. You keep getting more and more beautiful each day, and I know how gorgeous you'll end up. You know I love you. I know, she said softly. And you do love me, don't you? You know I do. He put his arm around her and leaned closer, making her feel lightheaded. I suppose it won't hurt to start a little early, she agreed before leaning forward and kissing him passionately. Pop! A loud noise filled the room. The couple sprung apart to see Susan Bones and Winky, who presumably had brought her. Susan had decided to see them as soon as she and her aunt had settled at Hogwarts, where the government in exile was being set up. It would also be a refuge. While Amelia was contacting every ministry employee she could find, Susan decided to break the news to her trainers and rescuers. The girl found herself relieved to have some reason to be happy on this terrible day. She smirked at the young couple who'd been snogging a moment before. It's about time. What? They asked together. I'm glad you've finally admitted your feelings. It's been obvious for ages. Smiling brightly, Harry replied, yes, we have, and I couldn't be happier. Me, neither, agreed Hermione, who found herself a bit relieved to be able to show her affection for Harry as she put her arm around him. Did you want to join us for our workout? After taking a deep breath, she responded, sure, but first I have terrible news. The young couple's expressions changed from happiness to concern immediately. What's happened? The Shadow took over the ministry. Auntie barely made it back from work alive. She's using Hogwarts as the new base. What? Later that day, this message from the Shadow could be heard across England through the Wizarding wireless network. Hem. Upstanding citizens of Britain who hold to traditional values, I have wonderful news for you. The radicals, who had taken over our government, forcing us to accept uppity mudbloods in our workplaces and schools, have been defeated. No longer will you have to work side by side with those of impure blood. No longer will we have Muggle values brought into our world by those enemies of tradition. This victory brings with it opportunities for proper witches and wizards to prosper under new leadership that understands the value of proper upbringing. We will no longer have to compete with the mudbloods who have been favored by the former government, which means there are far more jobs available. Society will be restored to the way it was in the golden age of Hogwarts founders, where time-honored ideals reigned supreme. It is unfortunate that the Hogwarts castle itself is currently in the hands of traitors to those values, but that will be rectified soon enough. For now, it is time for you to declare your allegiance to the long-established ways and let us know of any mudbloods infesting your area. We suspect that they have been somehow stealing magic from pureblood children, turning them into squibs, and wish to determine how they're doing it. For that purpose, we have established housing for them, where we can do proper research into this matter. It is a time to celebrate, tradition has finally won the war. Within a week, Hogwarts, which was being left alone while the Shadow established her rule and grew her army, had truly become a functional ministry in exile. It didn't have all the amazing magical devices that the actual ministry building enjoyed, but Headmistress McGonagall made sure that functional offices had been set up on the first floor for the most important departments. In addition to that, the castle began serving as a refuge for everyone fleeing the Shadow, who'd created concentration camps that sounded worse than Azkaban for Muggle-borns and any others who resisted her that weren't immediately killed. Susan couldn't remember the castle ever being this full. Not surprisingly, Draco Malfoy and his goons had joined the Shadows group. Unfortunately, those that did join the government in exile did at least as much harm as good. Many of the Wizengamot members who'd arrived at the castle were hindering Minister Bones, making plans to take back the government with their constant complaining about the accommodations. She knew they were used to living in mansions, but thought they were grown up enough to adapt to the situation. Harry and Hermione were staying in Ireland, although they did meet Susan every day via House Elf Express, but it seemed that every other family had fled to the castle. Cedric Diggory arrived with his mother after they found out his father had been killed when he refused to join Umbridge. He immediately restarted the DA secretly with every student at the castle, training them without the adults knowing. Susan clearly remembered the first meeting of the summer. Cedric gave a speech that motivated them all. The adults say that we're too young to fight, but I say different. We're not too young to be victims. We're not too young to lose our families. Why are we too young to resist the shadow? She wants us to be helpless victims that she can kill at the drop of a hat. The adults seem to want the same thing, though for different reasons. They don't seem to realize that we don't want to wait around while they decide our fate. We want to fight this war. We want to win this war. He then started teaching them a lot more lethal spells than any DA meeting had ever had demonstrated before. It was because of this that Susan decided to suggest to Harry and Hermione that they let the Defense Association fight with them. Every night Aunt Amelia complains about how much the bureaucracy is holding the government back from fighting Umbridge, so we can't count on their help. Shouted Susan. Why won't you accept help from those not bound by that, Harry? She'd spent the last 20 minutes trying to convince Harry and Hermione to let the DA help them. Hermione seemed convinced, but her boyfriend was still resisting. I don't want them killed because of me, he replied stubbornly. If we die, it'll be because of Shadow, not you. Argued Susan. You may not have noticed, but you're not the only one with a reason to fight back. Harry noticed that the scar above her left eye, a memento of her time as Umbridge's prisoner, hadn't faded at all, but didn't comment on it. Hermione, looking like she'd just understood something, turned to Susan. Could you allow us a few minutes? I think I know what's bothering Harry. It's kind of private. Harry glared at his girlfriend. What do you mean, bothering me? All right. 5 minutes. I'll be in that room. The young redhead pointed at a door and walked toward it. Once she was in the other room, Hermione turned to her boyfriend. This isn't about the DA. This is about Cedric. You're afraid he's going to die and you won't be able to stop it. Can you guarantee me that that won't happen? Asked Harry, not bothering to argue with his companion of 2 lifetimes. She knew him far too well. Not just to Cedric but all of them. No, she replied, shaking her head solemnly, but they have as much right to fight back as we do, some of them have more reason. And the fact is that we'll need help. We're not superheroes. Harry let out a sigh. He knew she was right. He could either spend the next few hours arguing about it until he gave in, or spend that time planning how to avoid casualties. Fine. Tox and Sky will be paying the DA a visit. Let's call Susan back in. That'll never work, declared Bartholomew head-on, an aging member of the Wizengamot. We'll just lose more people. The Muggle-borns will have to tough it out. They were meeting in a classroom on the first floor of Hogwarts. In concentration camps, shouted Minister Bones. The odds that anyone could survive a month in one of those places is negligible. We have the location of one now. We just have to. There are casualties in every war, interrupted the representative of another ancient house, Timotheus Caledron. Bones had long suspected he was a pureblood supremacist, despite his family's neutrality in the Voldemort War. That is what they should be considered. We must help those people, argued Augusta Longbottom, also a Wizengamot member, but unfortunately her pleas fell on mostly deaf ears. After that frustrating debate that ended in yet more non-action, Amelia decided to send a message to someone else, someone who might actually do something about the concentration camp that some of her remaining Aurors had located. The atrocities they'd witnessed were horrendous, and that was from a distance. These are the people who rescued me from that evil monster. They're fighting outside the government's limitations, and are willing to let us join them, said Susan, introducing her friend's alter egos. This is Tox and that's Sky. Both were taller than their normal sizes, wearing black robes obscuring their faces as they stood at the front of a DA meeting. Cedric had approved of Susan introducing her rescuers to the group. Obviously, stated Harry. Tox was not my birth name. He received a few chuckles. I took on that name to protect my family and friends, and because I am toxic to my enemies. Sky sends them flying away, desperate to escape. He took a deep breath. I was told that you want to make a difference in this war. We can help you with that. How do we know we can trust you? Asked Seamus Finnegan. If you don't trust us, that's fine, replied Sky. You can stay behind while those of you who want to help raid a concentration camp to rescue over 100 Muggle-borns. I didn't say I don't want to help, argued Seamus. It's just that we don't know you. Why don't you take off your hoods? What's your name? Asked Tox, even though he knew his roommate well enough. Seamus Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan, we don't want to share our true identities with anyone. You all can feel free to hide your identities as well. Who we are isn't important. What is important is that one of our most reliable sources found the location of a Muggle-born death camp. We can't successfully raid the camp on our own, so we need help. Based on how many of you want to help us, we'll come up with a plan. Harry Tox looked at everyone in front of him. This will be extremely dangerous, and I can't guarantee that all of us will even survive. We won't look down on anyone who doesn't want to come. I'll do it, announced Cedric. Count us in, added Fred and George Weasley together. Before long, over 90% of the DA, including Seamus, had agreed to participate. That made 50 allies. Thank you, said Sky. We'll return in 2 days with a plan, along with a map of the camp. In the meantime, I suggest you study up on lethal spells for the guards as well as healing ones for the prisoners. I know it's necessary, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, stated Harry. He and Hermione were about a mile from the concentration camp they'd been informed about through a letter from Amelia Bones, about to do some spying of their own. I know you like to do the most dangerous parts, but my form is perfect. What if someone sees you and shoots? That's highly unlikely, but if they do, then you'll have to crawl after me without revealing yourself. She took a deep breath. I doubt anyone will suspect an innocent owl flying above the camp. I suppose, agreed Harry reluctantly. On the other hand, the prisoners are so hungry, they'll probably try to eat any that happens to crawl near them, replied Hermione with a smirk. We've got to do this now, while we've still got daylight. She quickly said her boyfriend and turned into an owl. He quickly turned into AS while she took off into the sky. As promised, one complete map of the prison, declared Sky the next day at a DA meeting. No one had noticed the two animals as they crawled around or flew above the concentration camp. Once they'd seen it up close, they were able to use their memories in a pensieve to draw up the map. Of course, some of what they saw happening was worse than they'd imagined. We saw a dozen guards, but there may be more, added Tox. We've marked their locations with, in lecture mode, Sky. Hermione explained everything on the map and their plan. They needed to get into position so that every guard was caught by surprise and killed at the same time. Then it would be easy to get the prisoners out of their cells. If you saw what I did, stated Harry Tox earnestly, the way they treat their prisoners, especially the little girls, his voice failed him. You'd know that killing them is making the world a better place, finished Sky grimly. If they survive our raid, they'll simply abuse more Muggle-borns. If any of you don't think you can kill a child rapist murderer, then don't come along. We'll understand. She waited a few moments, but no one backed out. All right, said Tox, who'd found his voice again, let's work out the details. We're going there tonight. It was a dark night with only a quarter moon to illuminate the area at 1:30 a.m. A few trees were scattered around, with birds nesting in them. A small stream flowed nearby, and the sounds coming from the moving water was soothing. The location was so peaceful and deserted that it was truly hard to believe that it was less than half a mile from a horrendous wizarding concentration camp, but it was. A flash of light followed by the sudden appearance of more than 50 magical teenagers interrupted this scene, waking birds from their slumber and causing them to fly away. The teenagers were all dressed in black and holding a long rope which had acted as a portkey. Their shoes had been silenced before making the trip so that guards wouldn't hear them approach. "All right," announced Tox. "We all know what to do. Everyone disillusion yourself and we'll start walking, oh, and try not to walk into each other." After a quick chuckle, they began performing the spell that would allow them to walk unnoticed by the guards. Cedric had drilled that charm into their heads until they could perform it in their sleep. Quietly, they marched toward the fence, passing through the anti-apparition, anti-portkey wards within a minute. Hermione had made the portkey to land them as close to those wards as possible. Once they got to the gate, Harry and Hermione started levitating everyone over it. Since they were looking for the distortions, they were able to find all 50 volunteers, getting them safely over the fence before joining them. Just as the day before, there were 12 guards posted outside the structures. Nearly half of the DA members divided up into pairs of 2 and approached each guard while most the others went to the building that housed the Shadows people. Harry and Cedric made their way to the prison houses where the Muggleborns were kept. Hermione turned into an owl and flew above the camp, using her enhanced bird eyesight to make sure everyone was in place. Once she had accounted for each member of her team, she gave the signal in the form of a hoot, hoot. Ulysses Singleton and his partner, Francis Vladimir, were among the guards who were standing outside watching for any escape attempts. Ulysses was nearly asleep when he heard a sound. "Did you hear that, Frank?" he asked. "It was just an owl hooting. You're getting para." At that moment, they were both blasted by Reducto spells being fired in stereo. What was left of the well-paid mercenary purebloods who'd participated in the takeover of the Ministry was not a pretty sight. At the same time, the identical event happened to every guard posted outside while Tox and Cedric blasted the door to the prison open. The Hufflepuff winced at the smell. "I told you to use the bubblehead charm beforehand," teased Harry as he rushed in. He had to fight his urges to vomit, cry and scream as he, for the second time in 2 days, saw the condition of the prisoners. He looked around for guards and found only one. Unfortunately, he was in the process of raping one of the younger girls. "Reducto," he shouted while aiming his wand at the D.'s head. He absently wondered how much extra therapy that part of the would force the girl to endure as he scourgified her before conjuring a new robe for the crying girl to wear. He and Cedric quickly emptied the cells when they heard spell fire outside. Meanwhile, Hermione Sky was leading 25 DA members into the main building in the center of the prison camp. It was very distinct looking both for its size. It was clearly the largest building there, with at least 3 floors and design. It looked much like a Muggle government building in London. All the other structures in the concentration camp looked like a newer version of the construction in Knockturn Alley or the Burrow, haphazardly put together with only magic making it stand. Sky pointed her wand at the door and began working on dismantling the wards protecting the building from attack while the DA protected her. Within a minute after the 12 outside guards were killed, the doors burst open and shadow troopers emerged, wands out and in their all-black uniforms. These fighters, who looked remarkably like traditional Muggle ninjas, gave no words of warning, immediately firing upon the group of invaders, who responded quickly. "Reducto," shouted half of the DA present while the others enlarged rocks to serve as barriers to absorb the unforgivable, at least to Amelia Bones, government in exile curses that were fired at them. "They're protecting the one in the middle," shouted one of the Shadow Warriors after dodging out of the way. "I think he's trying to take down the wards." Hermione's grin was hidden beneath her uni disguise, which, in addition to hiding her identity, hid her gender as well. She redoubled her efforts to take down the complicated wards while keeping an eye toward the army they were attacking, in case she had to dodge. After 50 Shadow Warriors joined the fight, the door to their headquarters was closed. "Avada Kedavra," was shouted by several of Umbridge's soldiers, with a few of them hitting their targets. Hermione was about to stop her spellwork to dodge one of the green light beams before one of her allies conjured a piece of granite in front of her. The rock exploded, with small pieces hitting her, creating small scratches and SCS, but she could continue taking the final set of wards down. "Thanks," muttered Sky to her protector, who she realized was Susan Bones. She was probably the only member of the DA who knew how to do that, thanks to her extra training with them. After the next volley of spells, which resulted in 5 shadow warriors dying along with 1 DA member, the wards around the building glowed brightly for 1 second before falling. "Let's move in," she ordered, and her troops started advancing, just as the original 24 guard assassins joined them, evening the odds. Harry Tox pointed his wand ahead of him as he opened the door to see the battle going on at the concentration camp's headquarters. He looked at Cedric, who seemed eager to join the battle. "Our job is to get these people out of here so they can be portkeyed to Hogwarts. Then we can join the fight. You take the lead while I take the rear." He kept his wand out and looked around for any threats while the newly freed prisoners walked through the doors and Cedric told them the direction to go. Just as the last of the Muggle-borns exited the building, one of the Shadow Warriors fighting Hermione's team noticed them in the distance and shouted, "The prisoners are ESC." He stopped talking when Tox fired a reducto at his head. While the now headless enemy's intentions had been to help his group of fighters, it had the opposite effect. 7 of his allies were momentarily distracted, leaving them open to attack. The DA was quite happy to provide that attack, turning the tide of the battle in their favor while Harry and Cedric led the prisoners safely out of the camp. Once they cleared the main wards of the camp, Harry and Cedric distributed portkeys to the refugees and returned to the fight, finding that the DA was now inside the building, the entrance of which was surrounded by corpses. Fortunately, most of them were from the Shadows team. He and Cedric entered the building to find the Sky-led DA searching through every room for records and anything of value. There were only a handful of people left inside the building when they'd entered, and those were the ones not good at fighting. Clearly the Shadow had not expected such a direct attack. Once the building was emptied of anything interesting, which they would later sort through, they burned it down. Sky warned the DA, "Don't expect the next fight to be so easy. Umbridge will be surprised at this news, but she'll double her security everywhere else to prevent a loss like this." "She's right," agreed Tox before sighing. "Also, this battle has cost us some of our friends who will be mourned." He took a deep breath. "But this is a victory to be celebrated. They did not die in vain." In total, the DA's losses were minimal. Only 5 of them died: Seamus Finnegan, Marietta Edgecombe, Michael Corner, and 2 older students that Harry didn't know. Although it was fortunate that so few had been lost in comparison to the Shadows people, everyone was naturally saddened by it. They brought the bodies back to Hogwarts for a proper funeral that included a toast to the victorious dead. "Crucio!" shouted Umbridge after one of her minions reported that one of their concentration camps had been destroyed and the prisoners freed. She was actually physically in better shape than she'd ever been before, thanks to the elixir of life she'd been drinking daily for a while now. No longer would someone be able to compare her to a toad. While she was still ugly, she had lost weight and gained more endurance, so it was easier to hold a spell longer. When she finally let the spell go and the minion shakily crawl away, she turned to her second in command. "Severus, I think it's time we taught our opposition the consequences of their petty resistance. Start planning the attack on Hogwarts. I say we arrest the lot of them," declared Wizengamot member Timotheus Caledron. "Umbridge was leaving us alone, but now I'll bet she's going to retaliate." "Arrest people for saving lives," screamed Augusta Longbottom. "How dare you even suggest that? You heard Madame Pomfrey's report on the conditions of the new Muggle-borns we have to take in and feed," interrupted Bartholomew head-on. "They won't even be able to earn their keep for months. It's hard enough to keep supplies." Amelia Bones had had enough. She shouted, "You two are the most vile, inhuman monsters I've ever met. You're worse than Umbridge, and obviously sympathetic to her cause. You belong in Azkaban, as far as I'm concerned. You've done nothing but stop us from fighting back since we started having these meetings." She took a deep breath and glared at them. "My only question is whether you're on the Shadows' payroll or not, because you most certainly are her most valuable allies." "How dare you," shouted Caledron. "My family's irrelevant," interrupted Bones. "It seems your goal is to make sure we do nothing while the Shadow gains more power. We need to prepare for..." At that moment, a large blast was heard throughout the whole castle. "You see," shouted Head-On. "Now we're under attack." At the same time the Wizengamot was meeting, Harry was sitting alone in the Chamber of Secrets, thinking about what had happened the day before. Not only that, but he was also thinking about DA meetings from a different timeline that had included Marietta Edgecombe, Michael Corner, and eventually Seamus Finnegan. He heard footsteps approaching his position and turned to see the love of his life. I never asked Marietta why she waited so long to turn us in if she hated me so much. I mean, if she just wanted to be Umbridge's spy, she'd have turned us in after the first meeting. Why did she wait? I heard that her mother was under a lot of pressure at the ministry to get her to talk, replied Hermione, immediately understanding that he was talking about their 5th year in the other timeline. Maybe they were going to sack her. Imagine given the choice to betray me or have your own mother lose her job. Hermione sighed. I never thought of that. Me, neither. I guess I should have removed that curse from her. I know that Seamus didn't believe me at first, but he did eventually come around. And Michael Corner was always with the DA, even if it was for his girlfriend, added Hermione. Yeah, replied Harry, smiling a bit. Ginny can be persuasive. I know they died younger here than in that lifetime, and I can't express how sorry I am about it, but you've got to remember 2 things. It was not your fault, it was Umbridge's. Don't claim responsibility for her, and they died fighting for what they believed in. They're heroes, martyrs, and should be remembered as such. They, at that moment, an explosion filled their ears. We're under attack, declared Hermione. What took her so long? Asked Harry, sarcastically. Come on, let's get suited up and help. On the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where she could safely watch the attack on the castle, the Shadow of Pain was smiling as she sipped her tea. Severus was leading the siege of Hogwarts, a place he'd been forced to live at for far too long. She observed as he, along with 20 shadow troopers, shot blasting curses at the castle that had stood for over 1,000 years. She giggled before taking another sip as an army of trolls approached another side of the brick building. She'd have preferred giants, as they were more intelligent, but didn't have time to gather them. The huge, disgusting magical creatures bashed the side of Hogwarts with their wooden clubs. She couldn't wait for the opposition to show up, so that she could enjoy the bloodshed. Flyers, grab your brooms and go, shouted Cedric Diggory at the DA, who'd gathered around him once the explosion started. I'll join you in a minute. And be careful. I'm impressed, commented Tox, who'd suddenly appeared with them. They're ready to go in less than 5 minutes. You've done a good job with this group. I'm glad you're here, replied Cedric. We can use all the help we can get. We'll be trying to take out the leaders, said Skye, who was standing next to her boyfriend. I just hope Umbridge is here, hissed Harry. Tox. I get dibs on her, insisted Susan, who would be a ground fighter. I owe her. I'll let you mutilate what's left of her if I find her first, replied Tox. I'm not going to let her live if I find her. Good luck, said Diggory as he mounted his broom. To all of us, added Skye. The two then rushed out of the room as Cedric's group took orders from him. They ran up several flights of stairs before they were high enough. This should be good, commented Skye before turning into an owl. You're such an adorable bird, Tox replied. I should keep you in a cage. The bird in question flapped her wings to get into a position to start pecking his face. I was just kidding, Hermione. He then pulled out his special wand and disillusioned her. I wish I had a firebolt, he commented as he performed the same spell on his Nimbus 2000, but this should do. Death from above. He then disillusioned himself and climbed out a nearby window, knowing his girlfriend had already left. He jumped out the window and let himself freefall for about 5 seconds before mounting his invisible broom. The first thing Harry saw was a troll bashing the wall just below him with its club. Grinning to himself, he whispered, I wonder if it could work twice, before levitating the club out of the troll's hand. However, before letting it fall on the monster, he performed an enlarging charm on the piece of wood, making it the size of a small cabin. Needless to say, it did more than knock out the troll. He quickly flew away from that spot before sending a sectum sempra at a different troll's throat. Taking out the rest of the trolls was easy for him as he sped around on his broom invisibly. They literally didn't know what hit them. He then rounded the corner to see Cedric's group in action. The DA flyers were weaving around the air at high speeds as they avoided blasts from the ground, taking whatever shots they could at the attackers below. Cedric managed to send a bone-breaker hex at one of Umbridge's allies' skull, causing him to fall over, dying. Cho Chang shot a cutting curse that hit another one's eye, causing him to drop his wand in pain and panic, which turned out to be a mistake as Roger Davies finished him off with a reducto on his neck. None of the DA would think twice about killing these monsters today. They might have nightmares about this battle for the rest of their lives, but they would definitely do their jobs, avenging their recently fallen comrades. Cedric saw someone who'd apparently disillusioned themselves get blasted away. He hoped whoever it was survived, but he didn't have time to think about that as another of his fighters shouted, "More of them are coming." He turned to see about 50 more shadow troopers appear, just when he thought they had the upper hand. About half of them mounted firebolts and took off after Cedric's group. Hermione's favorite aspect of her animagus form was its eyes. She could see so much more clearly and further than as a human. As such, it was quite easy for her to spot the lone figure in Hogsmeade wearing a pink cardigan. Although she was much thinner than before, her face was still ugly as Hermione was focusing on catching her. She knew that both Harry and Susan wanted to be the ones who killed the shadow, but also knew that anyone who could get close to her should do it. Otherwise, they'd be as stupid as Voldemort, whose orders regarding Harry saved his life more than once in their 6th year. In some ways, Tom Riddle had been the greatest ally of his most hated enemy that year. He should have just promised 1,000,000 galleons to whoever killed Harry. Draco may even have done it on the train when Harry had gotten caught spying on him. Hermione, still invisible, landed about 10 feet behind Umbridge and changed back into a human. She pulled out her wand and fired a reducto at her back. The woman who'd caused so much pain fell forward, dropping her cup of tea as her hands reaching frantically into her pockets. If she'd have been in the shape she'd originally been in, she'd have died instantly. However, with her body in perfect health, she had a few vital seconds she'd planned on in case something like this happened. Dolores' left hand grabbed a vial of a red liquid while her right grabbed a small sphere. She tossed the sphere in the direction the reducto had originated and uncorked the liquid. While the magical grenade was exploding, the shadow drank some elixir of life, which healed her as quickly as Phoenix tears would have. Hermione had seen Umbridge toss something in her direction and apparated to a different position, about 15 feet in front of her opponent. She was instantly grateful she had when she realized the blast would have caught her. She watched in horror and disbelief as the wounds she'd given the High Inquisitor of a different timeline healed themselves as the shadow of pain stood. "I heard that pop," she declared, pointing her wand toward Hermione. Avada Kedavra. A green beam of light shot straight at Hermione's position, who quickly moved out of the way, showing a distortion because the disillusionment spell was not nearly as perfect as Harry's cloak. As Skye ran, spell after spell was shot at her, barely missing. Harry smiled to himself as he saw former Professor Severus Snape standing at the head of the group blasting at the gate of Hogwarts. He swooped down in a Wronski feint, pulled up in front of Snape, aimed his wand and was hit from the side by a blasting hex. The only reason Harry knew his left shoulder was still attached was because of the incredible pain he was in. He heard one of the shadow troopers explain that he'd felt the breeze Harry's fancy flying had caused. He managed to avoid landing on his wounded shoulder, but he rolled over and over until he stopped next to the enlarged club he'd made just a few minutes before. Harry heard fast footsteps and looked toward them to see Snape running in his direction, a look of hatred in his eyes. He was glad to be disillusioned still, before he realized there was a pool of blood surrounding him. "I want to see your eyes when I kill you," shouted Snape before he cast a finite at his fallen foe. His eyes went wide and he stepped backward as Harry realized his hood had gone down during his tumble. While he'd made himself taller, he hadn't changed his face, because he always kept it covered as talks. "You," muttered Snape. "I should kill you right now," but he shot a spell at Harry's bleeding shoulder, which began healing. "Get out of here. That's the last favor all." Harry watched in horror and confusion as he saw a beam of orange light shoot out from Snape's throat. The potion master fell forward, allowing Harry to see another shadow trooper, who'd obviously watched Snape heal him. Without even thinking about it, Harry shot a reducto at the man's head, bursting it messily. He realized that his shoulder wasn't perfect, but it was usable and not bleeding, as he pulled up his hood. He approached Snape and turned him around to see he was still breathing, barely. His throat was shooting blood out by the gallon and his face looked paler than ever. "Why?" asked Harry. "For my first and only friend," he answered weakly, "Lily." He then went still and Harry realized the man was dead. Harry's face was filled with rage as he grabbed his broom, which thankfully hadn't been damaged. He felt confused and disgusted, but most of all, he felt like killing someone. He saw a large blast in the direction of Hogsmeade and shot off toward it. Hermione was thankful for all the training she'd been doing as she kept dodging spell after spell that Umbridge was shooting at her, but knew she couldn't last forever. At the same time she was evading lethal curses, she was trying to figure out how the Shadow's wounds had healed so quickly. She'd never seen anything like that before. To Sky's surprise, Dolores aimed one of her spells not at her opponent, but at the ground. An arm grew out of the road and grabbed Hermione's leg, causing her to fall forward, her face landing in a puddle of cold tea. "Now it's time to make you pay for your law infraction," Umbridge said sweetly. "I'm afraid that I'll have to cruci." At that moment, the Shadow of Pain was in a world of hurt. She'd just been blasted with a Sectum Sempra from a disillusioned broom rider. Knowing she only had seconds to live without treatment, Umbridge apparated away to her hideout, which contained enough elixir to last a lifetime. "Damn!" shouted Harry as he slowed down and blasted the arm holding his love. "Are you all right, Sky?" "Yeah," she replied while wiping tea off her face. As he helped his girlfriend up, Harry commented, "You've got a few cuts. Probably from her broken teacup. It's no big deal. We need to join the battle at Hogwarts." She climbed onto his broom, stuck herself to it magically so she couldn't fall, and suggested, "I'll be gunner. You just concentrate on flying." Her last word was interrupted by his taking off as fast as his Nimbus 2000 could take him. It was less than a minute later when they reached the scene of the battle and Hermione started firing every curse she could think of. By this time, Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom had joined the fray, along with several civilians who'd been staying at Hogwarts. There were at least a dozen people on their side fallen, but 24 shadow troopers were scattered on the grounds in pieces. The remaining 30 or so enemies were fighting for their lives as now they were facing 2-to-1 odds. Adding Tox and Sky to the mix, shooting the bad guys in the back, and the battle was over within 10 minutes. In the end, 20 people on their side died. Although none of them were close to Harry or Hermione in this timeline or the previous one, they were still saddened. Augusta Longbottom had taken out 5 shadow troopers on her own before the battle ended, surprising everyone who believed she was a frail old woman. Her grandson Neville, who hadn't done as well as she had, was standing by her side fighting when the last enemy fell. Amelia Bones surveyed the battlefield, for that was what the outside of Hogwarts had become, and smiled grimly, knowing that this had been a victory, even if it was costly. She'd lost a few Aurors that she'd considered friends. Some of the children lost their parents. The Minister of Magic didn't want those deaths to be in vain. She knew she had to take the war to Umbridge, but needed an army. She decided that she'd win this war if she had to be arrested later for ignoring the Wizengamot. "How many people here want to prepare to attack the Ministry of Magic?" she asked, deciding to create a military force. She didn't have time to give them a lot of training, but she'd do her best. "We're going to take back the Ministry in 2 weeks." It was a grueling 2 weeks for all that had volunteered to help take back the Ministry from the clutches of the Shadow of Pain. The 96 people went through an extremely abridged version of Auror training, concentrating just on fighting while Timotheus Caladrin and Bartholomew head-on. The Wizengamot members who fought Amelia Bones at every turn, were locked up in their quarters under house arrest at Hogwarts. The minister had realized that those two were Umbridge's most valuable players, whether they knew it or not, and that nothing would be accomplished while they were free. She was too ashamed to admit she'd considered killing them. If she had legal trouble after the war for this, she'd gladly face the music. The 2 weeks of seemingly non-stop defense training was over, and they were about to leave for the battle. Bones smiled grimly as she surveyed the army gathered in front of her in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It was made up of a large variety of people. Some of them had spent time in a concentration camp. Others were in their 50s. The youngest person she'd knowingly allowed in her army was 15. Cedric Diggory, who would turn 16 in just a few months, would officially be going with that army, along with his mother, but unknown to the minister, the DA would be following as backup. Tox and Sky were with the minister's group, and had specifically volunteered to fight Umbridge. Had Amelia known their physical ages, she'd have rejected them. However, all she knew about the pair was that they were good in a fight and had rescued her niece from terrible torture. "First of all," said Amelia, giving her version of a pep talk, "I want you all to know that I'm proud of each and every one of you." She took a deep breath. "I'm not going to lie to you. Some of us will die during this battle. Others of us will be injured. If any of you have any doubts, now's the time to back out. I won't blame you. Nobody left. What we're doing for Britain and the whole world. Umbridge won't be satisfied staying here forever. We're going to stop the shadow from causing pain to anyone else, once and for all." There was cheering before portkeys that had been charmed by Headmistress McGonagall were distributed that would take them near the ministry. As they activated, the huge room suddenly became empty. "They're gone," reported Susan Bones, who'd watched from the entrance hall. Her aunt wouldn't even let her in the room for fear she'd try to sneak to the battle. A voice came from the small mirror the girl had spoken to. "Then get up here so we can leave. Be there in 5 minutes," she replied before putting the mirror in her pocket and running up the stairs toward the astronomy tower. The DA would be invisibly riding brooms to London, to help if needed. As soon as Bones' army arrived, Tox and Sky took out their wands and stood back to back, surveying the alley where they'd landed. Harry grinned beneath his hood as he recalled the first time and many times since he'd taken a portkey and fell over. He'd improved much since those days. The rest of the army was similarly searching for enemies, but none appeared to be there. "Proceed with caution," commanded the minister. Everyone knew the way to the Muggle entrance that Amelia had fled from when the shadow had taken the building, so they didn't need directions. What they did need was the device that Tox and Sky had brought, a homemade Muggle bomb. They'd actually brought several, although the plan itself called for only one. They silently approached where the booth had been located, only to find that it wasn't there anymore. In its place was what appeared to be a bathroom. "That's odd," commented Harry as he examined the sign on the door that indicated that it was uni. "Well, I'm going to open it and see what's in there," declared Hermione. "It's probably just a different design for the entrance." "If you say so," replied her boyfriend. With that, she opened the door to reveal that the walls of this loo had been painted pink while the toilet and sink were red. Sky performed a spell with her wand and the toilet vanished, revealing a floor with a large square that was the same size as the phone booth had been. "How utterly revolting," commented Hermione. "It appears that the intention was for each person to flush themselves into the ministry building." "It makes sense," replied Harry with a grin. "After all, since Umbridge took over, the ministry is worse than a sewer and everything they tell the people is worth shish." "Language," chastised Sky with a smirk. "Let's plant the bomb." It didn't take them long to set up the Muggle bomb and leave. Then they put even more notice me not charms around that area than were already there. After the bomb went off, destroying the walls of the bathroom, the Time Meddlers, along with Amelia's group, went to inspect the results and were quite satisfied with the large hole that led directly to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. "I'm going in first," declared Tox, so Sky levitated him down while he cast a shield charm in front of him. Amelia would levitate Sky down in 2 minutes and then everybody would join the same way. When Harry Tox landed, he was immediately bombarded by spell fire from the guards, who were on full alert thanks to the explosion. He poured his magic into keeping his shield up while he pulled several small things out of his pocket and tossed them at the 10 people bombarding his ever-weakening defense. When he heard someone shout, "Avada Kedavra," he crouched down and rolled out of the way. However, before he could return fire, the devices he'd tossed activated, spraying them all with a potion that produced boils on every piece of flesh it touched. In the confusion while they were in agony, Harry started fighting back. He'd reductoed the heads off of 5 of them before they could even react. The shadow warriors that remained started firing like mad while Tox kept moving around as fast as he could, which kept the spells from hitting him. One advantage that his training had given him that almost no pureblood realized was that exercise allows one to move much faster and last much longer in a fight, even a magical one. As he was moving, he kept firing at the enemies, who were getting more and more fearful. He shot one, then two, but missed the third, who in turn shot a Crucio at him, which managed to become the first spell that hit him. He fell to the floor in pain. However, the torture curse didn't last very long because Skye chose that moment to enter the building and shouted, Sectum Sempra, while pointing her wand at the mercenary who was afflicting her partner in time. The man fell to the ground, bleeding to death from multiple wounds. As soon as he was released from the painful curse, Harry started shooting spells at the remaining shadow troopers, and soon the room was empty. Hermione pointed her wand up the lift and shot sparks, signaling everyone to come in. However, the Time Meddlers didn't wait for Amelia. They had their own mission, to find and kill Dolores Umbridge. When Amelia's group arrived in the atrium, no one was surprised to see the dead bodies. Cedric commented, "It looks like we can find Tox and Skye by following the trail of corpses," but no one laughed. Amelia stated, "You all know the plan. One floor at a time while our friends find Umbridge, before marching toward the staircase." They'd all realized that using the lift would put them at the mercy of whatever precautions the enemy had taken early on in the planning phase, so the stairs were the only reasonable way to go. They slowly crept down the first flight of stairs to the administrative level, where, among other things, the minister's office was located. However, no one was foolish enough to believe that Umbridge was still in her office after that explosion. What they did find was a group of other administrative personnel waiting for them, all pointing their wands. After the first one fired an Avada Kedavra, pandemonium ensued. Amelia fired lethal spell after lethal spell as she dodged what was sent her way. She mostly stuck with reductos, bone-breaking hexes and strong cutting spells, just as she'd advised her group to do. She'd told them that this wouldn't be a time to show off their vast knowledge of spells. That would make them hesitate as they thought about which one to use. Muggle guns keep firing the same kind of bullet over and over to great effect. They weren't putting on some fancy show, they were fighting for their freedom. Dodging another killing curse, Amelia moved to the left and shot a cutting hex at the one that had attempted to kill her. She did her best to ignore the sound of someone behind her falling as she kept on fighting. At the same time, Cedric Diggory got hit with a bone breaker spell on his left hand. Although he was in tremendous pain, he kept fighting, thankful that he wasn't left-handed. He saw one of his companions get hit with a killing curse before shooting a reducto at the killer. By the time the spell stopped firing, 9 of Amelia's people were dead. All 30 of Umbridge's people on that floor had also perished. The shadow of pain was nowhere on that floor. While Cedric was fixing his broken hand, Amelia spoke. "This obviously wasn't the worst we'll face. My guess is that their purpose was to delay us while the real resistance prepares. You may want to take a spare wand. I doubt any of them will need theirs again." She indicated the corpses that now littered the floor. Not believing for one second that Umbridge would be in her office, Harry and Hermione practically flew down the stairs to level 10 while staying disillusioned. "I just have a feeling she'll be there," stated Harry. "Besides, if she's not there, we'll work our way back up while Amelia's group works their way down." Hermione had agreed to the plan, and so they opened the door to the dreaded 10th level, where, in another timeline, Harry had once stood trial thanks to Umbridge. He thought it would be fitting if he killed her in the same room he'd originally met her, if his feeling was correct. As soon as the door opened, both Time Meddlers felt a chill. The large courtroom seemed unusually cold to both of them as they stepped forward. Suddenly, Harry found himself reliving the worst moments of his life. Starting with Voldemort killing his mother and progressing through every horror he'd experienced in his first timeline, Tox found himself losing hope. He didn't notice when 30 Dementors came out of hiding and glided toward him and his love. Skye was doing no better. She'd seen almost as many horrors from the war as her boyfriend had and was losing her balance while the shadow of pain stood up from the center chair among the Dementors she commanded, her own feline Patronus walking around her. She pointed her wand toward the center of each of the 2 active groups of Dementors, easily dispelling their disillusionment charms, revealing the 2 cloaked figures. "Hem, she began. The sound of her annoyingly high-pitched girly voice broke through Harry's despair, allowing his anger to win him back some control. Imagining the evil toad's death at his hand, Harry pointed out his wand and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." Prongs erupted from Tox's wand, running at all the hideous monsters for a few moments before being joined by Sky's otter. Together, they backed the Dementors into a corner. "Well, well, well," commented the Shadow of Pain, who was wearing a pink robe while pointing a wand held in her right hand at them. "Tox and Sky, I presume." When they didn't respond, except to glare through their cloaks, she continued. "We weren't formally introduced at our last encounter, you see. You've been very naughty." At this moment, she lifted a cup with her left hand and took a sip. "Would you like some tea?" she asked sweetly. "It's quite good." Both Harry and Hermione were disturbed that she'd be drinking tea at a time like this. "I'm gonna kill you," declared Harry as he silently sent a reducto at her. "How utterly uncivilized," the shadow commented as she easily dodged. "I'm afraid you must learn your proper manners. Attack." At that moment, about 20 dwarves stood up from among the Wizengamot seats, where they'd stayed hidden, waiting for their signal. Each of them had an axe in his hand as they rushed down toward the intruders. On the second floor of the building, Amelia and her people were in over their heads. They'd arrived to find the hallway empty and cautiously stepped in. The moment the last of her people had exited the stairway, the elevator opened, revealing 20 people who started shooting lethal spells immediately. Amelia hadn't even noticed the other shadow warriors joining the fight from every room on that floor until the Auror fighting next to her fell forward, dead from a shot from behind. She wasn't sure how many enemies they were facing, but she did know they were outnumbered. She dodged an Avada Kedavra before firing a Bone Breaker Hex at her attacker's head, ending his life. When Harry Potter had talked him into forming a defense group at school, Cedric Diggory had no idea that he'd one day soon be fighting side by side with his mother at the Ministry building, hoping to free his home country from the grip of an insane terrorist. Yet, here he was, dodging another Bone Breaker. He'd learned earlier that day that spell hurts. He shot a reducto that missed his target and put a hole in the wall. Before he could fire again, a cutting spell hit him in the left leg. It was only the fact he fell that let him avoid the killing curse that someone else sent his way. As Cedric watched in horror, the green beam of light that had been meant for him killed his mother. He didn't even hear the leader of the Shadow Warrior group announce, "We have you surrounded. Surrender or die." "Reducto," shouted Harry while pointing his wand at an approaching dwarf. "I don't think these are the same type of dwarves Snow White met." "None of them look sleepy or dopey," agreed Hermione while pulling something out of her pocket. "Maybe we can change that," replied Tox as he emulated his girlfriend's move and then tossed one of his bombs at the approaching dwarves. Sky tossed her bomb toward the other side of the room. The explosions happened within seconds, killing all the dwarves that hadn't escaped the Wizengamot seats yet, leaving 9 alive and running toward them. Umbridge had been hit by some shrapnel, but she quickly drank some elixir of life to heal her injuries. Before the magical creatures reached the couple, 2 more had been eliminated, leaving 7 dwarves with axes surrounding the time meddlers. Harry decided that he'd fight fire with fire. When he was 12 years old in another time, a dwarf brought to Hogwarts by Lockhart had knocked him down and forced him to listen to Ginny's Valentine's Day poem. Now, although physically he wasn't much older, his body was in much better shape. Consequently, he felt he could fight his attacker. He quickly pulled back his left fist before punching the nearest one in his. However, the resulting cry of pain wasn't coming from the dwarf, it was coming from Harry. They were wearing some metal armor. "Fine," shouted Tox, wishing he could cradle his injured hand. "Reducto," he screamed as he basically exploded the monster next to him due to the close range. He ignored the guts that were now covering him as he did the same to another dwarf after dodging its axe blade. It was only a few minutes later that Harry and Hermione, covered in dwarf insides, emerged the victors to see the shadow pointing her wand at them. She shot an unfamiliar spell at Hermione, who barely dodged in time. It was so close that it singed a small part of her robe. Harry began shooting Bone Breaker after Reducto at the cause of all the suffering in Britain while Hermione was doing the same, but the woman, energized by the elixir of life, was dodging everything they sent while occasionally shooting at them. Shaking her head sadly as she fought, she scolded in her teacher voice, "Such bad behavior. Look at the mess you've made. I'm afraid I will have to punish you." Toss me your wands and you might survive the day, ordered the man wearing a black ninja-like outfit. As he looked at the surrounded group that was beginning to surrender their wands, he stopped in recognition. Ah, former Minister Bones. The Shadow has been hoping to see you. She has special plans for you. But I don't think she'll mind if I give you a little taste of what's in store. Crucio. Amelia Bones, who had just tossed her wand away in surrender, was now fighting the urge to fall down under the pain of the torture curse. Sweat was falling from her forehead while her eyes were closed in concentration. Just when she was about to give in and fall, there was a loud explosion somewhere behind her. "What's going on?" shouted the tormentor as he released the curse and looked over the minister's head. She glanced around as well to see about 50 shadow warriors dead on the floor bleeding. Body parts were everywhere and there were holes in the floor and walls. It was obvious that a bomb had been tossed. Bones looked beyond the explosion to see a large group of children, her niece at the front, smirking at her. "I knew you'd need help," Susan commented just before sending a nonverbal hex at one of the significantly reduced number of enemies. In less than a second, Amelia pulled her recently acquired spare wand from her pocket, turned back around, and shot a strong cutting spell right through the head of the man who'd been torturing her. The new reinforcements for her side, minus the enemies the reinforcements had killed with the bomb supplied by Toxin Sky a few days before, had turned the tide of the battle. Instead of being vastly outnumbered, they were the ones outnumbering their enemies. It didn't take long before all the Shadow Warriors were killed. In the meantime, Tox and Sky were fighting against the magically enhanced Shadow of Pain. While it was true that Umbridge was successfully engaging her enemies, she was moving around in a dangerous direction for herself. It only took a few minutes for Harry and Hermione to come up with a strategy. With nonverbal communication that they'd been able to do for years, just a small gesture with the hands or eyes, they'd decided the best way to end the battle with a witch who heals from every bit of damage you do to her. At the moment, they wished they could do the killing curse, but they didn't want to try a spell they hadn't actually used before in the middle of a fierce battle. Instead, they simply both shot banishing spells at the same time at their foe. While Dolores Umbridge was flying backwards into the group of Dementors that was still being held back by Tox and Sky's Patronuses, Amelia Bones and her group stepped through the doorway. There hadn't been anybody on the other floors of the building. Obviously, they'd already hit Amelia's group with everything they had. "No," shouted Umbridge when she realized that her so-called allies were about to find out if she had a soul or not. Harry wondered if she actually believed that the Dementors wouldn't k.s. her. It was a terrible sight to watch her tattered soul ed out by one of those foul creations, and over 100 people witnessed it. The Dementor that was holding Umbridge dropped her empty husk to the floor. Amelia, pointing her 2 wands at the beast while everyone else was doing the same, asked, "Do you remember me? I'm the Minister of Magic." The Dementors all nodded. "Go straight back to Azkaban without bothering anyone. You can k.s. all the guards, but don't bother the prisoners until I've come and released the ones that don't belong there." The completely disloyal creatures who obeyed whoever they thought was more powerful complied. Bones' group parted to make way for them to leave. Sighing, Amelia commented, "I wish I knew how to kill them, but I don't. I'll have to leave for Azkaban soon. Then I'll start freeing the camps. I'll still need everyone's help that's willing, even the underaged, just for today." After taking a deep breath and smiling, she declared, "We've won." To the cheers of everyone present. After the cheers had ended, she looked around before asking, "Where'd Tox and Sky go?" "They never stick around long after their job is done," commented Susan with a smirk. She'd seen them disillusion themselves. "But I wanted to thank them, and find out their real names so I can give them orders of Merlin. They're not in it for the rewards. They just fight for what's right. They didn't tell us their real names either," commented Cedric grimly, "but I'm sure they'll come back if needed." He had partially healed his leg and was limping. Hermione whispered in Harry's ear, "I don't rightly know their real names, but I've heard them called the Time Meddlers." He grinned and replied in a whisper, "Hi-yo Hedwig away." As they quietly slipped out of the room, they distinctly heard Luna Lovegood, who was part of the DA, hum the William Tell overture. The next few days passed in a blur as magical England was reclaimed and many awards given out. While Timotheus Caledron and Bartholomew Hedon tried to get Amelia in trouble for locking them up, none of the other remaining Wizengamot members would support them. They'd successfully ruined their political and social lives with their behavior. While they didn't go to Azkaban, they had absolutely no friends or allies. Minister Bones worked tirelessly to restore and improve the government while life began to get back to normal, with the refugees moving out of Hogwarts and back to their homes, businesses beginning to reopen, and, of course, the funerals for those that had died. With the war over and Hermione's father released from the hospital in Ireland, Harry Potter and the Grangers returned to England. The family had arranged for their house to be rebuilt, and so it was in the process of being done. The vanishing cabinet that had been inside it was now nothing but ashes, as were most of their possessions. They were staying in a flat Harry rented for them. When they needed extra space, they could easily use his apartment trunk. Susan Bones was the only one who knew that her friends had returned to the country every day in disguise. Since Harry didn't want to be in the spotlight, the trip provided the perfect alibi so no one would think they were cowards. Hermione's parents had barely escaped an attack and were hospitalized in another country for safety, so naturally their daughter and her boyfriend, who considered them family, had stayed with them. The war was over before they had a chance to help. Hermione had considered throwing a big birthday party for Harry, but felt that the timing was wrong considering that some funerals were still going on. Harry was glad Cedric survived and recovered from his injuries, but was saddened that both his parents were killed within a month of each other. "I know it's cruel," stated Hermione, "but statistically, this war was better than the Voldemort war we prevented. A lot less people died. Much fewer people suffered. And those that suffered did so for a much shorter time period. It's not a perfect solution, but we still did save many lives." "I know," replied Harry. "I just wish I hadn't screwed up and caused all this." "I know," responded Hermione, "but today is your birthday and I'm not going to let you mope around." And so, the Grangers and Harry enjoyed his birthday while the Time Meddlers determined to focus on the good their time meddling had produced, rather than the bad. They continued their training and tried to keep constantly vigilant, because they never knew if another threat would arise. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.